Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning for the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I am Sheena Brooks. I am the board's administrative liaison and board clerk. Today, we are joined by the following staff persons: Swati Sharma, our executive officer; Greg Forrest, the board attorney; Linda Ocampo, our senior staff engineer; Evelyn Nuno, the board specialist; DTSC OEIM staff. We are joined by Helio
Recording in
Rodriguez
progress.
and Jason Rayleigh and Matthew Cummings. From CSUS, we have Gabriella Cinquini and Sue Woods. Joining us from CIT, we have Fabiola Valencia and Jeanette Hernandez. Cal Recycle, Abe Myers and Joaquin Marietta, and Josh Leveski. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and by your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is September 7, 2023 at 9:04 a.m., and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Sheena. Will you establish quorum, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeannie Rizzo,
Present.
Sushma Bhatia,
Here.
Georgette Gomez, Alexis Strauss-Hacker,
Present.
Lizette Ruiz.
Present.
4 of 5 members are present. A quorum is established. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge for the record that Member Ruiz is joining us remotely from the DTSC Cyprus office, which is serving as today's teleconference location until noon. She will keep me updated whether members of the public join her, and when she leaves the office around noon, we will reestablish a quorum then. I will now review some logistical items for this meeting. We are conducting today's meeting in person, as well as offering remote options for public participation by phone and Zoom, and in the DTSC Cyprus office until noon. For those of you joining us on Zoom, I would like to instruct everyone to select their preferred language option so that you will be able to fully participate in today's meeting. To do so, everyone needs to select the interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar, which is located at the bottom of your screen. Here you will see 3 options. Please select your language preference by selecting either English or Spanish. If you select Spanish, you will be placed in the Spanish interpretation room. Please note, if you do not see the interpretation icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. For participants who have joined in person and would prefer to participate in this meeting in Spanish, we have headsets at our interpretation station located to the right, to my right, your left. Please make your way to the station and a staff person will assist you. And for those of you in the room, if you will be following along on Zoom, please ensure that both your speaker and microphones on your devices are muted. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with your Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. And the phone numbers are provided to you now on this slide, and they will be provided in the chat, and they are also posted on our website. We will now hear one of our interpreters provide these instructions for us in Spanish.
Ahora voy a revisar algunos puntos logísticos para esta reunión. Estamos llevando a cabo la reunión de hoy en persona, así como ofrecemos los servicios remotamente para la participación del público por teléfono, al igual que por Zoom, y en las oficinas de DTSC Cyprus hasta el mediodía. Para aquellos que se unan a nosotros por medio de Zoom, me gustaría instruirlos a todos a seleccionar su opción de idioma preferido para que pueda participar plenamente en la reunión de hoy. Para aquellos todos que quieran seleccionar, pueden seleccionar el idioma seleccionando el icono de interpretación en su barra de herramientas de Zoom, que se encuentra en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Aquí verá 3 opciones. Por favor, elija su idioma preferido seleccionando inglés o español. Si selecciona español, se le situará en la sala de interpretación en español. Si no ve el icono de interpretación, es posible que tenga que actualizar su aplicación por Zoom. Para los participantes que se han unido en persona y prefieran participar en esta reunión en español, tenemos auriculares en nuestra estación de intérprete situada en esta mesa a su derecha de la sala. Por favor, diríjanse a la estación y un miembro del personal les ayudará. Para aquellos de ustedes en la sala, si usted va a seguir a lo largo de Zoom, por favor, asegúrese de que tanto su altavoz y micrófonos en sus dispositivos estén silenciados. Aquí en la pantalla verán los números donde ustedes pueden ingresar. Gracias.
Thank you. We would like to thank both Jeanette and Fabiola, who are interpreting today's meeting for us in Spanish. Okay, so logistics for the room, evacuation information. Please look around now and identify 2 exits closest to you. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room, so please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. While staff will endeavor to assist you to the nearest exit, you should also know that you may find an exit door by following the ceiling-mounted exit signs. Evacuees will exit down the stairs and possibly to a relocation site across the street. If you cannot use stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside a stairwell. Should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all the traffic signals and exercise caution crossing the street. The drinking fountain and restrooms are located out the doors at the back of the room to the left, just past the glass sculpture hanging from the ceiling. And the drinking fountain and restrooms are located right there on the right. As you might imagine, Cali PA strongly encourages recycling efforts in this building, so please look for the green and tan bins. And I believe that there are a few located in the back of the room. With the exception of water, food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. The board will take a 10-minute break around 10:55, and then we'll take a 1-hour lunch break at approximately 1:05. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table at the room entrance, and they can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Closed captions are enabled, and you can move the caption display or turn them off altogether. And to protect everyone's virtual space and networks, we will be using the Q&A function as our chat function to ensure that harmful spam links are not shared with our virtual attendees. The Q&A function will be reserved for those attendees that are experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments. Please clearly state at the beginning of your comment, please read aloud, and a designated staff person will notify me. To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat. All participants will remain on mute until a Zoom host unmutes them or once recognized for comment. The only videos or screens shared will be of the board members and the presenters. We're looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. When we open the floor for public comment, I will alternate who I call on first between in-person and Zoom participants. And there are several ways in which you can participate. For in-person participants wishing to be recognized for comment, please raise your hand to prevent a line from forming at the podium, and I will call you up individually. For those joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. If you have joined our Spanish channel, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. We ask that when it is your opportunity to comment, you speak at an even pace to ensure all participants can hear you. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit it to us via email at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And if you're experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments, you may use the Q&A function. And then again, please clearly state at the beginning of your comment, please read aloud. And to ensure that all members of the public who wish to speak get to do so, we ask that you take no longer than 3 minutes to make a comment. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes and would like to request a time extension from the board chair, please do so at the start of your comment. For your convenience, you will see a timer located on the screen. You will hear a chime sound when there are 30 seconds remaining, and then another melody will play when the 3 minutes are up. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow time for translation. If you are commenting in Spanish, please let us know at the start of your comment. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Chair Rizzo for agenda item 2.
Thank you very much, Sheena. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 15th meeting of the Board of Environmental Safety. Really happy to see people here and knowing that there are 70+ of you on Zoom. I want to acknowledge Lizette Ruiz, who is on screen and has delivered the first board baby, baby Linda. So we appreciate her that she's with us today, and we are aunties and an uncle. So we're very happy about that. I also want to announce that both Lizette and Alexis Strauss-Hacker have been reappointed to 4-year terms on the board. Some of you will remember that they staggered. 2 board members were given 2-year terms and 3 of us 4-year terms, and they have been reappointed based on their exemplary work by their appointing agencies, the governor and the new speaker. So anyway, I'm very happy about that. The continuity will serve us well since both of them have been very deeply engaged in their subcommittee work, and we won't miss a beat as a result of that. So very happy about that. Many of you, or some of you, attended the August 23rd legislative joint session hearing where both myself and Dr. Williams were there for, I think, 3.5 hours, including, and we also had public comments on a second panel from Ingrid Brostrom and Dawn Kepke. Ingrid representing community and environmental justice, and Dawn Kepke representing industry. They also had a panel discussion at the hearing. And we had a lot of public comments, lots of people participating. I won't go through what the takeaways from the hearing. I do encourage all of you, if we ever have a rainy Saturday, to go on our website. That hearing is recorded and the link is on our website to the legislative hearing. I think there were some key takeaways for us, and rather than relitigate the entire hearing, I think the key thing that we came away with is the work that we're doing on transparency and engagement, public engagement. Our tours up and down the state were very well received. I know there's a tremendous amount of interest in us being able to hold full on-site hearings, and that's something that as we grow our staff, and we'll hear more about from our executive officer about the progress on that, we'll be better positioned to take on establishing a criteria for public hearings, and that'll be an open process where we'll want to hear from the public and from all stakeholders as to the elements of hearings. We don't want to just schedule something and have a open discussion. We really want to establish a criteria, methodology, and then we have to determine how to prioritize. We've been asked for probably no less than a dozen, and we have 6 board meetings a year. And last year we were able to expand that, and we will again this year based on budget, because we didn't have all of our hires. We had some salary savings, so I just want to be very open that as we go into fulfilling our hires, we're hoping for a slight increase in our budget to allow our hiring, but also to continue to have the level of engagement, board meetings, and site tours, and visiting with communities. So that's on our agenda. I think there were a number of issues that have come up. One of them is CEQA. I know there's tremendous interest on the part of community members and others for us to address CEQA in permit appeals, and that is a deep dive exploration that we need to do over the next year. But again, having the right staff in place to do that assessment and determine whether or not and what elements of CEQA we can take into account. And there are concerns that the board's authority is not big enough for some people. It's too big for others. But there are those that would like to see us having more authority and more governance authority than we have, and also for the capacity to expand and truly have beyond an individual ombuds receiving concerns and complaints, forwarding them to DTSC, reposting them on our website, that we really want a more robust program. But that would require a different approach from the legislature. And I think they were welcoming and inviting of us to come back to them next year with some concrete proposals. So we'll be gathering data on CEQA and on ombuds over the course of the next year. And I will, as we go around and board members give their reports, I hope they'll also comment on their takeaways from the joint hearing. And if during public comment, because the hearing is not on the agenda, if anyone has public comments about their impressions of the hearing, we're certainly open to hearing that. I think we came away feeling that the legislature sees progress. Their concerns remain around the implementation of 673, around the fee structure that resulted in a shortfall this year, requiring a loan from the general fund. But you will hear at this meeting the board's recommendation, the subcommittee's recommendation to not increase fees next year until we fully analyze and understand the reasons for that. And so the legislature is very interested in hearing back on that analysis, and we will have a presentation a little later in the agenda. So if you see what's on the agenda today, I'll just, we'll hear from our executive officer, Swathi Sharma, on budget, hiring, and upcoming board meetings. We'll also have DTSC staff and our team on the discussion about fee setting. We'll be talking about our subcommittee on permit appeals. Will give an update on the status of current permit appeals. And then later we will hear from DTSC leadership. We'll hear from Dr. Williams, as we do at every meeting, where she has the responsibility to report out on the implementation of the priorities that I think you all know. Those of you who've been following us closely, that we approved those priorities, I think it was last February, and that each board meeting, Dr. Williams is called to report out to the board on the progress on the priorities. We'll also have an Exide update, and again, we'll talk about the DTSC budget. So we've got a BES budget, a DTSC budget. We have a lot of money to talk about today. After lunch, we will have public forum for items not on the agenda. So I just feel like I want to reemphasize that. If your public comments are about items on the agenda, please direct them at that time. If they are unrelated to what's on the agenda, then we'd like to hear from you during that public forum. That'll be followed by quite a bit of time allocated to Santa Susana Field Lab, where we'll have Parents Against Santa Susana and colleagues presenting, as well as a presentation by the Department of Toxic Substance Control on the PEIR and responses from community, followed by discussion, open discussion. So that's in the afternoon. And then we go into the really fun part, which is when we review the minutes and we approve the minutes. And then, as we always do, Alexis Hacker keeps track during our stellar vice chair of all the action items that come from the meeting for the board to follow up on, so that we leave here with a succinct list of follow-ups. And I'm also happy during public forum to hear anybody else's impressions of the hearing and ongoing. For those of you who are going to watch it on a rainy Saturday, by all means, info@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Let us know what you think, and we're really open to hearing from you. Okay, so I think I've covered that today. Yes, we are going to move right in to a report from Swathi Sharma, our executive officer, who's coming up on 1 year. You already, where are you? You're, a year and a change. A year and change, so lucky us. Anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you all. Before we get started, I just wanted to acknowledge the wonderful BES team and staff. We've had a few family emergencies that BES staff has had to unfortunately deal with, but I wanted to just applaud them for being so committed to the board and continuing to be committed regardless of the emergencies that are going on in their personal lives. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the team before we get started, because you really, this is not possible without all of you, so thank you. I also wanted to take a moment and introduce our newest team member, Evelyn Nuno, who's our board specialist. Evelyn, if you'd like to stand up. So Evelyn, she is from the city of Norwalk in LA, and she formerly served with California State Assembly member Cristina Garcia for 5.5 years, where she covered issues like Exide, brownfields, air quality, and other EJ subjects. She's passionate about environmental justice policy, as these issues are personal for her. Some of her family lives within the Exide PIA, and she's excited to continue her service in her new role. We're very lucky to have Evelyn on our team, so congratulations, Evelyn. Great. So I will go ahead and get started with the presentation, and we'll talk about our budget expenditures. So this past year, for 2022-23, we were allotted $2,760,000, of which the board spent roughly around $1.4 million. As we hire on additional team members, we plan to, this next year, eat more into our budget. And as the board chair had indicated, we were able to hold many more meetings and workshops over this past year since we had much salary savings. The remaining budget was a little bit less than 1.3 million. Next slide, please. Our budget for 23-24, which is authorized for 5 board members and 12 staff positions, is about 2.816 million. Of that, 2.536 million is for personnel services, and roughly 280,000 is for general expenses. Next slide, please. In terms of hiring, as I mentioned, we have our board specialist that we recently hired. We have a new position that's posted, environmental program manager, one which is posted now. So we encourage you to share and apply for that position if you want to come and work for our great team here. Upcoming positions that we plan to post soon are senior environmental scientist, and then staff service manager 1, supervisor. Next slide, please. Here's a list of our upcoming board meetings through July. In the coming months, we plan to have the meeting dates from August through the end of 2024, but please mark your calendars. These are our tentative dates. We've also split them up into 2 days. As many of you who have attended our meetings, they end up being very lengthy. So this next year, what we're going to try to do is split them up into 2 days and also allow for time for various permit appeal hearings that may come up. So we have January 17th through the 18th, February 28th through 29th, April 17th through the 18th, May 22nd to the 23rd, and July 17th through the 18th. Next slide, please. And that is it. Oh, I did want to share one other item. The team has been working on the Ombuds database, which will be a public-facing website where it'll make it easier for the public to send in inquiries that they may have about DTSC or BES. DTSC has been helping us with that public-facing database, and we hope to launch in the next month or so. But it's looking great, and we want to make sure that it's as easy as possible for the public to contact us. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Swathi. And just to expand on that a little bit, this will be a multi-use effort. So while we will use it for ombuds, there are plenty of other opportunities within DTSC to capture public comment and have it available. So we see this as benefiting the whole, not just the board. And I think that's part of the effort is to ensure that it is a multifunction, multi-use database available to all the programs within DTSC. I mean, not one, but they'd have their own version of it, and our ombuds and our info at. So that's been one of the biggest challenges, is where to send these things, where do they get posted, where do the responses get posted, where do the responses to the responses get posted. So the database is intended to really capture all of that and provide an opportunity for the public to really engage with us and with the department, and that everybody can look at it. It's not just a matter of sending emails around or sending, notes around to people. That will become a part of our regular investigation, is paying attention to that database. So I'm really want to compliment our executive officer and the team at DTSC for working so hard on making that happen. So thank you for that. I think it's going to be a valuable investment tool. Okay, we are now going to talk about, I know I can, fee setting, okay, right?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have board discussion on the executive officer report.
I knew that. Okay. Here we're back now, and as I said, it's time for board discussion and public comment to the extent that there is. So let's have a board discussion on Swathi's report and the opening hearing, anything. And again, let's not forget Liz. Liz, why don't we let you go first?
I don't have anything to ask. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
I have a question related to the Ombuds reporting system. Can you share a little bit more about the timeline for this report? What do we expect this year versus what can the public start to see?
So the next step is actually for the board members, and lucky you, Sushma, and our board member Bhatia and Chair Rizzo get to look at the database and approve it. So in the coming weeks, the team will share that with you. And then after that, I think it'll be close to ready to launch. The DTSC team has been working for many months on it and looks really good. So, and then also our ombuds has worked on it diligently also. So. So we'll be ready to review after the two of you take a look at it.
And the reason that the two of us are reviewing it, because we're the subcommittee with oversight for ombuds. So when you hear two board members are doing something, it's our regard and acknowledgement of Bagley-Keene, where the whole board does not confer on an issue unless we're here at an open public board meeting. Subcommittees do the work with staff. So we're blessed to have that opportunity. Thank you.
We're at the corner.
Alexis?
What's the term we should use to refer to this database? What do we call it?
I guess it's the Ombuds Public Inquiry Tool. That would be or we could come up with a better name, but right now it's the Ombuds Public Inquiry Tool.
Okay, let's find
So the
something short.
ombuds pick? Okay, so maybe somebody out there will come up with a clever name for us. Maybe our comms team. There you go. Okay, that's good. Any other board comments, questions for our executive officer?
Will this be the same system that DTSC will use moving forward? Or will they be two different systems?
I'm not sure I understand.
This Ombuds tracking tool that we're working on with DTSC, will DTSC also adopt the same tool on their end? Or is this
I believe that there is a different methodology for inquiries than to come from ombuds then onto DTSC. The focus for this is public inquiry. And so this specific tool will only be for BES ombuds. And then where the inquiries go from ombuds to DTSC, that would be a separate tool.
Okay, so the tool is then intended for the public to use to log an issue.
Yes.
But it's not necessarily the place to go to track a response.
No, it can be. It
Interact
can be,
response.
yes. it
Great.
can.
Thank you.
I think, Sushma, where DTSC has its own need for a tool like that, they will use the technology of it for public engagement tool for various programs and projects. The Ombuds tool, though, the responses from DTSC to Ombuds questions and inquiries will be posted on the tool that will be housed on our website and somewhere on the DTSC website so that people can find it. The whole idea is for this to be accessible, transparent, and available, and that we promote it. So I know we'll be working with the comms team on promoting that so that it's not just something that we have in the toolbox, but that it's actually becomes part of how we think about our engagement. Does that make sense? Okay.
One more thing.
Yes, Alexis?
Unrelated to the database, I should mention that Chair Rizzo and I, as part of overall performance appraisal cycles, Chair Rizzo and I will be eliciting feedback from other board members within the confines of Bagley-Keene constraints and conduct the annual performance review of our one employee, our executive officer. As you know, as a board, we direct one person, and in turn, Swati Sharma is the supervisor of our BES staff. So we will be undergoing that. It's just something that doesn't normally get aired in a public setting, but that's something that we will be conducting between now and our next board meeting.
Thanks for that reminder. Okay, any other board comments or questions? Okay, public comment on what you've just heard, the executive officer report, or anything from my very cursory opening?
Okay, we'll open the floor for public comment on this agenda item or Madam Chair's report. So if any in-person participants would like to comment, please raise your hand. For those joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands. Seeing none in person, Madam Chair, as of right now, I see no virtual hands raised either.
Okay, that was quick. All right, we'll move on now to agenda item number 4, which is fee setting review, discussion, and action. And I think turning it over to you,
Great,
Swati.
thank you. So we will cover the fee subcommittee proposal for fee setting. So just to recap, we did hold a workshop in August, and what we're going to share today was already covered in great detail during the workshop. And so we encourage you all to go to our website and watch the fee rate setting workshop. We had some really great engaging public comments as well during that time. To recap, the fee subcommittee members is Board Chair Rizzo, Board Member Bhatia, and with support staff with myself, Board Counsel Greg Forrest, and Board Senior Engineer Linda Ocampo. Next slide, please. We've also had the wonderful support of the DTSC financial team, DTSC Chief Financial Officer Brian Brown, and Fiscal Policy and Process Improvement Manager Catherine Grant. I know we asked hundreds and hundreds of questions, and both Brian and Kate were great at explaining the complex financial workings when it comes to fee rate setting. So again, just wanted to applaud both Brian and Kate through this process. They've been wonderful to work with. So to recap BES's authority and SB 158 context, prior to SB 158, the fee rate setting process was set in statute by the legislature. So SB 158 changed the base fee rate for the first time since the 1990s. SB 158 restructured and raised fees that fund DTSC, which were the generation and handling fee, which is $49.25 per ton, as well as the facility fees with tiered rates and environmental fee with tiered rates. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of a a recap of what the tiered rates look like. And we have, again, these slides on our website, but this is what the tiered rates were changed to. Next slide, please. So starting with fiscal year 2023-24, the board must set fee rates. The board is required to set fee rates annually using emergency rulemaking authority. And the deadline to do so is October 1st, and rates are retroactive to July 1st. So the fee subcommittee, together with DTSC, set out to do three things: assess the impact of SB 158 fee increase on DTSC's overall revenues, build out the board's fee rate setting process, and then three, which is what the subcommittee will do today, is make recommendations to the full board on fee rates for 23-24. I'll hand it over now to Board Member Bhatia.
Thank you, Swati. So as Swati mentioned, we've previously talked about our approach to fee rate setting at our prior board meetings, 2 board meetings. We also held a workshop. There's also a memo that recaps all the things we've learned through the process of fee setting and our specific assumptions and approaches moving into this cycle. So today I'm going to give you a very short and quick recap of the context and then walk you through the recommendations of the subcommittee. But the key goal that we have in mind for this cycle is to ensure that DTSC will have enough revenue to implement all of its programs given the appropriations provided in the Budget Act with a reasonable or a prudent reserve. We are allowed to maintain a reserve level of up to 10%. This has been our guiding principle in deciding what the fees would be as we start to dig into it for the cycle. Our aspirational goal is to get to the 10% reserve within 3 years. Next slide. Thank you. So you'll see during our work as a subcommittee, we uncovered some areas that we would like to dig into during future cycles. These are some examples of things we would like to dig into in the future. We're calling them our bike rack items. This list is not exhaustive. The more exhaustive list is in the fee memo that's on our website. There are some other areas are important considerations we took into account for this cycle, and I'll walk you through those. But first, really quickly, these are the areas we are not looking into for this cycle. This cycle, we are not completing a full diagnostic or overhaul of the fee setting principles. For example, we're not proposing any adjustments to the underlying formulas or the equations that govern the fees. We are not solving for fee structure issues like the exemptions for certain entities or penalties for late payment and so on. We are also not revisiting the approach in place with CDTFA. We have an approach where payments are made in 2 different windows, that's November and February. We are not revisiting that approach of fee collection over those 2 windows. Lastly, we're not looking at loans at the moment. DTSC also has the option of using loans to fill any gaps within their budget. We are not evaluating loans. So with all of this, you'll be wondering, what are we looking at, given this long list that we're not looking at? Next slide. So you'll see all those areas that I covered earlier. We want to look into those in future cycles. DTSC will be hiring a team and will have more capacity. And once they build up more capacity, we'll be able to dig into a full-on diagnostic covering all those areas we talked about earlier. So with this cycle, we are balancing 3 key variables, and those are the ones listed on this slide. First is we're looking at the funds appropriated by the legislature. Second, we're looking at the revenues projected to be collected from fee payers by CDTFA. And lastly, we are looking to maintain what we called a reasonable or prudent reserve. I mentioned earlier that we are allowed to maintain a reserve of up to 10%. We're not there yet, but we want to get there by at least 3 years. Okay, DTSC, we can move on from here, but just really quickly, the considerations, the additional considerations, I'm kind of simplifying those 3 categories. There are additional considerations like program expansions that are covered in PCPs. There are also annual cost of living expenditures or CPI adjustments. There's some settlement money that comes in. All of these are various considerations that ultimately determine what the fees will be. But I think more simplistically speaking, we're looking at the three factors I laid out earlier. Okay, next slide, thank you. Okay, our subcommittee felt that it was really critical to lay out an illustrative calendar for all our stakeholders. For those of you that have followed our work, know that our guiding principle from at the start of the board has been to work in a very transparent and open way. In that spirit, we've shared all of our information and made decisions very openly and provided ample time for stakeholders to digest information and provide input. As we started to work on the fee setting subcommittee, we realized that for fees, the data points we need to make a decision sometimes have come in very late in the year. In fact, this is not just for this cycle, but this will continue to be the case in future cycles. So I'm going to walk you through what a typical calendar year looks like from a fee setting perspective, so you can start to see how late we receive all the data points to then make an informed decision. Okay, so this is again a calendar year, not a fiscal year. Q1 of every year, we get a preliminary view of the appropriations forecast in the governor's budget. That's Q1. In Q2, CDTFA receives revenues and gives a preliminary view to DTSC of the projected revenues. And then BES, together with DTSC, receive this revised forecast of appropriations in the state budget and this data point from CDTFA. In Q3, DTSC provides a view of the shortfall between the appropriated amount and the fee collected amount. And that is the data point we need to then figure out what are the implications on fee setting. At this stage, BES holds a public process to share the information we have, and our subcommittee makes a recommendation to the full board. And this is what we're going to do today. We've held the workshop. We've previously talked about all the considerations and our approach. Today, the subcommittee is going to make a recommendation to the full board. And post Q3, then in Q4, we start to collect the first installments of the fees. So again, I want to emphasize that in Q3 is when we start to get all of the data points to make a decision or to make a recommendation as a subcommittee. And this often gives us a very short window for us to engage stakeholders. So you'll see that about 2 to 3 weeks ago, we held the workshop as soon as we had information on the implications to fees. Next slide. Okay.
May I just
Yes,
ask you, since we're using acronyms, if you could explain CDTFA for those who have a questioning look?
This is a quiz.
The
California Department of Tax and Fees Administration.
There you go. Okay. It's a separate department within the state that DTSC contracts with to do and Brian can go into greater detail on that. There's a cost to the department for that. So you either have all your own staff that do it, you have a whole other department that figures out who to bill, goes out, collects, reports. All of that is done by CDTFA for, I think it's somewhere over $6 million for this next year. So that's something, again, part of the assessment that we're talking about doing is to assess that and to determine and that may very well be, that's the best way to do it. But we feel like our job is to also be involved in the analysis of that, working with the finance department, and maybe you'll go further into that. But I just wanted to be sure you understood that CDTFA, it's not inside DTSC, it's an independent program, department.
Thank you. So all of what I've shared so far is the context for the actual numbers. You're going to now be able to see the numbers of what was the appropriated amount, what the revenues collected. I'm going to now invite Brian, the CFO for DTSC, who has been working with us to help us understand the numbers and keep us up to date on the data coming in from CDTFA, to walk us through them.
Morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Rizzo and board members. Pleasure to be here today and talk to you about the numbers. So again, I am Brian Brown. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for DTSC, and my team's been supporting your fees subcommittee on over the last couple of months on developing the recommendations we're making today. So as was alluded to earlier, the first step in evaluating what fee rate should be set at for the three fees that the board is responsible for, the environmental fee, the generation and handling fee, and the facility fee. The first thing that is important to keep in mind is that the requirement in SB 158 is that those fee rates be set at a level that is sufficient to cover the budget appropriations for the department plus a reserve of up to 10%. Board Member Bhatia spoke to that earlier. So the first thing that we did is provide the board with fund condition statements for the two funds, the Toxic Substances Control Account and the Hazardous Waste Control Account, that those three fees feed into. And so what you can see on the screen now is the first of those, TSCA, we referred to it, Toxic Substances Control Account. And as I said, the TSCA is supported by the environmental fee and supports much of the department's site mitigation work, as well as our Safer Consumer Products program, as well as other things. And what you see here is a simplified fund condition statement. There's a lot more detail that goes behind all of this. And just maybe as one caveat before we proceed, for those of you who may be familiar with DTSC's budget and TSCA, you may be aware that some of our EXIDE-related cleanup funding is funded initially by the general fund but goes through TSCA. That, both the transfers into TSCA as well as the expenditures from TSCA for EXIDE-related work is not included here. So you can think of this as more as our baseline TSCA program. So with that, what you can see here is a beginning balance at the start of the year of about $38 million. We're estimating environmental fee revenues of $109 million. Now, what's important here is this is assuming that the fee rate, the environmental fee rates, which are tiered, are kept at the same level they were last year. So this is sort of the status quo. You can see other adjustments that we have to account for. There's a number of things in here. It includes, for example, some miscellaneous revenues that come into the fund, such as for cost recovery, but it also includes a couple of important transfers out of the fund. That's why the number's negative. That includes a transfer that we make on an annual basis from TSCA to the site remediation account, and that's the fund that we use to support our state and federal orphan site work. There's also a one-time $15 million transfer out of TSCA that is to support the shortfall in the generation and handling fee revenue that supports HWCA. I'll talk about that in just a moment, but that was alluded to earlier as well. You can see that our budgeted expenditure level for TSCA this year is $119 million. With all those adjustments and factors taken into account, we estimate a projected year-end fund balance of $8.5 million. And that would be 7.1% of our estimated expenditure level. So you can see it is below the 10% maximum reserve level dictated in SB 158. Next slide, please. So with that, the subcommittee asked that our team take a look at two alternative scenarios. One would be, what would it look like, how would fees need to be adjusted to generate less revenue such that the projected year-end fund balance was 5% rather than the 7% that we're currently projecting? And then alternative two is, how would fee rates need to be adjusted to generate more revenue such that our year-end fund balance would be estimated at the maximum 10%? So what would that look like? And that's what you see here on the screen. If you look at the table, what you can see is the environmental fee, the way it's structured is it's tiered, and it's based on, it's charged to businesses in California based on their size as determined by the number of employees. And it's tiered so that you can see that smaller companies pay lower fee amounts, larger companies pay a larger fee amount. And you can see the baseline fee rate, that is the rate of the environmental fee for each tier in the 2022-23 fiscal year. So each of those two scenarios, what we did, we looked at what would happen first in the case where we were trying to achieve a 5% fund balance at the end of the year, and you can see that in the third column of the table. The fees would have to be adjusted down, in that case, equivalent to a 2.3% reduction in overall fee revenue, and assuming it is applied proportionally across the tiers. You can see in the last column the second scenario that we were asked to look at, which is if we increased fee rates such that it generated additional revenue, in this case about $3 million, or a 3.1% increase in overall fees in the environmental fee. And you can see in that last column how those fee rates would need to be adjusted to accomplish that. If we can turn to the next slide, please. So our other major fund supported by these fees is the Hazardous Waste Control Account, or HWCA. This is supported by two fees, a generation and handling fee as well as a facility fee. And this pot of funding supports, in particular, our hazardous waste management program, so our permitting activities, our enforcement activities, as well as a number of other things. So let me walk you through this. So you can see here that our beginning estimated balance for HWCA is about $10 million. We're projecting, again, assuming the status quo fee rate, which for the generation and handling fee is $49.25 per ton. And this fee is assigned for each ton of hazardous waste generated, that fee rate is applied. There are some exceptions. For example, generators who generate less than 5 tons are exempted from paying the fee for each site. So we're estimating if you kept the fee rate the same level, it would generate about $48 million in revenues this year. This is somewhat higher than what we estimate for last year because the total amount of hazardous waste generated, according to manifest, is somewhat higher for this year. Facility fee revenue, so these are the fees that are charged to facilities that are permitted by DTSC and for either managing or disposing of hazardous waste. We estimate $13 million in revenues from that fee. That's the same as what we're estimating for last year. We do have a number of other adjustments. The most significant here is $55 million in loans to HWCA. This includes the $15 million from TSCA that I spoke to a moment ago, as well as another $40 million from the Beverage Container Recycling Fund, administered by CalRecycle. And those loans are necessary to address a shortfall in the generation and handling fee, the revenues that we identified last year. So when SB 158 was approved, it was estimated that the fee would generate $81 million in revenues for the department, but in fact we're estimating that we'll only receive about half that amount last year and ongoing. So that created a shortfall in our budget, and the loans are one time to allow us to continue our operations this year, maintain a solvent fund for the year, and in the meantime, we will be working, as the chair alluded to, we will be working this year to investigate the causes of that shortfall and develop recommendations. So our total budgeted expenditures for HWCA is $123 million. With all those adjustments accounted for, we're projecting a year-end balance of $10.3 million, or about 8.3% of expenditures. That is below the 10% threshold set in 158, though somewhat closer, and I think based on that, we were not asked to provide alternative scenarios as we did for TSCA. So with that, I can turn it back to the board.
Thank you, Brian. I just want to talk about the analysis that we'll all be doing over the next year. and you'll be expanding your staff by, I think, 5 experts that will work with your team and the board. I just want to be sure I've got this right. To do this analysis, SB 158 requires us to do a fee analysis, and that analysis will be internal as well as CDTFA. One of the issues that came up, that I had raised the question of the employee reporting, and CDTFA has the ability, correct, to go to EDD to determine employees. One of the questions that's come from the public and from board members, there are people that have under a certain number of employees and don't have to pay a fee. Is that a valid number, right?
Yeah. So
And how will we analyze that?
So we spoke about CDTFA, the Department of Tax and Fee Administration, earlier. So
Right.
for all three of these fees, CDTFA is the actual tax collection agency. And so you're speaking, I think, specifically to the environmental fee,
Right.
which is charged to businesses based on the number of employees. And so that is something where CDTFA works directly with EDD, which is the State Department, and I'm going to forget their acronym now, but
Employment Development Department.
Thank you. CDTFA and EDD work together. EDD provides CDTFA with the data on the number of employees for every business, and then CDTFA uses that to assess what fee level needs to be paid by each of those businesses.
Great, thanks for re-clarifying that for those who weren't at the workshop. So thanks for that. Other questions for Brian or comments?
I just want to be very clear that what you heard so far is that the fee structure is very complex. We've oversimplified this for you as best as we were able. Thank you, Brian, for doing that. In short, there's lots of movements in and out, right? Movements in terms of settlement money, or like we expect that the revenues that we project will come in, but they don't always come in. Brian mentioned that too. So we have to constantly balance out the revenues that come in with the costs that we incur. So for this cycle, we are essentially treating this as a finance exercise with the ultimate goal of making sure that DTSC has enough funds to continue to run its programs. And as Jeannie pointed out, we have a whole laundry list of things we want to do in the future, a deeper diagnostic. For that, we need more capacity, and that's what we're going to continue to build. But where we are today is, given that fees were just adjusted through SB 158, our recommendation, our subcommittee's recommendation, is that we maintain fees as is. This allows us to first fully do a diagnostic and understand what adjustments do we need to make, and be thoughtful about it and engage all of our stakeholders as we do so. So this is our recommendation to the full board.
That's great. And the other piece of this is that we want to be able to bring this forth with ultimate clarity, and there may be questions for Brian from other board members or from the public, for those who didn't attend the workshop or still have questions. But we've been meeting weekly, and we really have appreciated that. It's a deep dive for us to absorb what they've been working on for the whole year with a great big team. But I think we finally got it, right? Which was good. Are there other board questions, Alexis?
There's a little bit more content in terms of
Slides.
timeline.
So why don't we keep going? Sorry
We
about
hand it over to Greg now.
that. It's Greg Forrest, our attorney advisor.
Thank you. Could I have the next slide, please? So in terms of next steps, we are anticipating that the board will take action today regarding the fee rates, and then we will need to go through the emergency rulemaking process. And so that involves mailing out notice to stakeholders. We have a mailing list, and we'll be sending out this notice on Monday. It's required to go out for 5 working days, and then we would submit our emergency rulemaking package to the Office of Administrative Law. We're anticipating doing that on September 18th, or at the latest would be the 19th. They have a 10-day period in which they allow public comments. So there's a 5-day comment period, and then OAL has 5 days to review and approve that rulemaking. And we're anticipating that occurring by the end of September because, of course, these need to be in place by October 1st. So that's the road ahead for this. Next slide, please. That's all I had. Thank you.
I just want to make note that coming to that short presentation was a lot of work, right? Going through the Office of Administrative Law, understanding how to do emergency regs. It's different than the regular regulatory process, right? Getting regs can take years. So with being given that authority in 158 for emergency regs on fees, that was a big deal on the part of the legislature to say, you have this independent authority. So we want to do it deeply and respectfully of the entire process. And I think that's why we've invested a significant amount of time and effort into this, which is invisible for the most part. It's not out there in the world. This is those long meetings with PowerPoints and the analysis. So I just want to acknowledge how much work went into what Greg had to do to understand completely and be sure that as we traffic this to the Office of Administrative Law, that we have everything done properly, precisely, and that we follow the rules for this. So I want to thank you for that, Greg. I know that was a heavy lift. The other piece that we didn't address specifically is loan repayment. And so we have to really look at what the expectation is. Our goal would be that we set a 3-year loan repayment plan if we can and build that in, because there was a significant loan from the general fund to fill the shortfall. But again, we heard from fee payers that there was confusion for some of them because there were the old fee rates and then the new fee rates. And Brian, maybe you can explain that a little bit for the public in terms of how that worked and why we may have some non-compliance, or I'll call it confusion, that will result in having to go back and reclaim fees from some fee payers who felt confused by this or non-compliant.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, Chair, are you asking kind of some of the history of how we got to SB 158, or?
The whole idea of when we look at it and we have a shortfall and we don't understand where there are non-compliance within that shortfall and what we have to do with CDTFA to understand that.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's all right. You can talk about anything you want, but if you'll also answer that.
So what we identified as a bit of context last year is we saw that our generation and handling fee revenues were coming in lower than what we projected. It was alluded to earlier, there's a prepayment due in November, and then the final payment is due in February of each year. And so we saw from those November payments, we started to see that they were coming in lower than anticipated. As we saw that, we started to try to do some analysis with the data that we had available to what was driving that. There were a few factors that we identified as possible contributors, but it was based on very preliminary data. And so what we're going to do this year, we did get a budget change proposal, a budget adjustment approved in the Budget Act this year that provided us with a few extra positions in funding to work internally at DTSC, but also in partnership with CDTFA to identify what those causes are and to refine our understanding of those causes and then develop recommendations. So some of the things that we're looking at are which group of fee payer, who's paying the fee and who's not, who's paying late based on what kind of waste. And so we see, for example, that by our preliminary estimates that we developed last year, just as one example, we think there's about 20% of our waste that's not being paid on. When we don't really know why that is. Does it have to do with misunderstanding by the fee payer community? Does it have to do with there are some limited exemptions in the law? Those exemptions changed in SB 158 compared to the prior generator fee, so perhaps there's some confusion about which exemptions carry forward. We're also doing things like looking at our exemption process so that we can make sure that going forward that those entities that believe that they qualify for an exemption, there's an opportunity for us to review that and make sure that it's being applied consistently. So we're looking at a number of different things. There are also some issues, some real challenges with data. I think this is partly what you're alluding to, where CDTFA collects data on fee payers and DTSC collects data on manifest and hazardous waste generated. Unfortunately, those two systems were developed independently and don't work together, communicate very well together. And so that we're looking for opportunities to fix that so that we can do better oversight and ensure compliance on a going forward basis.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to pull forth for everyone to understand the reason that we feel we have to do, one of the reasons we feel we have to do this deep dive over the next year, and I'm really glad you got the budget change proposal, so we'll have a dedicated team to work with. So thank you. I think Liz has a question. Liz, I'm pointing to the screen up there. Hi, Liz.
I do. Hi, can you guys hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, I actually have a couple of questions. And the bigger part of it had to do with you just explained the shortfall, how we got there, and the possible, what possibly contributed. So thanks for going through that. And so my question related to that is are there currently penalties, or is that something that we're going to have to discuss? And do we have the ability as a board to talk about that for late payments? I understand that there's probably, a lot of reasons why people are paying late, and there might be confusion. So that's definitely something, that's gonna require a lot of board discussion in the future. And also, it sounds like you guys have been meeting weekly, which is great. As a board, though, do we need to have a standing item at our board meetings to really kind of get ahead of this? Because we do have such a short period to discuss, next year when we do, go through and revise these fees. Is there any way to kind of get ahead? I know that we're limited on the information and we're trying to fix that and make that more well, I'm hoping we're going to make it more transparent. And so, is it something that you all are looking into, how to do that, how to include us as a board for discussion, and so that it, whether we get good news or bad news, whether the shortfall gets worse, so that we can be better prepared to deal with that. And let me see. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Liz. I think it's fair and reasonable to assume that we will report out on this at every board meeting. I also anticipate that we will have more workshops than last year. We had one workshop by the time we were able to gather all the information. So as we progress with our understanding, we may have workshops on a certain element or issue related to this, where we'll say we really want to have, we're finding this, or we might need a workshop to discuss our contract with CDTFA, for example. Are there other things we want to ask for? Can we? How does that work? And keeping definitely the board and the public up to date about this. The other piece that we have to incorporate into this thinking is what's the expectation on the part of the legislature on the general fund loan repay? Do we get, it looks like there's not an expectation for this year for payback, but ideally we would set a loan repay system in place, and then that would have to go into the budget as well. So we want to be fiscally responsible and not assume, oh, we don't have to pay back that loan. I think we want to approach it, a loan is a loan. And unless somebody says you don't have to pay it, it's a loan until somebody forgives the loan. So we don't know how that works, but I know we're going to want to explore that with you and with the rest of the team. So I think that's absolutely correct, Liz, that this should be a standing subcommittee agenda item. And I know Sushma's nodding since she's going to hold that. Right? Yes, there she goes. Okay. Thank you. Did you have more you want to add, Brian?
Well, first I'll just offer that we're happy to support the board and the subcommittee on an ongoing basis with any information that we can, and
I know.
For future meetings and workshops. And then I did want to try to answer Board Member Ruiz's question about penalties really quickly. And I don't have the specifics in front of me, but to answer your question, yes, CDTFA does have authority to issue penalties and interest charges on late payments. And it is actually one of the areas that we want to look at as part of our overall analysis to understand better whether those penalties are appropriate, whether how often they're utilized, and so on. So we will be looking at that as part of the kind of some of the enforcement and oversight questions that we're investigating.
Yeah, that's great, because I mean, in essence, if these late payments or the lack of receiving these payments was adding to future shortfall, then it's going to be a catch-up game, and we definitely need to get ahead of that any way possible, and in a fair way too, because I mean, we don't want to be, in essence, penalizing those who are paying in time for, to cover that shortfall caused by those who aren't. So we definitely need to have a pretty big focus on how to deal with that.
Right, so we have the compliance issue. We know that there's exemption issues. How do we deal with that? The confusion. So some people are just slow, or they wait until you come after them, and others really are misunderstanding what happened in that transition. So it's a lot for us to unpack. And again, I think you made the point, Liz, we don't want to penalize those who have been paying their fees on time by increasing fees to cover non-compliant or late. And then again, we want to explore, what's the penalty level? Is the penalty level significant enough to drive compliance or not? So we don't know that yet. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at. Sushma, do you have?
A question for Brian. Brian, can you share a little bit about the timeline for hiring those 5 additional staff?
Right.
Yeah, so those new positions were authorized as of July 1st, so it's just been about 2 months. We're in the hiring process for all 5 positions at various stages. None of them have been onboarded yet, but for some of them, we've been doing interviews for in various stages of the process. And I'll just, for clarity, one of those positions is in my financial planning section, but this is really a cross-department effort, so it also includes staff attorneys. It also includes a couple of positions in our hazardous waste management program that are involved in, for example, the hazardous waste management plan development, so some data people in that area, and then also a position in our IT office. So it's really a collaborative effort across a number of different programs within the department.
That's great.
So for the people that are motivated by our discussion on fees should apply for these roles and help us
Absolutely,
with the
we can use
diagnostic.
help.
Thank you.
I just saw 20 hands go up. That's great. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yes.
Yes, Alexis?
I wanted to thank each of you to my left for the work that you've done. I know we were on an accelerated schedule given the earlier slide showing the quarter by quarter, and I think that you've put a great deal of effort into this. I wanted to thank DTSC as well. I'm hopeful that in the course of our more informed and intensive effort this year, that we will have a more reliable estimate of the generation and handling fee going into the cycle much earlier. I'm oversimplifying to think that there's just one input from CDTFA in the first quarter when one needs probably biweekly inputs as to what that level of fee paying may be. So I'm hopeful that with an established team and with building our level of knowledge, that we can find ways to increase the reliability of that revenue estimate on an ongoing basis, not just a snapshot, which it may not be. Secondly, I'm interested in learning over the coming year how CDTFA works with EDT to confirm the number of employees. Given a business cycle and the ups and downs in any given sector, there may be greater or fewer numbers within the range that is shown on the slide you presented. And so do we have a way of cycling back to confirm that we have the right data as we go about looking at those who are paying and not paying? I'm interested in understanding in much greater detail who are exempted from paying the 3 categories of fees and having a robust workshop and board discussion around those exemptions. As we discussed in the context of the hazardous waste management plan and report, if the goal of the state is to reduce hazardous waste generation, at our legislative oversight hearing, the question was asked, well, what would that impact be on the department if we were successful in reducing hazardous waste generation? It would in turn result in less revenue for DTSC, and how would we manage that outcome? So there's an interesting long-term discussion to be had in the course of a public workshop. And lastly, I will just mention that as the liaison to the Department of Defense agencies, they anecdotally mentioned the difficulty they have engaging with CDTFA when they are trying to pay punctually and not finding the system to work. And so I'm very interested next year in the analysis of the relationship with CDTFA, the costs that DTSC bears with that tax collection agency, and what are the options going forward. So most of all, thank you to the team for your very hard work while working on many other topics.
Thank you, Alexis. It was actually fun. I know that sounds weird, but the other piece on exemptions, there are some that are in statute, that they're not, there are some that might self-exempt or read the rules a certain way and exempt, and then there are those where the legislature passes something, and that's sitting in front of us right now, looming, a statutory exemption, which there's good reasons for it, and there's also a challenge for us with that. So we'll be exploring all those exemptions and how they came about, right? Like, is it just historical? It's the way it always was, or was it in statute? And if it's in statute and we have significant thinking about it, then we can go back to the legislature and talk about that, right? Since DTSC is dependent on fees for its budget, it's not general fund money, so which is a whole great big philosophical conversation about that. But given that that's what it has to rely on, and the demand for its work is getting greater and greater with every bit of public input, it's really hard to see that you would just reduce activity to allow for a reduced budget. So that's, and I think the legislature understands that, or at least they've invited that from us. So we have a lot of work to do on that piece, and thank you, Brian. We'll have public comment now, or questions for any of us or the board or there. Sushma.
Thank you. So far we've agreed to, as a subcommittee, come to these board meetings with an update on fees. I have a formal ask for DTSC, a two-part ask. One is to provide regular updates on your hiring schedule and for these roles specifically. And then your data, the raw data on the revenues collected and also appropriations views that you start to get on a more regular basis, might be at least monthly. That's my first ask. My second ask is, I'm hearing that there's a lot of interest in this board to have a formal presentation or understanding of the exemptions and then the penalties. So if you could come back at a future board meeting and talk to us about those two pieces, exemptions and penalties, please. Thank you.
That's great. And I think in addition to the timeline on the hiring, we will be working in the subcommittee to establish a timeline for all the activities that we want to accomplish with you, and then determine what board meetings, where the presentations need to be, or where we're, as we update the board. But we don't want this crunch again. And it's not on you. We were just coming up to it. And it was, so we've appreciated that you brought us up to speed as quickly as you did and as patiently as you did. I will say that. Okay, so public comment, questions?
Okay, we're going to open this, the floor now for public comment for this agenda item on fee setting. So if anyone on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please raise your virtual hands. For those joining us in person, please raise your hands and I'll call you up individually. I see one hand in person. You may come up. For those joining on Zoom, please continue to raise your virtual hands and I will call on you after we take in-person comment. You may go ahead, please state your name and affiliation.
My name's Jenny Knack. I'm with Parents Against SSFL. I did not attend the fee setting workshop, so I'm coming in blind. I will go back and watch it. I'm assuming it's online.
Yeah.
But my question is, if the exemptions are acting as loopholes, how much of money that's coming from the general fund could be replaced by bringing, like through enforcement, bringing those folks into compliance if those exemptions aren't legitimate? is the board able to work with the legislature to fix those loopholes? And two, this may not apply to this issue, and please just tell me, I guess I really don't understand. But from our side, we have a lot of fines that are just have not been enforced for years. And how much money or revenue from unenforced fines from remediation sites, not just hazardous waste sites, could be making up for this huge budget shortfall? Has the board looked into that?
That's part of the analysis that we'll be doing. And Brian, I don't know if you have any comments on that, but it's built into the analysis that we're going to do. Understanding there may be some very good and legitimate reasons why a state agency that picks up trash along the way didn't generate it, didn't cause it to happen, but cleaned it up. When they get to the dump with it, are they, there's things like that that we just need to fully understand every category of exemption, how it came about, whether it remains a legitimate one or one that we want to comment to the legislature about. Bearing in mind that there's also a tremendous interest and commitment to keep businesses going. It's why small businesses were exempted in the last fee structure, because it's such a heavy burden. We'll look at that. We don't know the answer to that. I don't know what light you can shed, Brian.
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting question. I think what's important to maybe clarify is that each of those exemptions that we apply are in statute. And so when SB 158 was passed, they were explicitly debated, considered, and included. Now, some of those were ones that carried over from prior to 158. But in some cases, they were narrowed as well. And so for each exemption, there is a policy rationale. And so I think probably for us, one of the key questions, analytical questions that we're looking at with respect to exemptions is how consistently are those exemptions being applied? Are they, and do we have a process in place that provides for consistent use of that exemption? I think you referred to earlier, Chair, the self-exemption, and I think what we found is that historically business has been allowed to effectively self-exempt. That means that if they determine that on their own that they qualify for one of those statutory exemptions, they simply don't file, or they file what we call a zero return, meaning they file with CDTFA, but they don't, for $0. And so what we're recognizing is we probably need to make sure that we've got a process where we're reviewing that, confirming that those exemptions are appropriate. And in some cases, it may be, for example, that they are accurate, that part of their generation is exempted and part is not. So you could have a lot of different cases, and it could be, in some cases, it may be because the generator is genuinely misunderstanding the interpretation of the law. In other cases, it may be something else. So that's what we're trying to dig into now.
And in your experience, has misunderstanding led to somebody overpaying?
I think we're looking at that as well, because we do see examples in the data where a fee payer, based on the data we have in our data system on generation, it looks like the amount of fee they should pay historically was lower than the amount they actually did pay. Now, but as I alluded to before, I have to add the caveat that our data systems, the CDTFA and DTSC data systems, don't always marry perfectly, so there's always a little bit of uncertainty. But it is certainly possible that any entity, we have thousands of generators paying these fees, it is certainly possible that some could overpay because of some kind of misunderstanding. And so because of that, another area that we're, as part of all this, is how are we and CDTFA communicating effectively with fee payers to ensure that they have access to current and clear information and throughout the year, not just, for example, one-time blast.
Thank you for that. Did that answer your question? Go back and watch the video. Okay, great. Any other questions or comments?
Are there any additional in-person comments? Seeing none in person, I do have 2 hands on Zoom. Michael Dudasco, you may go ahead. I'm sending you a request to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yes, Mike Dudasco with York Engineering and Environmental Consulting Company. And I just have a couple comments to make. I think one of the issues with the payment of the fees and the transition to CDTFA is what we've observed from working with our clients is that people were waiting for the previous system of being invoiced by DTSC and weren't, and the process wasn't fully communicated about the transition of having to get a CDTFA account and work through there to do that. So I think that was one issue. A second issue with the a comment was made about a 20% underpayment. I'm not sure what the basis for that was, but one of the things perhaps that may be looking at is a total tonnage reported in the DTSC hazardous waste tracking system versus what the generators are reporting. And I wanted to call attention to an inherent inaccuracy of the hazardous waste tracking system in that it only reports a assumed weight. If somebody is shipping, this is particularly happens with bulk shipments in cubic yard bins, the manifest will show 20 cubic yards and DTSC will apply a fixed factor of weight per that cubic yard, whether that bin is actually 10 cubic yards full or not. So in doing some work for the hazardous waste minimization program for a client, we saw a very big discrepancy of that later, which also reinforces the fact that as the hazardous waste management report identified, the largest waste stream in California is soil, and so therefore, paying the they're also the largest fees for the hazardous waste generator fee, and so that's poses an issue is that you're giving a disincentive for cleanup by imposing these fees, and so that's I think something that should be considered as well.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of the that challenge, but I think as we explore this, I can see. The minute Sushma picks up her pen, I know we're going to take care of it. So she's jotting down her to-do list.
Okay. Don Kepke, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Great, thank you. Dawn Kepke, McHugh, Kepke Padron on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, otherwise known as CEEB. I appreciate the conversation, discussion today. CEEB certainly looks forward to ongoing discussions on the fee setting process and certainly very interested, as we've shared before, in ongoing discussions regarding hazardous waste classification, as well as the exemptions mentioned today that need perhaps additional discussion as well. Also appreciate the board's proposal to not increase fees this go around. We will certainly continue to be engaged both with the board, DTSC, et cetera. In terms of a couple of the comments with regard to the question about are we seeing some generators overpaying? I would just note that there is at least one of CEEB members that did, based on kind of work with CDTFA and DTSC, was identified as having overpaid. So certainly appreciate CDTFA and DTSC working with them on that. We do know there are a couple of other CEEB members that there was a discrepancy and needing to work with DTSC to better understand kind of what those adjustments need to be going forward and to have further clarity. So appreciate the ongoing engagement and certainly look forward to continuing discussions and engagement with the board, DTSC, CDTFA going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to know there's an example for us to use to unpack. Thank you for that. Any other comments, Sheena?
At this time, I do not see any additional hands raised, but let me check with the Spanish line to ensure that there are no Spanish comments. Interpreters, can you please notify me if there are any comments on the Spanish line? Madam Chair, there are no additional comments. That closes out this comment period for this agenda item.
Thank you, and thank you again, Brian. I'll look to Sushma to make a motion from the subcommittee.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt the fee rates recommended by our subcommittee for the current fiscal year.
Can we clarify that motion that there's no fee rate change? So it's not adopting the fees, it's adopting a no change, right?
Yes, we're adopting a no change.
I would second the motion.
Okay.
I'm going to take a roll call vote. Jeannie Rizzo,
Yes?
Sushma Bhatia,
Yes.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker,
Aye.
Lizette Ruiz.
Yes.
4 yeses, the motion passes as submitted.
Thank you. And I think we acknowledge that we are 4 board members now. A quorum is 3. Member Gomez is not with us today, and Member Ruiz will leave to be mom at noon. So just want to be sure we all are reminded of that, but we'll maintain a quorum because we're hearty souls and we'll stay. Okay, so thanks again.
Before we move forward, I have a question related to something Brian brought up regarding kind of revising and looking through some of the exemptions that people submitted in lieu of making a payment and verifying that information. If that information is incorrect, can we kind of either do adjust accordingly? Can we ask those folks to pay either what they owe, or if we find vice versa that they overpaid, can that be adjusted accordingly? Or is that even something that we would be doing now, or is that something that would have to be looked at for the future?
Yeah, it's a good question. Even setting aside the issue with the shortfall itself, if CDTFA, which is usually responsible for auditing, for example, if they were ever to find that a fee payer had underpaid or not paid the amount that they duly owed, they have the authority to require that payment later. And then conversely, if we ever find, when we do find those examples of overpayment, if we can validate that, then there's a process for refunding or crediting for the overpayment.
And that includes interest in both directions, correct? If we've collected fees that we have to pay back, do we have to pay them back with interest?
That's a good question. I don't know. I can look into that, though.
But underpayment could be interest and penalty.
Right.
Thank you.
And so is that something that's going to be analyzed now, or is that something being worked on now, the verification of that information, or is that something planned for the future?
So I think as part of this analysis, as we go back through our data, if we identify that there are generators, fee payers that did not pay, that, for example, claimed an exemption for which they did not qualify, then I think we'd work with CDTFA to correct that.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. We're going to take a crisp 10-minute break right now, bio break, and then we'll come back and
Your audio, Madam Chair.
we're going to take a 10-minute break now. Thank you. And we'll come back and we'll talk about hazardous waste permit appeals. So welcome back. And we're actually right on time and a little bit early, but we can change that. We can run over if we have to. Okay, so now we're on the next agenda item, which
Madam
is...
Chair, my
Yes?
apologies. May I reestablish quorum?
Oh, please do.
We have 4 members out of 5 present, and a quorum is maintained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheena. So we're now going to talk about an update from the Hazardous Waste Permit Appeal Subcommittee of the board and staff. So the subcommittee, for those of you who haven't memorized all of our subcommittees, it's Alexis Hacker and Lizette Ruiz are the board designated subcommittee for this category. And Linda Ocampo, who's our hazardous waste engineer, I know we've changed, senior staff engineer. I apologize, Linda, wherever you are. And we regret that Linda couldn't be with us today, but our staff attorney advisor, Greg Forrest, will present Linda's presentation on her behalf.
Thank you very much. Could I have the next slide, please? So as you're aware, we have 2 appeals pending. I'm going to go talk about both of them. I'm going to talk about lighting resources first, since it was the first appeal that was filed. We're going to have an opportunity for folks that are interested in speaking about lighting resources to go ahead and speak. And after we've heard from those folks, then we'll go on to the second appeal. So this appeal is by Lighting Resources itself. It's a facility appeal. So they appealed the issuance of their standardized permit. That permit was approved by DTSC on June 30th of 2022, and Lighting Resources timely filed their appeal on July 28th, 2022. When the appeal was filed, a stay took effect, which allows the board to then hear the appeal, and it stays the effectiveness of the permit. And we had an extra long stay in this case because we adopted our new permit appeal regulations. You recall those from the March board meeting. Those took effect on May 1st. And actually, right on the very first day, Lighting Resources refiled their appeal on May 1st. So this board adopted an initial order which established which of the various issues that were raised in the appeal would be heard by the board. Some of those issues will not be heard and were dismissed. And that initial order also established a tentative hearing schedule. Could I have the next slide? So since then, we've had briefing that has been provided to the board. So Lighting Resources, the appellant, filed their brief and submitted it to the board on July 31st. DTSC has filed an opposition brief. We received that very recently, just last week. And we're anticipating Lighting Resources filing a reply brief. Their deadline is September 15th. So as a staff and working with the subcommittee, we're reviewing those briefs and we're conducting an analysis. Next slide. So on our calendar looking forward, we have established a tentative public hearing date to decide the appeal in Ontario on October 26th on Ontario City Hall. And we've got some information on our website there. We haven't sent out the notifications yet, but we will do that once we're a little bit closer toward the end of this month. I wanted to point out here that we did receive an outreach from the attorney representing Lighting Resources asking for us to consider continuing that date because the Lighting Resources and DTSC have been discussing possibly some kind of compromise or settlement, and so wanted to raise that. I understand he's going to be appearing here today. I don't need to speak for him, but I wanted to make you all aware of that. And really, that's about all I had for this matter, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Madam Chair, I'd like to invite DTSC to give us an update on this matter.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Rizzo, members of the board.
Identify yourself for the record.
My name is Wayne Lorenzen. I'm the Division Chief for Permitting at DTSC. And I just wanted to thank Greg for the presentation and acknowledge that we have received communications from Lighting Resources, and we're currently evaluating those communications. We've just received them. We haven't had a lot of time to dig through them, but we would ask that on any request for a continuance for the hearing related to Lighting Resources, that we go through the procedures established by the board. We feel like those procedures are well established. We're getting used to them. We're getting the feel for them. We're getting the run with them. And we're hoping that that Lighting Resources would make such a request through the proper motion filed to the board, and then, the response opportunities that DTSC has would then follow. So we appreciate the communications and the outreach from Lighting Resources, but we're just hoping to follow that established process.
Yes, thank you for that. And we are 7 weeks from that hearing date. So we've had this appeal for the better part of a year. And we're now 7 weeks out from it. So it's an interesting request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Ruiz and I would look forward to our hearing several weeks hence. I would love to know that of the 17 issues that we've agreed to hear on appeal, that the discussions that may happen between the facility and DTSC might narrow the differences, because I think otherwise there's a great deal for us to get into in the course of our Ontario-based hearing. But let me first turn to my colleague, Board Member Ruiz.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
What we suggest, given the difference in the two facility appeals that we are going to update today, is that we ask our board clerk to see if there are any public comments on the lighting resources matter before we turn to our other appeal matter.
Thank you, Member Hacker. So we're going to open the floor for public comment in response to this agenda item regarding lighting resources. I will take Zoom commenters first. So please raise your virtual hands or press *9 on your phone. I do see Ira Klein has their hand raised. You may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yes, good morning, Chair Rizzo and board members. My name is Ira Klein. I'm the attorney from Cox Castle representing Lighting Resources. And I want to assure the board, I want to assure the department that we will be requesting a continuance through the normal process by submitting a motion. I am involved in a trial in a complex environmental matter in federal district court. And while I was initially optimistic that case might settle, it's currently scheduled to begin trial on October 10th and go for about 4 weeks. So that will carry us through the currently scheduled appeal date for this matter. And we do think during that period of time, looking forward to further discussions with the department in hopes of resolving or narrowing the issues that will be presented to the board on appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any additional comments in regards to the lighting resources item? Any in-person comments in regards to this item? Seeing none, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question on timeliness and reasonableness for the request, given that the board meeting date is already set, has been set for months, and it's not like we can move these things on a dime. So what's baked in or built in to our current protocols for this kind of thing? Or are we just talking about reasonableness?
Well, clearly, we prefer to receive a request as early as possible to give us as much room to maneuver as we can. We have not yet hit the deadline or passed the deadline for such a request. So we couldn't say at this point that it's untimely or that they've lost their opportunity to make a formal request for a continuance. We haven't reached that point yet. But
what is that point?
You know, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to check in with the Spanish interpreters. If there are any comments on the Spanish line, please let me know.
We're waiting on the Spanish line for those of you looking quizzically at the silence.
I just received word, Madam Chair, there are no comments on the Spanish line. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheena. Okay.
We have comments in the room, Sheena.
We have comments in the room and board discussion. Do you want to come to the mic?
And please state your name and affiliation.
Matt, just press this button.
Thank you. Now it's on. Matt Williamson. I'm a partner at the law firm of Manat, Phelps & Phillips. One thing, and this has happened in the next appeal that we're going to be talking about that I wanted to raise with the board. I was going to raise it in public comment on the next one, but I'll raise it now because it's come up. That is striking me as strange with the way that we're proceeding with these appeals is trying to set the appeal hearings by default with a regularly scheduled meeting for the board. I do these with many administrative bodies, and typically they are very flexible with when they schedule these hearings, and they are not connected to a regularly scheduled meeting. I share your comment about the concern over seeking a continuance. I hear you on that. That's hard because you guys have scheduled a regular public meeting. But the flip side of this is it sounds like DTSC, there's an opportunity for DTSC and Lighting Resources in this case to minimize some issues, and a short continuance may significantly make this easier for you guys to process. So one suggestion for you guys to consider, and that I certainly have experienced with the way other boards handle this, is to decouple the regularly scheduled meeting from the hearing so that you have more flexibility with the scheduling of these, both in terms of accelerating the scheduling in the case of the EcoBat appeal that we'll talk about later, but in this case, giving you a flexibility with a short continuance. So that would be a suggestion for your guys' consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a separate day from the board meeting, by the way.
Mr. Williamson makes a good point that we're all very much aware of, which is that we're like a, what's the word I'm looking for? We're sort of like a tribe without a home. We have 5 board members who live in different parts of California and staff who live in different parts of California, and we don't really have a home base. We're sort of semi-nomadic. And therefore, we try to schedule our meetings as we have done for the first half of next year with some time in advance. If I go back to our executive officer's budget presentation, we are also somewhat limited in what we can spend to convene a meeting. And so places that we have sought to have meetings in communities, sometimes those city councils would not let us use their equipment, for instance. We don't have equipment of our own to bring to these settings. And so we try very hard in the pendency between our hearings to find a location that makes sense. In this case, the next meeting being Ontario because the Lighting Resources facility is in Ontario, but also to work around our host city council's own schedule of public meetings and to do so within a very limited meeting and travel budget. So I agree with Mr. Williamson's comment. It would be lovely to decouple it and be able to move more nimbly to set, and maybe we can try to do that given the anticipated appeal agenda before us in the next 12 months. As of now, for the rest of this year, I don't think we have the wherewithal to easily set independent board meetings to hear permit appeals and to bring all 5 board members and staff to those locations. But it's something that we'll strive to do. But let me turn to our board attorney, Greg Forrest.
Thank you for that, and sorry about the delay here, but I was able to look back at our procedures, and we do set these up with an underlying anticipation that our hearings will be scheduled at the same time as our board meetings, or within a day or two. That's an assumption that's built into this because when we set up the request for a continuance, we say that you can request it to be moved to the next regularly scheduled meeting. And so it's sort of has that built-in expectation that these are going to be scheduled around board meetings. That was just an assumption that we had going into the appeal procedures. Doesn't mean it can't be changed, but that is the way we set it up now. And to answer your question, Chair Rizzo, 30 days is the last day that a continuance can be filed. So we haven't quite reached that 30-day mark yet because the hearing is scheduled for October 26th. I would encourage Lighting Resources to file that motion as soon as possible, giving everybody more time to digest it, oppose it, or consider it. But as I've said before, now that I've checked, they haven't reached that deadline yet.
The challenge with that, the 30 days, or we don't have another board meeting before the 7th, so we don't have 5 board members. I mean, we could possibly get a quorum together, but given I think what Member Hacker described in terms of our configuration, our 4 half-time board members who have other commitments. Our staff are all full-time and can respond, but there's travel involved in every single board meeting. So
Can I make a suggestion
Please
that
do.
the board may defer to the subcommittee on this decision?
I wanted to confirm with our attorney who would make the decision on the motion that may be submitted by the facility.
Right, so in our appeal procedures, we have certain decisions, particularly decisions on the merits to decide an appeal that are decided by the full board. We have a lower tier of decisions that I would call administrative decisions. As an appeal is working through the process, things come up, motions unrelated to the merits of the petition, for example. We've had some of those. Continuances, I think, fall in this category. And so for those decisions, we have identified a subcommittee to make decisions on that and give staff direction so that those can be processed, given that we don't have board meetings but every about month and a half. So that's the way we
was it specifically in our regs to designate that to the subcommittee?
Right.
Saying that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
subcommittee, was it specifically the subcommittee of the board?
So no, in our procedures, we identified it as the board chair and the vice chair.
Right.
Right,
Just saying, I remembered that.
right.
So if that's the case, we should follow our own regs, right?
Agreed.
That said, input from the subcommittee would be important, obviously. I can just speak for myself, I wouldn't do it without that. But I have to be careful because I can't meet with 2 members of the subcommittee. I'd have to have one designee to meet with to make that decision. And we don't have a formal request at this point, right?
Right.
And we have a pretty full agenda for November as well, correct? At this point. Well, there you go. We have a challenge.
So really nothing for the board to do at this point. We're not seeking an action from the board. We wanted to bring this up and offer some discussion
No,
and
the
get some
only action the
direction.
board could take would be to deny the request out of hand and say we won't entertain it. Or if the board wanted to direct, and as a group, you could say you accept that, but we don't have a formal request. We have an informal request, and we have opposition from the department who also have to prepare for this. So I think we should follow our own protocol and require that request for a continuance with all the reasoning to be submitted within the 30-day window. Does that make sense to everybody? Have I breached any protocols yet? No? Good. Okay, so is that a fair conclusion? Right, okay. Public comment? Yeah. Or discussion? Questions? Sushma? Alexis?
If Madam Chair wishes to entertain additional public comment, we should do it now, and then we'll
Yeah.
turn to the other matter.
Additional public comment on the lighting resources issue just brought before. Anybody else want to comment? Pro, con, thoughts, insights, advice?
I have a hand raised on Zoom, Madam Chair, but we will, are there any additional in-person comments at this time? Seeing none in person, Ira Klein, you may go ahead, please. I sent you a request to unmute.
Yes, thank you. I just want to assure the board that we are sensitive to all of the scheduling concerns, and it's certainly not a request that we make lightly, but it is a request that we will make formally, and you'll have that in due course and quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. I appreciate that.
Madam Chair, the subcommittee suggests we now turn to the other matter on appeal and start with our attorney, Greg Forrest.
Right. I think we have no other public comments, correct, anywhere?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, great.
Could I have the first slide for EcoBat, please? So you recall that the other appeal that we're dealing with involves the Cometco facility now run by EcoBat, and that involves the issuance of a temporary authorization. EcoBat requested a temporary authorization for a dewatering project, which involves a modification of their permit. They made that request on June 9th of 2022, and DTSC granted that request on July 22nd, 2022. The Clean Air Coalition of, I want to say Avocado Heights, appealed that decision on August 4th of 2022, and upon receiving that appeal, we informed the parties that a stay took effect as provided under regulations. That stay persisted while our subcommittee worked on our appeal procedures, and that rulemaking took effect on May 1st, which allowed for the appeal to be refiled by the Clean Air Coalition, which it did on June 30th, 2023. Next slide. At this point, we've received written statements supporting the appeal by the Clean Air Coalition as well as an opposition statement. We have been evaluating those statements. While we've been evaluating those, we've also received a motion from the Clean Air Coalition to complete the administrative record. DTSC has submitted their opposition to that motion, and Clean Air Coalition has submitted their reply to DTSC's response recently. So no decision has been made on those. As our earlier discussion, we would defer those, a decision on those to a subcommittee of the board. And then right now, we have a public hearing to decide the appeal tentatively scheduled for November 30th, and we have selected the City of Industry City Hall as a venue for that public hearing. Next slide. I wanted to bring up a related issue to this. Obviously, a temporary authorization is tied to a modification, and there's a certain process that these follow under the regs. So it's important, I think, to point this out because it does impact the temporary authorization and, by that matter, the appeal. So EcoBat filed an application for a Class 2 permit modification for this dewatering project on April 5th. I'm pointing out here that when they filed that application, they included a request for the temporary authorization to be reissued. What that means is that EcoBat sought a second 180-day period of temporary authorization. They were given an initial 180-day period back when it was approved in July. That was, of course, stayed, but now with the request for their application for the modification, Class 2 modification, they've now requested reissuance. I'm also pointing out here that in the processing of that modification, DTSC issued a notice of deficiency to EcoBat after receiving some public comments and after DTSC review. And DTSC determined at that point that the permit modification should follow the Class 3 modification process. And so EcoBat recently resubmitted in response to the notice of determination of deficiency. So on August 22nd, EcoBat refiled their modification application, and again, EcoBat requested reissuance of the temporary authorization at that point. So this is relevant because the Class 3 permit modification decision is now scheduled for December 23rd. And that would essentially complete the process as far as the temporary authorization is concerned. So just to clarify here, or I'll make my best attempt, The temporary authorizations take essentially 3 steps. So the applicant can initially request temporary authorization ahead of filing a modification application, and that can last for up to 6 months or 180 days. Then, when they file the application for the modification, they can request that the temporary authorization be reissued for a second 180-day period. And then, once the application for the mod is approved, the temporary authorization runs its course because now the modification's been approved on a permanent basis. So I'm hoping to provide that context for y'all.
And if it's not approved, then the temporary authorization is rescinded, correct?
Right, dies. Could I have the next slide? So looking ahead, we have this hearing scheduled for November 30th, but there's been some concerns raised as we've gone through this process now, given the passage of time, of what the continuing status is of the July 22nd temporary authorization. When the Clean Air Coalition refiled their appeal, DTSC opposed that, and part of the opposition to that was to say that the temporary authorization that had been granted in July of last year had expired. And if it's expired, then there's really nothing in front of the board at this point. So that obviously would have a legal effect on the appeal. Our staff, we inquired with DTSC about the effectiveness of that. Initially, we took the position that a stay had taken effect, but then we looked at this some more and wanted to just get confirmation of the status of this. So we asked, and we received confirmation just a couple days ago that the temporary authorization has expired because it was issued for an initial period of 180 days, and that's now passed. In my own view of this, I would suggest that once a temporary authorization has been stayed, then if there's a request made for reissuance, then that, to me, would supersede or replace the initial temporary authorization. I think the key term here being reissuance. Reissuance, to me, signals a repeat, a reset, redoing this. So I think this is an open question as to the status of this appeal at this point, given the passage of those events. If the underlying approval is invalid or in some way has expired, then it renders the appeal moot. And it would obviate the need for us to take action on that appeal, because if we did, then I'm not sure what effect that would actually have. So in the interest of making a good use of our time, I'm suggesting that we come to a decision on this point, and if we're concluding that the appeal is moot, then obviously we're going to take appropriate action.
Madam Chair, on behalf of the subcommittee, we would like to hear from Wayne Lorenzen of DTSC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Wayne Lorenzen, Permitting Division Chief. Thank you, Greg, for the presentation. I just wanted to make a couple of clarifications. On a temporary authorization is a unique type of authorization for DTSC. It does not always result in a Class 2 permit modification. There are situations where an applicant can request a temporary authorization to do something that they foresee lasting less than 6 months. So it's not always followed by a Class 2 permit mod. So I just wanted to make that clarification. The Class 2 permit mod that was submitted by EcoBet is to modify their existing permit to allow the activities that were authorized under our approval of the temporary authorization. That's added to that's for their existing permit. So I also wanted to clarify that our position is that When we issued that the approval for the temporary authorization, our regulations are clear that it says DTSC may issue a temporary authorization for up to 180 days. It doesn't say anything about the effect of the authorization. We're good rule followers. We like to follow the rules. That's our position, is that we've issued it for 180 days, and that's why our position is that the authorization, as of now, the status of that, EcoBat has no further application for that. It's not available for them to use because the expiration date has passed.
A question to that. So the expiration date, comport that with the fact that we put a stay, which I think that initially we thought everything holds now, and the clock starts again when we get our regs in order to deal with the Class 2 mod, which is what it was at the time, right?
When the stay was issued?
Yes.
Yes.
And now you've gone back to say, no, it's a Class 3, correct?
Correct.
So that would be the application that has to come in. They have to defend or present, and you have to review for a Class 3. So that's what put us in this place of moot, right? I mean, we kept repeating that word. It's not exactly rescinded, but it's a moot point, and now they're asking for this again, and you've denied it. You've denied the temporary.
Two separate requests. The temporary authorization, back several months ago, we denied the request to reissue the temporary authorization because it was a activity that was stayed by the board, and it was not our place to reissue an authorization that was under stay. So the separate request is the Class 2 permit mod request, speaks to their current permit application. It's a permanent change to their current application. And for that request, because we've had significant conversations at these board meetings and significant public interest, our regulations say that the department may elevate Class 2 permit mods to Class 3 where it finds that there's significant public interest. We found that significant public interest, we elevated it, and what that means is we tack on a public comment period at the end. We don't just make a decision, we're going to open it up for public comment period. So I can say that we're planning on making a decision on that Class 2 mod request that was elevated to a Class 3 next week. So it's shortcoming. It's a separate request, it's separate from the temporary authorization, but we're planning to make a decision next week. And that would open up a public comment period where we'll get public input before making a final decision.
So temporarily authorizing what you're reviewing right now with an elevated standard of a mod 3 and public comment, you don't want to set this in motion, you don't want to, you're not providing a temporary authorization that would set that path while you're looking at the mod 3.
There's a lot of logistics involved in
I know, it's
approving authorization
word
requests. Yes.
Right, okay. Do other people have questions for?
I do. With the likelihood of opening public comment on the Class 3 permit modification for EcoBat in the next week or so, does that mean that you would not be issuing a temporary authorization? It will help us decide our way forward.
That's correct. The authorization, a temporary authorization can go into effect as soon as we make a decision. A permit modification decision, we have to go through the public comment period, consider those comments, and then make a final decision before it becomes effective.
That's helpful. And then secondly, in the procedures that you follow and that we are learning, when the 180 days of a temporary authorization have run, is it something that expires in and of itself, or is there a need ever to rescind or close it out? Is there an action that comes at the end of 180 days, or is it just like a sell-by date?
Yeah, it's almost like it's a driver's license with an expiration date, and there's no further application beyond
There's
the
no
expiration
positive
date,
action you have to take.
which is different from, a continued permit and other things that we make authorizations for. Temporary authorizations only, they expire on the expiration date. Yeah.
That's helpful, thank you. There may be questions from other board members and my subcommittee co-chair.
Right, yeah, you're not leaving.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We need you. Liz?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. That got fixed. Thanks for the clarification, Wayne. Just to clarify or actually, if you can repeat, I think I lost the understanding on whether the temporary authorization is considered, whether the part of it that's going to go with the class 3, because there's going to be public comment, is that something that's not going to be considered, or is it still going to be considered after public comment is received?
No, we would not. We're not considering a new temporary authorization request. And it gets confusing when you talk about the temporary authorization followed by the class 2 permit mod, because there's a section in the regulations that allows an applicant to extend that temporary authorization if they submit a class 2 permit mod to the department and it's accepted, and there's criteria involved with that, but it allows an applicant to request an extension of up to another 180 days. We're not considering that for this class 3 permit mod decision. This would be a permanent change to the, yeah. There would be no temporary authorization needed because it's a permanent change to the permit that's in effect right now.
That's really helpful. We've been trying to grab that piece. Alexis? Liz? Liz, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Attorney Forrest, we could take two paths. The subcommittee has some opinions on this matter that it would like to share with the board and understand how our fellow board members feel, and then to give direction to staff. And we would also like to hear from members of the public. And how would you like to sequence that?
I would like to hear from the public at this point, and then loop back to a discussion that is inclusive of what we hear, since this is...
Very well, we will
Here
be
we go.
prepared.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll open up for public comment now in response to this agenda item regarding EcoBat. For those in person, we do have one person coming up to the podium. In the meantime, for those joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand at this time. You may go ahead.
Good morning, Matt Williamson again, a partner at Manat, Phelps & Phillips, who represents EcoBat in this appeal. There were a lot of statements that were just made that were, I could correct. I don't want to go through all of them. This is we'll start with the last thing that we heard out of Mr. Lorenzen, which is that this is not a request for reissuance of the temporary authorization, is that we're just pursuing a class 3. EcoBat in its request has sought extension of the additional 180 days in the temporary authorization. So I don't know if Wayne intended to inform EcoBat that they were denying that request in this meeting, or if he was mistaken, but that's the first I certainly have heard of that. When we had originally requested an extension of the 180 days with the first class 2 that we submitted, we were told that the department wouldn't consider that while the appeal was pending. So I don't know if DTSC's view has changed on that, but, and I'll certainly be talking with him about that further. But I think more fundamentally, again, rather than walking through all of the things I heard that caused flags to go off in my head, I'm having a hard time. This was an update on the status of the appeal, and we are getting to the merits of the appeal today. This is a critical issue, obviously, that DTSC has raised that says that the appeal is moot because the temporary authorization is expired. Let me just frame what DTSC's argument boils down to. Chair Rizzo, they are saying that when you issued a suspension, suspending the temporary authorization, that applied to everything in their temporary authorization except for their expiration date. That continued to run. I didn't read that in the letter that you sent us. I read that you suspended the entire temporary authorization that DTSC issued. So they're trying to carve out the expiration date and saying that that continued to run despite the fact that everything else about this temporary authorization was suspended during the pendency of this appeal. And we know that this appeal has gone on for a long time. We've been at 14 months now. I think we're going to be at almost 17, 18 months by the time we have a hearing in November. So in essence, DTSC's position is that the CAC appeal of this temporary authorization was a de facto denial of the temporary authorization. They waited. We worked with DTSC for months and months and months, and we had numerous discussions with them where they confirmed that we're proceeding with the temporary authorization. The appeal will process. Here's the path forward. We were discussing logistics on how to deal with some of these complex permitting things because, as you guys recall, and I certainly recall, we were dealing with the rulemaking, which really caused a lot of folks to have to rethink how to get through the permitting process, given the fact that no permits were being processed. And then a week before the appeal was to be filed, we heard from DTSC that they were changing their positions, and they said, actually, no, it's expired. This appeal is moot. If we had known that back, 180 days after the temporary authorization had been authorized, and that DTSC's position was that the appeal was moot and the temporary authorization is expired, if they had communicated that to us, we could have started the permitting process again.
Madam Chair, his time had expired. Would you like to wrap?
I can wrap up. In all due respect to DTSC is an adverse party in this respect, in this proceeding. And Mr. Lorenzen was invited up to the podium, engaged in Q&A, and was given unlimited time. And to treat the permittee as just a regular member of the public, I'm troubled by from a due process perspective on that.
You're still at the podium, so I think we're still done.
But
why don't we
the optics there are not great. But what I would suggest, and in fact request from the board, is given the fact that we have jumped in on the merits on this issue, I think this is something we need to address now. We had previously sent a letter to the board that outlined our position on this. We got a response from Mr. Forrest that I thought clarified the issue is that the stay is in effect disputing DTSC's position. That is not what I heard from Mr. Forrest today. It seems that his position has slightly changed. I think this is an issue that we need to address. It can be addressed through some supplemental submissions to the board, but we shouldn't be deciding this today. It is a complex issue that I think the board needs to tackle. And I'm confident that the right outcome here is that the suspension or stay to the temporary authorization applied to the expiration date as well. The outcome otherwise is just absurd, and we're just starting back at square one with this process, which is now, over 2.5 years that we've been seeking approval to operate this equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. I wanted to assure you and the public that we have not posted any action to be taken on either of our permit appeals today. This is an update. And as we make our way through any public comment, the subcommittee comprising Member Ruiz and me will offer our views and elicit the views of our board members. But we are not taking any action today, and we are not discussing the detailed elements of the appeals to be heard in either of these matters.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do we have additional comments? And do we have any comments on the Spanish line?
I do have one hand raised on Zoom. However, since we took in-person comments at this time, are there any additional in-person comments? Seeing none in person, I'm going to take Zoom comments. Angela, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi. Okay, so it seems that I am not allowed to start the video. This is Angela Johnson-Mazaris. I'm here on behalf of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. And I cannot even believe that this is a conversation that's happening right now. I believe this conversation is wholly and completely inappropriate because we were giving, wait a minute, let me follow the rules. Madam Chair, I believe that my comment will require more than 3 minutes.
That's fine. Why don't you take 5, but your voice is not clear, Angela. I don't know if it's your connection.
It may be my rage. Is that any better?
That's better. I think
Awesome.
we will
It
give
was merely
equal
the
time,
microphone.
and you can also provide us any more in writing. I mean, we're always happy to receive it that way as well.
Well, apparently, so let me just be clear about the following 3 things. First, the DTSC permitting staff raised in a letter on May 12th an offhand comment about proposed mootness, which we are now discussing as if there had been a motion from permitting, as if there had been an opportunity for the parties to participate in that conversation. Instead, what's happened is we are doing this as part of a Q&A session to an update item. I believe that that is wholly inappropriate. I believe that, secondly, I believe that many of the things that you just heard from permitting are just are at odds with the contents of the regulations. And I don't know if there's a way for us to walk through that, if this process is one where we are asked to come to the proverbial podium after these statements are uttered, and then somehow the other parties to this permitting challenge are supposed to walk up to the podium and give a full response. So let's just be clear about a couple of things. First, there is no way to tack on an temporary authorization request to a Class 2 permit modification. It's just not a thing. I understand that that is a thing that was put forward before that was put forward in the request from the permittee, but that's not an appropriate process. We should be able to have a full conversation about that if we are about to have a conversation about potential mootness based on a temporary authorization which was or wasn't asked for and was or wasn't decided. These issues deserve more and better than simply than the treatment that they're getting right now. The second thing I'd just like to be clear about is we also believe that when the board stayed the permit that was issued by permitting, the temporary authorization that was granted by permitting, it stayed the entire thing. I could not agree more with Mr. Williamson. There is no way to carve out the time and leave everything else stay. To now, in May, in a comment in a letter about the administrative record, assert that this this temporary authorization is moot is something that at the very least requires a more diligent conversation than what has happened so far. And I would recommend that if permitting would like to offer a motion requesting that the board find this temporary authorization moot, then they should do that and follow the regular process. The third thing I just want to be very clear about is the process that is resulting in this now Class 3 request is not something that supersedes everything else that's gone before. It's in fact an extension of this long-running permitting debate. And for us to have a conversation, as I understood the conversation that the board was having prior to public comment, but this notion that somehow because there's this Class 3 thing, it somehow supersedes the previous thing and it's it's just not right. And again, if this is an issue that we're going to take up, we should just we should have a motion. Somebody should have a process that allows everybody to engage in the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Angela. I just want to say, this is an update on where we are on permit appeals. It's not a permit appeal hearing. It's not a hearing on the substance. We agreed at every board meeting to inform the public and each other about the issues that are in each of the priority categories of our work. And that's what this is, so that the full board and staff and public are aware of what we're dealing with. There's no decisions today, and I'll let Alexis take it from there. So,
Before,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, if I could please. It would be very helpful to clarify what the purpose was of Mr. Forrest's conversation about the Class 2, Class 3, the things that are going on, and raising the question about the mootness. I would just like to understand how that's part of an update and how we're not requesting a decision.
well, the update is in part, all board members will ultimately, they have questions. This is an opportunity. If you have a question along the path to where you have a decision, which we will at some later date, it's an opportunity to ask questions, to get the information you need. Let's remember we have Bagley-Keene, so there are 2 members of this board who can go very deeply into it, along with our staff. The rest of us cannot. So this is a way of updating us and getting those core questions out that the team will then address. No decisions today, nothing, there's no motion on the agenda. This is really to bring us all up to speed with what's going on in this particular, because everyone expected that there are 2 permit appeals ready to be heard. The committee has to update us.
Madam Chair, I understand there are no further comments in the room or online or on the Spanish channel, and therefore, Board Member Ruiz and I would like to try and wrap this with a few observations and ask the board to for its views, and then we will give direction to staff. First and foremost, I think that there are matters at hand that are between DTSC and the facility and the appellant that are not the province of BES at this time. And that has to do with the permit modifications that have been discussed today and the permit reissuance. And the board received the update of the planned public comment forthcoming on the Class 3 permit mod, which is before DTSC, and the eventual permit reissuance early next year. Those are not before our board. And Board Member Ruiz and I would like to offer the following few observations and use that to elicit board member comments, and then we'll close with direction to staff. As we have stated before, we are not taking any action today and had not noticed any action to take, but we would like to propose that at our next board meeting, we take action in this matter. We therefore were not going to get into discussing the detailed elements of the 2 appeals to be heard. We understand that there are different views on the earlier sequence of temporary authorizations, and that DTSC considers the temporary authorization that is before the board on appeal to have expired. I'm very concerned that our board, with its part-time members and very limited staff, has very limited resources and needs to stick to the materials right before it on appeal. It is not our province to get into the day-to-day permitting discussions that need to happen in this and other matters. To that end, and in the interests of our efforts at transparency, we have put together a communications protocol that we are sharing with DTSC for comment, so that we could put on our website how we work with DTSC during the pendency of an appeal, so that it is very clear. We can't go around Bagley-Keene, and we want to be accountable for the actions we take. And so I am hopeful that by the time we come to our October meeting, that we will have worked through that communications protocol and can make that public for comment. I know there are different views on whether the temporary authorization is moot, whether it's in effect or whether the requested reissuance on behalf of ECOBAT puts us in a different situation. In either situation, we tried to play out, if we weren't having this particular discussion and we were sitting in November with the appeal that had been filed before us, what would be the net effect of the board deciding the matter one way or another? And it would occur to us that we would be making a decision on something that no longer had validity. And I'm just using that term very generically because the Class 3 permit mod would be making its way through the close of a public comment period and the action that DTSC would follow. So we feel that in many ways, our choices have been foreclosed by the actions that have since taken place, and that it may make more sense if the parties were not to agree to dismissal of the appeal, but it may make more sense to take the temporary authorization that DTSC considers to have expired off our calendar. And that is what we would recommend bringing to the next board meeting with a properly noticed action for a board vote. That's the long version. Let me just check in with my fellow subcommittee member, Liz Ruiz, and then I'll turn to the board.
I have nothing. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the issue at hand, and especially considering the change in having this from a Class 2 to a Class 3. So it really, in my opinion, it really does change how the validity of it, whether it expires or not. And so having, not having a Class 2 permit to even go through the motion, it really does make any decision we make on the temporary authorization insignificant. That's all I wanted to add.
Madam Chair, in order to give direction to staff, we would like to hear from our remaining board members.
I'm going to stay away from debating the merits or substance of the appeal, given what we just discussed. But what I'm hearing today raises the issue around the approach around permit appeals, a principled approach on permit appeals, and clearly communicating our principled approach. So I'm hearing that there's room for us to improve on the communications, but I think it goes beyond communications. It gets into the interpretation of what is DTSC's role versus BES's role with respect to permit appeals, and how should a permitted facility use the due process to get their appeal heard. So my ask, I think you're already talking about communications, my ask is to expand the communications protocol to require or work with DTSC to make sure those appeals guidelines are clear, and the principles of interpreting those guidelines are also communicated so that there's no disconnect from the permitted facilities on how we interpret reissuance versus expiration versus a stay, like specifically calling those elements out. And I recognize that this is new. SB 158 has given the board now the authority to not just oversee appeals, but also run the appeals process entirely. Given that intent, I feel there is room for us to make more programmatic improvements in how DTSC runs their aspect of the appeals before they hand it off to the board. Because clearly there are no lines in the sand here between how DTSC would work with a permitted facility versus BES. So that is my sort of broad call out, and to the extent we can be helpful, perhaps there's this is an ask of DTSC, if the subcommittee were to consider it, to have DTSC come to a future board meeting where they lay out this principled approach, citing regulations, but also their interpretation. And that is not up for interpretation every on a case-by-case basis, but it is those guiding principles are depersonalized. Thank you.
So that goes to the bigger question right? And specifically, I think the subcommittee should come back to the board at the next meeting with its recommendation. There's clearly some more work to do in terms of all the regs that guide permitting and guide us. And is there anything that is not adequately covered in there that we didn't anticipate that we needed to? So Swati, do you have anything besides coffee on your phone? Okay.
I just wanted to read a couple of public comments from
Okay.
Angela. One, clarification about what is the difference between the subcommittee of appeal subcommittee and then the subcommittee of chair and vice chair.
The Permit Appeals Subcommittee is Board Member Ruiz and myself. The chair and I are not a subcommittee, but in the procedures that we set up, there are certain administrative actions, as Attorney Forrest noted, that for the interests of efficiency can be taken by the chair and the vice chair. And we would expect to fully announce those as relevant in any of our public meetings.
Right. Do you have something else?
There's a follow-up comment from Angela too. Do you want to?
Okay.
Okay. It's more of a comment, not a question. Again, Angela from Clean Air Coalition, this is completely inappropriate. The understanding of the subcommittee members is wrong, or at the very least not completely informed. Offering the recommendations without giving the parties the opportunities to address the issues is improper and strips our client of the right to participate in the appeal process. I would like to reiterate, I think Member Strauss-Hacker has said this multiple times. There is no action that's being taken. We will suggest discussing this at the next board meeting where everybody will have an opportunity to weigh in.
I would note that given the timeline of this matter, that since our last board meeting in El Cerrito in July, a great deal has happened procedurally and technically with regard to the EcoBat matter. And as we stay informed of the DTSC matters, actions and the facilities actions, we are doing our best to stay informed of that and to understand how that affects the matter before us on appeal. We did not, even receiving information in the last few days, we were not in a position under state requirements to notice any action for today's meeting, and therefore the permit subcommittee of Member Ruiz and I recommend to the board that we properly notice and agendize this item for our next board meeting, which is October 26th in Ontario.
Thank you. Okay. Are we ready to wrap? Okay.
Madam Chair, my apologies. A hand is raised from a Stephanie Kruggs from EcoBat.
Okay.
Shall
Go
we?
ahead.
Stephanie Scruggs, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, Scruggs. I'm the Chief Sustainability and Health, Safety, and Environmental Officer for EcoBat. I just wanted to say good afternoon and thank you all for providing this forum where all of the stakeholders have equal opportunity to participate in this process. I think one area that really came to light for me in this discussion is that regardless of where we are on this CAC or EcoBat, I think one thing clear in this discussion today is that core fundamental stakeholders are feeling as though that they're not engaged appropriately in this conversation. I do appreciate that it's been said several times in this discussion that no decisions have been made, but I think fundamentally the discussion on communication to ensuring that there's clear line and demarcation of the appeals, something that continues to be a concern for EcoBat. With that said, I think it's fair to communicate from a permit applicant standpoint. Frankly, we're frustrated. We're dismayed, not that it's taken over 2.5 years to operate this dewatering permit with no resolve, that we're dismayed that currently the temporary was granted over 14 months ago. But really the core fundamental we have is that this specific project is having, it has a direct correlation to the amount of energy that we use in our process, and in turn, a reduction to greenhouse gas emissions. The fundamental process of this program and this permit is to ensure that we're reducing energy and addressing potential concerns on one of the biggest issues that you're facing right now, which is the paramount importance of addressing climate. So our frustration, obviously, you know, there are back and forth issues related to formalistic procedural points, but fundamentally, DTSC has repeatedly found that operation of the dewatering permit and equipment, rather, that we've proposed is more protective to human health and the environment, but yet we've, you know, as a whole, unable to address improvement project. And from our standpoint, this is at the core of our operation, which is how do we address fundamental concerns related to issues of climate change, the environment, and in recycling, which is what our business is. So I appreciate the opportunity to be heard in this matter, and we look forward to further engagement as a stakeholder, along with our peers moving forward.
Thank you. Okay, well, we certainly took in a lot of information to inform the next 7 weeks of thinking. Okay.
Right. We talked about not making a decision today, so I want to clarify with the subcommittee that the approach, the presentation from Greg talking about the treatment of the expired permit, is that also going to be discussed at the next board meeting? Yes?
Greg is on your left.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Maybe we should take a minute to just plan out our approach to the next meeting.
I think we have kept, let's do that later.
Okay.
I mean, we're already at noon. We had, we're 30 minutes late before the next agenda item. So why don't you sketch out what you think is good and bring it back later? Okay, rather than us just wandering around it, why don't you sketch it out? Is that fair?
Yes. I want to respect, if we're saying no decision is being made today, I want to respect what that means and clarify it. So thank you.
Okay. Breath? And you did. See, people actually did, not everybody. Okay, I'd like to now welcome the Director Williams for her regular report to the board. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Rizzo and members of the board, both here and remotely. Thank you again for giving me some time to present to you and provide you with an update. You have received the table reflecting the current status of our work on the priorities, and we are on pace to complete those that we haven't already closed out. Yes. That's kind of, we think that's better? We think that's better. Okay. Anyway, we're on track to complete the priorities, and we'll keep you updated on those. Since we reviewed those in depth at the recent oversight hearing, I don't plan to go through that topic in much detail, but happy to answer any of your questions. Instead, I'd like to spend the time updating you on some work on the Exide project, and talking about our path to a stricter regulatory oversight of metal shredders, with a particular focus on Schnitzer Steel in West Oakland. And then I'll provide a brief recap of some takeaways from the joint legislative hearing and share some items with you about what's on the horizon in the next couple months. I'll start with Exide. And first, I want to thank those board members. I think you all invested a great deal of time reviewing the Exide responses, but we got some very helpful feedback on those responses, how we could make them better, in the future. And I found that feedback to be quite thoughtful and quite insightful. And I appreciate the challenge for us to improve on it from tone, responsiveness, and accountability measures when we provide information on in response to questions we receive from the board. So thank you for that. Our executive team continues to be very engaged in our work to consider the requests from the community for improvements to the implementation of the Exide residential cleanup. And we are poised to complete many of the actions DTSC's the interested parties have been asking for. Our deputies are making time to meet with community, understand concerns, and deliberate very thoughtfully. We do anticipate a decision on the Exide contract award very soon, and that will trigger a great deal of activity over the coming weeks and months. We expect significant involvement with ETAG members during these next steps. Once a contract is awarded, the contractor will begin work on a health and safety plan. In the meantime, we will continue to work to establish a third-party monitor to provide oversight of the work under the new contract. At the same time, the new class of work graduates will begin training in, I think, toward the end of this month, early next month. We need to have those participants, work graduates, available for the new contractor to hire and bring onto the project. ETAG members will continue to provide input on the health and safety plan, the scope of the third-party monitoring, and they have expressed a desire to provide support to recruit new members into the work program. We participated in an ETAG meeting last month that touched on all of these issues and even more, and it was the first time in a long time that we'd had an ETAG meeting, and certainly the first time we were in person since the pandemic. One of the last month's topics was the possibility of reimagining the structure of this advisory group and their meetings. For example, we collectively, I think everyone involved agrees that the meetings need to be much more action-oriented than they have been in recent years. I think we suffered under the pandemic of having Zoom meetings where it's very hard to set up a good interaction. I mean, you guys are doing great, but even then you hear some frustration about video and how to handle those things. Being in person was what really resolved so many issues, and it opens up a much better way for us to be interactive. And simultaneous with that, we do not want to be DTSC talking heads as we conduct these Exide Technologies Advisory Group meetings, but have that group truly provide advice and direction and be able to bring experts in that they have interest in hearing from beyond the department. They have a lot of ideas about how to reinvigorate that meeting and how to allow more time for a meaningful discussion. And we put some things in place in order to move in that direction. For instance, we prepared materials ahead of time so that we wouldn't have to go over some of those materials and take up that precious time. They have also proposed that there be meetings in between the regular meetings that provide opportunity for more in-depth exploration of topics and ideas of interest. And members who participated spoke to the need to bring more Exide Technologies Advisory Group meetings members back to the table. The challenge is that won't happen and can only happen if they see that the ETAG has effective input and really does shape the cleanup as we move forward. At the conclusion of that meeting, I would have to say the ETAG members, and they expressed this, the energy in the room was positive. Members seemed to feel like it was a good restart and that they were being heard. As a department, we continue to look for those opportunities to be more responsive to their concerns. And I do think there was cautious optimism expressed about the path forward. In the meantime, Serlene Grant, our Deputy Director for Office of Environmental Equity, and Allison Westcott, our Communications Deputy Director, are working together to analyze and update many of our current materials that we use for outreach to the community. As we've discussed throughout the year, our communications and outreach strategies need to be updated. We recognize that. The deputies are working with the staff to develop better methods to inform a wide range of residents that have unique concerns and unique needs. And I think this will become more apparent how we're going to approach this as we generate new materials that are targeted to people, for instance, people who are still waiting for their cleanup and want to know. That's one of the most frequent questions we get is, when are you going to get to my house? So we'll have new materials that provide that information, new online resources that make it more accessible. Similarly, there are folks who have properties who have already been cleaned but still may have questions about how to, soil management plans, so how to minimize any exposure from any residual lead. So our goal is to deliver clear and concise messaging on these important topics directly to those who need them and in ways that they can and will receive them. Not just that we put the information out, but that it's actually being taken in. So this process is taking time, but I'm confident that we're going to help the community be more empowered and engage with us. And we think this is going to be a model for engagement for other projects around the state. Now to metal shredders. We know that we must strengthen regulatory requirements for metal shredders to prevent off-site releases and fires. Our position has been and continues to be that metal shredders need authorization from DTSC to operate because they continue to demonstrate to us that their operations are impacting nearby communities. Last month, there was a fire at the Schnitzer Steel facility, which is now known as Radius Recycling in West Oakland, and nearby communities were impacted by smoke and ash from a burning waste pile. As a result, we've cited Radius for 2 violations. The first was a failure to minimize the possibility of fire, and then failure to properly notify the state emergency response officials. We're working closely with partner agencies who also have authority and also may be taking enforcement actions related to the fire. This further illustrates the need for appropriate regulation and strengthened regulation of metal shredders across California. This year, we've been prioritizing our enforcement efforts and inspections of around hazardous waste control laws at metal shredders. Our teams have found off-site releases and cited violations at 7 of the 9 metal shredders in the state. The off-site releases of light fibrous materials, or as we call them LFM, contain high levels of lead and other metals and pose a public health hazard. We would like to share our proposed path forward with you, including the development of new regulations specific to metal shredders at an upcoming board meeting. So hopefully we can get that agendized. I know you've touched on the oversight hearing, but I want to share some of our observations. First and foremost, the length of the hearing and the number of legislators that participated is really indicative of their interest in DTSC. Committee members were by and large very knowledgeable and committed to seeing an effective DTSC and an effective Board of Environmental Safety. One of the most encouraging signs to come out of the oversight hearing was the degree to which lawmakers, stakeholders, and environmental justice advocates are seeing progress in some of the areas particularly community engagement. They did applaud the collaborative effort that brought about significant changes to round 2 of our Equitable Communities Revitalization Grant Program, a process that involved, as you know, several days of retreat meetings, collaborating with community groups, and incorporating their feedback into the guidelines. Their testimony conveyed precisely, the stakeholder testimony conveyed precisely the message we want to convey, which is that this type of collaboration can rebuild trust, is rebuilding trust, and we want it to continue to build trust if we sustain it. Takes a lot of work, it's a commitment, and we need to continue with that commitment. It was also encouraging to see that legislators and their staffs are enthusiastically engaging with the dashboard, and they're using it for the intended purpose, which is to provide some transparency and accountability as they assess the progress we're making. It was helpful to see that the legislators appreciate and understand many of our challenges. They, for instance, seem to understand how important it is to modernize permits when appropriate. We were able to assure them, I think, that that by the end of the year, we will have significantly further reduced the number of facilities operating on expired or continued permits. But we also acknowledge that it's vital that we continue to get these modernized permits in place to ensure that communities are protected. Legislators appreciate our Safer Consumer Products program and the work that we're doing, but they rightly want to see us regulate more priority products. The program needs to be more impactful, and we need to set some ambitious goals for us in the coming years, given our soon-to-be fully staffed program. Generally, I think legislators challenged us to be more timely on our deliverables and our commitments. The hearing reinforced some of the greatest challenges that we're faced going forward. You may have noted the discussion of compliance and the need to ensure that our enforcement and penalties serve as true deterrents against violators, and to ensure that being in violation is not just the cost of doing business. And the question of hazardous waste capacity is top of mind across the board for lawmakers as well as for us. The fact that we transport much of our hazardous waste out of state is a point of frustration for legislators and their constituents, but they acknowledge the capacity concerns and the barriers to creating more capacity in state. Not only would the siting of new facilities likely lead to potential environmental justice concerns if not managed properly, but more significantly, there's no one who's expressing interest in building any new hazardous waste facilities in our state. Ingrid Brostrom wisely challenged everyone to look at the in-state versus out-of-state disposal issue through a lens of how best to minimize impacts to vulnerable communities, whether that waste is being generated, where that waste is being generated, where it's being disposed of, be that in-state or out-of-state. And I want to encourage you to think about that lens as you look at our hazardous waste management report and as we develop a plan. A few things to look for before our next meeting, your next meeting. We're nearing the end of a very lengthy comment period on our sea level rise guidance. As a reminder, the guidance is designed to support some consistency in how we address sea level rise across all phases of the cleanup process. Next Tuesday, we will host a public information and feedback session on that guidance, and that guidance comment period ends on Halloween. The 4th annual California Land Recycling Conference is being held in Carson, California, September 26th through 28th. And I have had the pleasure of attending this event. It's a great event. The event is the result of a collaboration between US EPA, DTSC, and the Center for Creative Land Recycling. It's designed for community members, municipalities, and redevelopment professionals focused on the beneficial reuse of underutilized and contaminated properties to get together. This year's theme is People, Partnerships, and Progress, which will emphasize the benefits of new connections, greater capacity, accessible funding, and providing tools and information about navigating the path from remediation to revitalization. I hope you'll join the event in Carson, and there is more information to be found at cclr.org/events, cclr.org/events. Next month, DTSC anticipates awarding approximately $85 million in the second round of the Equitable Communities Revitalization Grants projects for once contaminated properties. The application process opened last week, and final decisions will be made by the end of October. Oh, in the beginning of October, excuse me. So thank you for your time today, Chair and members. I will be happy to take your questions, but before I do that, I want to reiterate something that was a theme during the oversight hearing, and that's that this is very challenging work, and just can't say it often enough. These are societal problems around contamination, waste management, chemicals and products. They're massive and they're very, very complex, and there are no easy solutions. So neither are there any fast tracks toward resolution. So we have to remain steadfast, curious, collaborative, and thorough as we approach these problems and look for solutions. We're grateful for the relationship we have with you and continue to see your expertise in this space as helping us achieve our goals. We're going to continue to work toward transparency and accountability as we explore these complex ideas. And of course, we'll be working with all interested parties throughout California. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Did we want to go directly to questions to Dr. Williams?
Yes, there's a budget report. I don't know if you...
Pardon?
Brian Brown will be presenting a budget report also.
Right. Okay.
I think we were going to do Brian's budget report and then...
Well, also, Sushma is on there on X side. I'm confused by this script. Sorry, excuse
my bad.
me for...
Okay.
What's next? So I think by way of comment and engagement, talking about the engagement on X side, if you hang in there and Sushma can talk, and then we'll probably need crosstalk.
Thank you. So I'm going to give all of you a very short context on how the board has been engaging with respect to Exide. You've heard some of the progress that DTSC is making by way of solicitation and so on, but I'm going to now give you the board's view. First, Lizette and I have been participating on behalf of the board at these Exide work group meetings or ETAG meetings as a way to understand from the community what various stakeholders, what they're concerned about with respect to Exide cleanup. So that's one. Second, member Georgette Gomez, who isn't here today, she and I have been participating in the solicitation process itself to understand the nuances of how the solicitation works and how is a bidder selected or identified. So that's the second thing. And third is we're continuing to engage with Todd and his team on programmatic improvements that we can collectively make to communicate with this community in a more deeply engaging, collaborative way, and to address their concerns and truly reform this engagement model we have with Exide. So those are the three different things we're doing behind the scenes. Where we are today is at the last board meeting, DTSC shared a very lengthy, very detailed document outlining their responses to the dozens and dozens of comments related to Exide cleanup that were brought to the board. So for those of you that haven't read it, please do take a look at it. We've provided comments to DTSC on those responses. Again, the goal here is to find a way to, A, be collaborative and clear in our responses, but also to internalize the feedback and make programmatic changes behind the scenes. So that's one. Second, we have provided comments to Todd and the team on Exide with respect to the programmatic changes we would like to see happen, specifically as it relates to how DTSC engages with the community. So we've provided suggestions on more equitable stakeholder engagement in the ETAG meetings as well as the Exide work group meetings, and a way to have more meeting rigor around documenting the agreements and actions so that any community members that maybe don't have as much time as those of us that are engaging on Exide have are able to very quickly understand what decisions and agreements have been made and what are pending and what are the upcoming milestones. So those are some examples of kind of programmatic changes we are recommending. And lastly, Georgette and I have been introduced to this very complex solicitation process. This is our first time engaging with the state to understand how this works. We would like to go back and provide a postmortem view of what we've learned and how can we use some of those learnings and to inform future solicitations. So that is our update from the board side on Exide.
Great. Did you have specific questions I hope I haven't just misread the agenda here.
No, that's good.
Because you're here following her, so I thought there was an interaction. Okay. Sorry, Meredith, keeping you standing there. Okay.
So I think just to build on the things I've said, right, Meredith, one is we spoke about our board responses to your comments. So there's clearly an action there. Can you talk a little bit about what programmatic or changes you're already planning to make given the feedback we've provided so far?
I actually am not prepared to do that because I just received them the other day.
Okay.
And it's premature, but that's why I wanted to at least signal we have them. It's very good input and we'll be happy to talk about actionable. I will just say, I'm not sure we're going to go back and rewrite the answers, but certainly this very specific feedback on different ways to communicate is very helpful. I did want to touch on one thing, which was came up earlier, but it ties to your comment about making sure that we're capturing the actions, what's actionable, and making it easier for people to slip in and out of the project. So you spoke about the Ombuds tracking tool. And just to be clear, and I think you said this at the end of your comments, we are using the same technology platform to design the Exide issue tracking system. And so that actually, I think I'm getting a demo next week of that, or it's very soon. Now that you're so far along with that tool, we can now turn some attention to the tool that will be used to track Exide issues no matter where they come in, eTag, board, wherever, and again, provide some transparency and visibility as to whether or not actions have been taken in response to the issues that are raised.
Another follow-up then. DTSC has issued one solicitation with respect to cleanup, and I've heard you talk about the third-party monitor, and there's another one coming. At a future date, it would be great to understand the overall operating model for all of the various parties engaging on the cleanup and how do the handoffs work, because I find that a lot of the issues are about the silos in which these folks operate. So having those clear principles, I keep using the word principles, but on how the handoffs work and who communicates with who's responsible for what, and that allows us to then hold those parties accountable also.
Sushma, that's so insightful. I mean, I think part of, behind the scenes for our work this week we have really started to think about integrating all of these pieces, and the timing doesn't line up in some cases, and we know how important it is to meet our commitments to the community. And so we're going through that exercise of understanding how these things link up. So you will hear more from us about that. So I appreciate that actually being given to us as a request.
Great. Any other board questions for Liz? Okay. Liz?
Thank you, Chair. You kind of got ahead on one of my questions regarding transparency and communication. I was wondering whether there was something more comprehensive for the department, for DTSC to have that's similar to what the board is hoping to achieve with the ombudsperson online kind of I don't know, repository of comments and responses. Whether there's something that the department is trying to have that kind of encompasses everything, and whether it will be able to kind of separate by issue or topic or site, such as Exide. And also in regards to the solicitation process, whether there is a plan to kind of make those be more transparent as well, whether there's any plan to have every solicitation be similar to what was done through with Exide, and to have more time for public input. And finally, my third comment or suggestion actually is for the ETAG meetings to be to also be accessible through either Zoom or whatever platform, just to have those who are immune compromised have access to them. I know that at least through CBE, some of the elders at the United Residents of Southeast LA program have immunocompromised issues, and so I imagine there's other members of the community, especially since it is, you know, being an environmental justice community, folks that still are weary about being or being able to even attend in-person meetings. So yeah, those are all my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions, Lizette. So with respect to the issue tracking, yes, the issue, we're calling it the Exide issue tracker, and it really is very parallel to the Ombuds tool. And so you should see a lot of similarities between that, and we want to make sure it's structured in a way that we can slice it and dice it and people can sort for the information they're interested in. So again, as we see these demos and get toward a final product, we hope that it has the flexibility needed to make it useful for all the audiences. I will tell you I'm a big fan of having user groups, and so I hope we build in a mechanism to get some feedback on the tool as we move forward to see if it actually is meeting the community's needs. On the solicitation transparency, I think that was a broad suggestion about increasing transparency on solicitation. We oversee a lot of contracts, and some of them follow a very prescriptive process. It's not always necessary and appropriate to have that kind of involvement. Exide is very, very exceptional. And, you know, by and large, we're not doing cleanups other than on orphan sites, you know, where we're overseeing them more directly. So I would have to take that back to the team and think about what that might look like and what are the circumstances in which there is a need for more engagement as we go through the solicitation process. That said, of course, erring on the side of transparency is always beneficial. We're reaping the benefits of that every day. On the hybrid e-tag format and making sure that there's Zoom capability, we actually tried to set that up with some hybrid capability. It's very tricky because we want to stay in the community in places that people are familiar with and comfortable with, and those places sometimes aren't the most amenable to a hybrid format. That said, we continue to receive this request for accessibility, remote accessibility, and we need to continue to look for solutions. So the best we can do is plan very far in advance, but I know that you sympathize with our struggles to find appropriate venues for hybrid meetings. So thank you, though, Member Ruiz.
Thank you, Liz. Any other questions before we hear back from Brian and we may loop back? I do want to say that we survived the marathon hearing. I think it was 3.5 hours. We talked about it a little in my opening remarks, but thank you for filling in a lot of the blanks that I didn't cover. I think we came away with a lot of actions, and I want to compliment Evelyn on her first day going through that and giving me a report on that hearing, which reminded me of everything that happened. Might want to share that with you next time we meet. I mean, you really did capture a lot of and even gridding out the different legislators, what they asked about, how we responded to it, which was a good reminder since I'd forgotten half of my own responses. So it was great to see it, and I want to just compliment our new staff member on taking that on. So we'll go through that together.
Yeah, we do have a parallel summary on our
Right,
end, and
exactly.
we
So
should
maybe
definitely hear
we'll,
this.
I'll throw mine if you'll throw yours.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
okay.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Anything else for Dr. Williams? Okay.
I recognize we're going deep on Excite, so I'm going to make one more comment on Excite, but know that I've read your report and I have a few other questions that I'll email you after the meeting.
Okay.
But on Excite, when you come back and talk about the operating model, it would also be great to hear what has already changed. I think we tend to be in a mode of like continual improvement and sometimes overly looking at all the things that are broken. I think it'll be good for us to hear what has already changed and remind ourselves of some of the progress that's been made. Thank you.
I think that's a great idea. We did
think we could
present
all
some
do
of that
that.
at the ETAG meeting, and we should also make sure that the board is aware of that. And even what we presented at the ETAG meeting, it's just a couple weeks later, and yet there are more things that we've taken action on.
It was excellent. Thank you, Sushma. Thank you. We'll now get a budget update from Brian Brown. This is now DTSC's budget.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have some slides to speak from. Thank you again. Good afternoon, Brian Brown, Chief Financial Officer for DTSC. And the board has asked that I give a high-level overview of DTSC's budget. As you are probably aware, the new fiscal year started on July 1. The legislature approved and the governor signed a new budget in late June. So this is a high-level overview of that. If you could go to the next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Hopefully I can use this correctly. All right. So this, I thought to start, it would be helpful just to put our overall budget for DTSC in a little bit of a historical context. And so you can see on this slide, on this chart, the far right column is our total authorized budget for DTSC in the new fiscal year 2023-24. It totals $581 million. And there are really, I think, 2 points I want to make. One is you can see that it is essentially the same funding level in total as last year. So not in terms of overall budget authority, not a big change year over year. Now within that, this is of course a very high level summary, there are some pluses and minuses, but they kind of net out. But I think maybe the more interesting thing to note is just how that funding level compares to prior to 2021-22, which is when the big reform bill, SB 158, was enacted. And what you can see is two things. One, SB 158, which did a number of things, including creating this board, it did a number of things for the department financially. First of all, it increased our baseline funding. So you can see in the green shaded parts of the bar, prior to 2021, our overall funding for the department was a little over $300 million annually. Since then, it is closer to $500 million in baseline funding. The other thing that SB 158 did was it provided funding for a new initiative, the Cleanup and Vulnerable Communities Initiative, CVCI, and that's represented in the orange bar. And you can see that there were a total of $500 million provided for that initiative in SB 158, including $300 million the first year and an additional $100 million each of the following 2 years. So as I said, our total budget this year is $581 million, and I have that broken up for you in two ways. The first is by program. So what do we spend our budget on? The enacted budget provides about half of our funding, almost, for our site mitigation and restoration program. So this covers things like CVCI, our cleanup of state and federal orphan sites, our oversight of voluntary cleanups and other such projects. Almost a quarter of our budget is related to Exide. That includes both our oversight and cleanup activities at the facility itself, the surrounding communities, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, some additional funding for cleanup of parkways in the community surrounding Exide. Another almost quarter of our budget is for our hazardous waste management program. So that is the program that oversees permitting, enforcement, investigations. And then we have roughly 5% of our budget represented in the red slice of the pie there that is for our Safer Consumer Products program. That is actually, while it looks like a smaller portion of our budget, it is actually a program that has roughly doubled in overall funding thanks to SB 158. And then lastly, the very thin blue slice there is $3 million for the board, and you heard about that a little bit earlier. It only looks small in comparison to the other programs.
It is small, Brian.
All right. So taking that same budget, just kind of providing detail in another way, we talked a little bit before about, of course, about our fees, which provide some of our funding, but not all of our funding. And so what I wanted to provide for you is a little bit of an overview of our total budget based on where the money comes from. And so what you can see here is roughly a third of our budget is funded through the Toxic Substances Control account. We talked about that earlier. That is funding that comes from the environmental fee, also some general fund loans that support our Exide cleanup activities in the residential communities surrounding that site. We have the next largest portion is general fund, which primarily supports CVCI, as well as some other sites that we oversee cleanup of directly. We have a share of our budget that's for the hazardous waste control account. Again, this is the one that is funded through generation and handling fees and facility fees primarily. It's also supported by the loans we talked about earlier. Lead acid battery cleanup fund. This is supporting, this is the funding source that we're using this year and next year for a cleanup of those parkways surrounding the Exide facility. We also have some federal funds that are used for various purposes. We have the site remediation account, which is the funding source that we use to do cleanup of or oversight and matching of funds for federal and state orphan sites. And then we actually have a number of other funds that were relatively small. We have, interestingly, DTSC is not the largest of state agencies, yet we still have over 20 funds that we utilize for our various activities. And then,
Brian, can you just clarify, because not everybody understands parkways?
oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I should. The parkways refer to that little strip of land, little grass strips oftentimes, in between the sidewalk and the street that run along, oftentimes run along the street in residential neighborhoods. And those are areas that had not previously been targeted for cleanup activities, and we received additional funding in the budget for that this year. Right. Parks, right. Lastly, I just wanted to identify a few of the significant funding items in the budget this year. First of all, with respect to SB 158, this is the final year of new funding provided via that bill, and that includes an additional $100 million for our Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative and an additional $91 million for cleanup of residences surrounding the Exide facility. So these are on top of and in addition to appropriations made in prior years that we continue to utilize. We did receive, as I spoke to, $67 million in total to do the Exide Parkways cleanup. That'll be a total amount over 2 years that we've been budgeted, including about $40 million this year. And then two other ones I want to highlight for you. The first is $1.4 million for additional staff at DTSC to work with US EPA. And the purpose of this staff is to accelerate 8 sites that have been identified by US EPA as priority NPL or Superfund sites, National Priorities List sites. And these Superfund sites, the reason these are so valuable to focus on is if we can get them ready for remedy implementation by 2025, that will allow us to access additional federal funds that were made available from the bipartisan infrastructure law. And that additional federal funding will actually offset what is normally a 10% match that the state is required to make on those remedy activities. And that for 8 sites, that could total tens of millions of dollars. So it's a small investment over the next couple of years to not only accelerate getting these sites cleaned up faster, but also provide a longer-term fiscal benefit to the state. And then lastly, we talked about this a bit earlier, is the additional staffing to support our analysis and development of recommendations to address the generation and handling fee revenue shortfall. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions from the board on that? That was really helpful to get those numbers and understand. I mean, those of us who've been tracking it, it's great for everyone to see some of the challenges. I think I had one question, and that is the CVCI. Is there a time limit on the spending for any of those? And what would have to happen? So yeah.
Yeah, so the SB 158, there was actually an amendment to it subsequently, but what it does is it provides 4 years for each appropriation. So, so there was $300 million appropriated for CVCI in 21-22, $100 million in each of the subsequent 2 years. Each one of those has 4 years for us to what we call encumber, which is to commit the funds. And then we have a couple of additional years to actually spend them down.
Great. I wasn't clear on whether they were encumbered and carried forward, so that's really good to know. For those concerned that the CVCI grants haven't all been executed, to know that they're not going to be lost. I know there's a challenge on that issue around extending the EJAC, or a question, an interest on the part of, I think, everyone involved with the EJAC to be able to have it be ongoing. It certainly came up at the hearing, right? And of course, our goal is to establish the EJAC. We're in process around that, or DTSC is, and board are engaged in that. And of course, it prove itself, right? If we can prove its value, which I think we're all anticipating is going to be significant, and that's a process that you can anticipate going forward, that there's going to be really interest in the extension of that. So, questions from the board or public for Brian?
Member Ruiz has her hand raised.
Pardon?
Member Ruiz has her hand raised.
Hello, Member Ruiz. I wish the camera was in front of me instead of behind me, because I keep missing you, but go ahead.
Similar to Chair Rizzo's question, related to the rest of the other funding items from your last slide, is there any impact or any possibility of impact if any of these funding sources don't come in, or if there's any hiccups with accessing those funds? Or are these items that are already kind of put into, for lack of a better word, into the bank for DTSC to access?
Yeah, so all of these funding proposals, these were adopted as part of the Budget Act. So we have authority to move forward and do them. With each one, of course, that ability, I think part of what you might be asking about is sort of the availability of revenues. What if revenues don't come in sufficient to support our budget, which is the challenge we had last year with the generation and handling fee. We're not anticipating that to happen. I mean, last year was a little bit of a unique year in that it was the first year that we were implementing the new fee structures that were enacted in SB 158. So I think for example, with our environmental fee, those actually appear to be coming in very close to what we projected, similar with the facility fee. And with our other fees, that we rely on to a lesser extent, those tend to be ones that have been around for a longer period. We have more of a history and more confidence, therefore, that our revenue projections are reasonable. And then I will add as well that that's also in part why for any fund, we do talk about building in a fund reserve or a fund balance to provide a little bit of a cushion in case there's a little bit of if revenues come in a little bit less than that would otherwise be anticipated.
Got it. Thank you.
And I think that goes to something that also came up at the hearing, and we've talked about, which is there's a real crunch time in terms of getting the data to understand where you are as we're projecting fees. So we recognize that it's a fast pace between the moment you say where you are, what the budget is, and the appropriation, and our scramble to set fees. So the idea of having workshops on fees over the course of the year, not just when we have to make a decision, I think we'll make that a much more open process by the time, because we only got to one. And I think as people are informed all along the way, by the time we get to the one where we have to make a recommendation as to increase, decrease, no change, it won't feels like it comes out of the blue for people because of this really tight time frame of when fees are collected, when the budget's appropriated, and when our regs have to be implemented. So I don't know if that'll ever be a changeable thing, but right now, I just wanted to acknowledge for those that saw it happen really quickly, it just happens really quickly. And so if it's an area of interest for anyone, should be paying attention during that time frame because it goes fast. And there's no hope for it going slower, right?
No, we're a little bit at a mercy of the time, the calendar set in SB 150, in particular, the fact that the final payment of our fees are due by the end of February. Takes a little time for CDTFA, the Department of Tax and Fee Administration we talked about earlier, to actually collect that revenue, remit it to the department. So we're not usually finding out what our, and we talked about earlier, we have a history of our fees being paid late. So it's not oftentimes until we're well into the spring that we really have a pretty clear picture of what our revenues are looking like in that year.
And we certainly, every opportunity we have, we reach out to the regulated community to let them know that the more engaged and encouraging their members to pay in a timely manner, the less likely that we're going to be forced to raise fees absent that information. So I think there's a little bit of there's a plus in there, but we've definitely, at all of our industry meetings, we've been encouraging that compliance, because otherwise we operate in a less informed way. So thank you. Any other questions for Brian or Alexis?
Based on our earlier discussion with you, we were noting that we would get into this more and have a public workshop or two, and it would be great to hear from those who pay the fees what some of the operational or logistical issues may be about the ease of a timely payment, so that if there are issues on the non-DTSC side, that we're aware of that and can use that to make, the department can make future decisions.
Perfect. Gina, anything online?
Or are we opening for public comment? Yeah. Okay, so at this time, we're going to open for public comment for the last two agenda items, and that's the DTSC leadership update in addition to the DTSC budget update. So please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment. While Zoom participants raise their hands, are there any in-person comments at this time? You may come up.
Take that one.
Greg?
Yeah. Greg, could you put the mic on?
Thanks. Jenny Knack again from Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. I didn't understand the ombuds tracking thing before Dr. Meredith clarified that yes, the same technology is going to be used at egg side. And my question is whether the information from that database is going to be used ultimately by the board in establishing or assessing the DTSC evaluation metrics. Will the DTSC responses be evaluated in regards to whether the asks and needs communicated by the community members have actually been sufficiently met? I ask because I've seen other DTSC responses to public comment and other documents fail to address the issue asked or fall short of being truly responsive. So I'm wondering, similar to what Ingrid posed at the legislative hearing, will that ombuds program be used to evaluate the DTSC metrics?
The ombuds program will make recommendations. The board will do the assessment, and I think I'll turn it to Sushma, who's our metrics queen.
Okay. So first, we have a subcommittee on performance metrics, and Georgette and I are part of the performance metrics subcommittee. We were waiting for DTSC to launch their latest dashboard for us to then kick off our work and do a public engagement around this. I think the question you're raising is about SLAs. So I want to clarify that performance metrics that we now the DTSC now has in place are about number of permits issued or number of sites cleaned up and so on. They don't get to the SLAs, which is how responsive they are to community and how quickly they're responding to community, which is a really good point. And it's something we've been thinking about is how might we include SLAs or evaluate DTSC on the community engagement aspect of their work, which is not the what they do, but the how they do it. I think separately as part of Meredith's director priorities, I think Meredith has added community engagement overall as part of her priority. So I think we have a couple of different ways in which to evaluate DTSC on their community engagement, responsiveness being a part of community engagement. But we're not quite there yet, so stay tuned.
Thank you for the question, though. Yes, please do.
It's a very important question. And I do think data is data, right? So I think, yes, there's the ombuds tool, but the Excite tracking tool, Excite issues tracker will have data that can be used by the board. I just want to kind of double down on if there's good data there. It's important, it's consistent with our strategic plan. Our strategic plan, we have, and we haven't been fully successful, a desire to establish some metrics around responsiveness, both timely and content is harder to get to. But I will remind the board that we have
Afternoon, everyone. We're going to be starting again. You may take it, Madam Chair. To reestablish, okay, yes. So Member Ruiz is offline, so she is no longer participating as a board member. Quorum, we do have a quorum with 3 of 5 members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're all going to stay healthy and well for the next couple of hours, right? First time we've hit critical mass on quorum. Thank you. So now we're going into public forum for items not on the agenda. Not on the agenda this morning and not on the agenda this afternoon after this. So do we have any public comments here? Hearing none and nobody rushing to the podium, I will turn to Sheena and she will queue up the public comments from the, I don't know, 70, 80 or so people on Zoom.
Yes, they're slowly coming back. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to open the floor now for public comments for items not on the agenda. We've allotted 30 minutes for today's public forum. If you have a comment on a specific agenda item, please hold that comment until that agenda item. After public forum, we have an agenda item for Santa Susana Field Laboratory Program Environmental Impact Report presentation. Comments for SSFL will be heard during the next agenda item. So again, we're opening the floor for public comment. Please raise your virtual hands on Zoom or press *9 on your phone. If you're experiencing technical difficulties, you may use the Q&A function. Please read aloud at the start of your comment so that we know so we can easily identify that. As a reminder, all comments are limited to 3 minutes. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer, please request a time extension from the board chair at the start of your comment. So seeing no hands in person, my Zoom is actually reconnecting. Gabriella, are there any hands raised on Zoom?
We do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. The first we can take is Carolyn. Carolyn, I'm sending you a prompt to unmute. If you could please accept and introduce yourself. State your name and affiliation.
Okay, first, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're very quiet.
Let me see if I can get closer to the phone. I'm using phone audio. Thank you. My name is Carolyn Graves. I live in Richmond, California, and I've lived here for 30 plus years. I am very close to the shoreline, and on that shoreline is the Seneca site, which has been mentioned a number of times at these meetings. I want to speak about some current concerns the community has about this site. I may possibly go over 3 minutes, but I will try to keep it under if possible. Thank you for your time and listening to the public's concerns. Again, I represent the Richmond community living, working, and recreating near the Richmond Shoreline Zeneca site. As background, this site was for over 100 years a heavy industrial chemical plant covering 86 acres. Its legacies are huge volumes of the most hazardous types of contamination, including radioactive waste, which exist both on the Zeneca site itself, but which were spread across its legacy operations, across property lines, and for contaminants that are with high-risk health hazards, the volumes of which exceed the capacity of California's currently licensed waste facilities. When the Zeneca site was evaluated by the U.S. EPA, it qualified fast and high on the U.S. EPA list. However, it ended up on DTSC's oversight list. My concern today is that after 3 years, DTSC has failed to enforce the financial assurance component of the prospective purchaser agreement it signed with the Zeneca developer. This developer was brought in when the site was changed from a commercial geared development to residential development. This is despite all previous remediation documents being phrased in commercial or ground worker safety standards. The only documents which now refer to the residential screening risks are those of letters, and my concern is that as development proceeds, assuming it does proceed, that comparisons to the documents that were originally developed will leave hazards in place at higher levels than should be left in place for residential development. The importance of that PPA that I mentioned, the Prospective Purchaser Agreement, is it has a financial escrow account associated with it that is a requirement to protect both DTSC and the public should the developer walk away. Yet 2 years after that agreement was signed, it's been actually more than 2 years, DTSC has failed to enforce that financial assurance component of that agreement. So should the developer walk away as of today, DTSC will not have the funds to finish remediation of that property. It will leave them having to resort to legal means to enforce
your
the
time is up,
respective
Judith
party.
Houston. You may continue.
It's fine. Why don't you
asked for-
complete that thought, Carolyn?
Yes, I did ask for extra time.
I know. That's why I'm saying go forward and finish.
My thought was that should the developer walk away, DTSC will be forced to resort to legal means to enforce the original responsible party to complete the remediation. The community's concern is that remediation will only be to cap over the hazardous waste. This is a shoreline site, which storms and the tsunami and et cetera have already caused water to leach contaminants from this site. We just want to make sure there is a more complete cleanup with taking at least more waste from near the shoreline where sea level rise is expected to impact. And we just don't feel that the assumption that capping it is sufficient, which is all the current funding allows for, we're just concerned that that just will not protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. We did have the opportunity to tour that whole area. I'm sorry I don't recall if you were on that long walk with us. So it was quite illuminating. I think one of the things that we've been talking about wanting to understand better as a board is the status of financial assurance implementation more broadly, and then what sites are specifically being targeted for the financial assurance. So We don't have that answer, at least I don't think any of us on the board do, but I will ask for that to be something that we get a report back on at another board meeting. There may be several sites. We've heard this before. So I think getting an update, a report out on financial assurance more broadly, but then specifically having to do with this site, if we could do that at the next board meeting, that would be ideal. So thank you for that. And I hope you'll be there at the next board meeting and can hear the responses to that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
I do see one additional hand raised on Zoom. Again, just a reminder, this is public forum, so if you have a comment on items not on the agenda, now is the time to raise your hands. I'm only seeing one on Zoom and none in person. Janet Johnson, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon. I'm Janet Johnson, representing Richmond Shoreline Alliance. You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks to grants from Resources Legacy Fund and the Rose Foundation, Richmond Shoreline Alliance is movement building in the Crescent Park affordable housing community to demand a single-family residential grade cleanup of the AstraZeneca Superfund qualified toxic waste site. Crescent Park is an environmental justice community that lies only a few city blocks from the AstraZeneca site. It qualifies for the highest pollution and socioeconomic burdens on Cal EnviroScreen 4.0. When we talked with Crescent Park residents, we learned that one of their primary concerns was the presence of Prop 65 warning signs throughout the community. Residents were forced to sign waivers saying they were aware of the signage on penalty of losing their housing. We got in touch with a person at OEHA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, which is part of Cal EPA. And we asked if there was a public database or clearinghouse for these signs that are posted everywhere. And basically the answer was no. So neither we nor the residents have a way to track or look into this. Basically, the mechanism at play here is self-enforcement. The only way to find out is to talk to the property owner. There's no way to put these signs into context of risk or hazard. What I'm asking here today is if the Prop 65 program, which is California specific, can be changed so that communities can get details on the hazards from a central government agency. Forcing community members to go to building managers is a plan that will fail. We'd like the BES to actively pursue this. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. I actually don't know if Prop 65 and the OEHA are in our purview. That doesn't mean we can't explore this and get a better understanding of it across departments in Cal EPA. So I don't have specific authority on this. Alexis, do you have a thought about it, being our authorities expert?
Hardly. This may have come up in the legislative oversight hearing in passing, in that there's no single place to go as Ms. Johnson represents for this kind of information. But in the fact that we can look into it and make it a point when the legislative representatives asked you to come back with things around authorities early in the hearing, this could be something that we could add to your commentary with Dr. Williams of things that have come up in communities that have barriers that could be overcome.
Right. We had talked about liaison to OEHA, Sushma, and I know it hasn't risen as a priority, but I wonder if I could put that on your follow-up list. We tried to create, as best we could, board members being liaisons to different programs, departments within Cal EPA. And so I'm now asking Sushma to take that up, and she's nodding yes. So, and we have all your information as well, Janet, but hopefully we could report out at the next board meeting on something. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm seeing no additional hands on Zoom. Let me check in with the interpreters. Interpreters, please let me know if there are any comments on the Spanish line.
Sheena, while you're checking in on that, I just wanted to read one comment that came in the Q&A. I don't have an answer to this. I'm looking to DTSC folks if they have an answer to this. Any idea when the 5-year review will be available for the BVHP shipyard? I don't know where the question disappeared. Any idea when the 5-year review will be available for the BVHP, Bayview Hunters Point Shipyard Superfund site?
Thank you, Todd. Oh, put his mic on? No, it's on the back of the machine.
Oh, it's on the back one? Thank you.
You got it.
Sorry, my name is Todd Sachs. I'm the Deputy Director for Site Mitigation and Restoration at DTSC. I believe the 5-year review should be available early next year. The exact date, we're still working through between EPA and the Navy, but it's something we were working through with them in a discussion with them a few weeks ago.
So just to clarify, for those of us less familiar with it, there is a group working on this, including,
Well, so
talk to us about it.
Yeah, so the Hunters Point Naval Station is a large cleanup site
Right.
in San Francisco, right? And so there's a lot of people who are interested in it, obviously. And the Navy is responsible for the cleanup. The primary oversight is done by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And then DTSC, the water boards, and Department of Public Health in California all have a role in working with US EPA on ensuring that the oversight of the cleanup and that the cleanup is done in a health protective manner.
So there's a review of that cleanup coming, or the status of it?
Yeah, so there's a cleanup plan that's in place, and every 5 years, that plan is reviewed. It's called a 5-year review.
Okay.
It's that review that's coming up and was the subject of the question that was asked. So once that review is done, it's made available to the public. There are discussions right now that are happening between the agencies on that document, but it's not yet ready for public consumption.
But you're thinking maybe early '24?
Yeah.
If we could just put that on our check
Yeah,
back.
I'll get you the exact date.
Yeah, and if we could do a check back in early '24 and see if we're timely for that. That might be an interesting report, because there's a lot of interest in Bayview that's come up in our board meetings as well. It'd be interesting to hear about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sorry, how is the public notified of when those dates do come up?
There's public noticing that's done. We'll have to make sure that in addition to the public noticing, that we're working with the community folks so that they have ample time to review it and have the access to the information in it.
And we'll be happy to loop in and loop our supporters in as well, or our, I don't know, supporters, a big word. But
Well, there's a lot of active community folks who care a lot about the site, and we definitely want to make sure they have access to all that information and can come here and tell us what they think about it.
Great, thank you.
At this time, Madam Chair, there are no Spanish comments, nor are there any additional hands raised on Zoom. So that officially closes out public forum.
Great, thank you. So next on our agenda is 2 presentations and discussion on Santa Susana Field Lab PEIR. So the first presentation will be given by DTSC, and I think Dr. Williams will introduce that. And there's a team here. So it'll be followed by Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab, who will present. Then we will have Q&A after each presentation, and then discussion afterwards. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
As folks are well aware, we've been reporting out on the Santa Susana PEIR throughout the year. We did certify that recently. And just as a reminder, that is a program EIR, and as a program EIR, it isn't a decision document. It just outlines the extent of potential impacts from the cleanup without saying exactly what the cleanup is going to be looking like. And so with the completion of that PEIR, we now have the opportunity to actually get to those decision documents, really begin the full cleanup of the site with the responsible parties. They will be NASA, DOE, Department of Energy, and Boeing will be putting together decision documents and work plans for how they will conduct their cleanup. Obviously, a lot of public engagement and review on those, but truly this is a significant milestone in the program, in this cleanup, in that we now will be able to move forward with those documents and get really down to the nitty-gritty of what this cleanup is going to look like and how it's going to move forward. So I will take another opportunity to shout out the team who works on this. They're tremendous. It's nice to see some of you in person. They've done remarkable work to land this PEIR, and I'm glad that you're going to hear today from Steve about a few more details about the PEIR and the cleanup and the path forward. So thank you.
Go into decision document period and public comment. Is there a timeline schedule for that?
So first,
when there is, it would be great.
When there is, we'll get that to you. Each responsible party is hard at work trying to figure out what that looks like, including the public engagement elements of that. So we have had discussions as recently as 2 days ago with NASA about the expectations for those timelines, for those documents. Second, parallel to that, DTSC surveyed the community and tried to understand what the different topics of interest are to the community that they want to hear about in more depth, and we're in the process of planning a series of workshops that will speak to the issues that were identified in those surveys. And I think Steve might touch on that a little bit, but that process, we will give good visibility on that also.
Great, thank you. Okay. All right, welcome, Stephen Becker. Okay, please fully introduce yourself and your role, and
Will do.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Becker. I am the DTSC branch chief for the Santa Susana Field Laboratory Project, also referred to as SSFL. DTSC really appreciates this opportunity to provide this presentation to the board today. Today I will be providing some background information on the SSFL project with a focus on the final PEIR report. I will also discuss upcoming opportunities for public engagement on the project, and I'll also touch a little bit on what you inquired about earlier as far as when some of those public comment periods are anticipated. There are several acronyms used in today's presentation for brevity, so please feel free to stop me if any of them aren't familiar to you. Okay. As shown on this slide, the SSFL site is 2,849 acres, and it's located in the Simi Hills area of Ventura County, approximately 30 miles northwest of downtown Los Angeles. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide. This map displays the operational areas. These are called RCRA Facility Investigation, or RFI areas. These are shown for the three responsible parties in different colors there. There's green, brown, and blue. RFI sites were operational areas that were the focus of investigations to determine the degree and extent of contamination from these areas. As you can see on this map, DOE's RFI areas in Area 4, displayed in brown, have a much higher density of operational activities than Boeing's RFI areas, which are shown in areas 1 and 3 and are displayed in green. This is a very important concept that I will touch upon further later in my presentation. Many different activities occurred at the various RFI sites. This is key information that I will get into more throughout the presentation. The next few slides will show some photos of the different types of areas. This photo of Boeing's CTL-5 RFI area was taken in 1964. CTL-5 is located in the southwestern portion of Boeing's Area 1 and was used to test rocket engine turbopumps and turbines in the late 1950s through the early 1980s, which resulted in the contamination present in this area. As shown on this map, and this is a really important one, there are a lot of non-operational areas of the site outside of the RFI areas. So the RFI areas are outlined by the different colors, but you can see there's a lot of void space in this figure in the Boeing area. And they're still in a very natural state. For those that have been to the site, it looks rather untouched in many areas. Here's a photo of one of NASA's rocket test stand areas called COCA in Area 2. These activities resulted in contamination present in this area. This slide shows a photo of DOE's Area 4 in 1988. This is an important slide because, as it shows here, the DOE operations in Area 4 were very tightly clustered together. These activities resulted in the contamination present in this area. So there's a much higher density of activities based on surface area. Before I get into the more detailed portion of today's presentation, I want to provide a high-level overview of SSFL and point out some very important items. The SSFL site is a highly complex site. It has highly complex geology. The contamination travel is highly complex. It has a lot of biological and cultural resources to deal with. So it's a very complex site. Also, the site is going to be subject to a very stringent cleanup. The program EIR evaluates potential impacts from the overall cleanup of the project. It's really important to note that the final PEIR is not a cleanup plan and does not approve final cleanup levels. Final PEIR certification allows DTSC to move forward with final cleanup. There will be many upcoming opportunities for public input. I want to provide some background information regarding the final PEIR, and then I'll identify the key topics for today's presentation. The final PEIR was released on June 8th and certified on July 19th. The final PEIR covers all three responsible parties, including Boeing, the Department of Energy, and NASA. Certification of the final PEIR is a major step forward and allows DTSC to focus on preparation of soil and groundwater cleanup decision documents for public review and comment. With that, I'm going to identify the topics for today's presentation. So we will discuss the project description. We will discuss soil and groundwater cleanup requirements. We'll discuss updates to the final PEIR, key comments on the draft PEIR, as well as cleanup activities and public engagement. This slide provides an overview of the project as evaluated in the final PEIR. The draft PEIR was released in 2017. DTSC received 2,500 comments from 6,000 people. The goal of the SSFL cleanup is to implement soil and groundwater cleanup standards that are protective of human health and the environment. This is a large, complex project in a relatively natural area with a lot of biological and cultural resources. The cleanup is estimated to require 96 trucks per day for 15 years. To put things in perspective, 2.5 million cubic yards of soil would fill the entire Pasadena Rose Bowl 2.5 times. That's an awful lot of soil. Our role is to protect human health and the environment. One challenge with cleanups is that the more stringent and health protective the cleanup, the greater the adverse impacts on the environment, as I'll explain more later in the presentation. DTSC's job is to strike the right balance and advance both public health and the environment. Now I'd like to discuss the soil and groundwater cleanup requirements for the 3 responsible parties. I know this slide is a little bit busy, but I think it will help hopefully clarify some things for people. This slide provides a summary of the soil and groundwater cleanup requirements for the 3 responsible parties and highlights changes that have resulted in a more stringent soil cleanup. As shown in column 2, the 2007 consent order included all 3 responsible parties and required cleanup of all media, including soil and groundwater, to target risk-based levels of a 1 in a million cancer risk. As shown in column 3, the 2010 administrative orders on consent, which apply to NASA and DOE, they apply to DOE and NASA only, and they changed the required cleanup of soil to background from risk-based, which is a highly stringent type of cleanup. Cleanup to background essentially means removal of all chemicals and radionuclides in soil to natural levels as if there were never any activities conducted on the site. That's shown in the 3rd column. And then the 4th column makes reference to the 2022 DTSC Boeing settlement agreement, which applies to Boeing only and includes soil cleanup to a resident with 100% garden cleanup for chemicals and background for radionuclides. So the areas highlighted in green are where changes occurred. So the only thing on here that has remained consistent throughout has been the cleanup of groundwater to risk-based levels. Otherwise, the soil cleanup levels for all parties have become more stringent. Just as a side note, the soil volumes in the PEIR were assumed based on the cleanup requirements presented above. To ensure a conservative analysis, the PEIR did not include any reduction to soils based on potential biological or cultural exception areas. Soil cleanup to background and resident with garden requires excavation and disposal of more soil and import of more backfill than typical DTSC cleanups. DTSC's typical cleanup standard is to an unrestricted or residential level with no garden component. Now I'd like to discuss the purpose and key updates to the final PEIR. The purpose of the PEIR is to evaluate potential impacts resulting from the maximum proposed cleanup project and proposes mitigation measures to address those. The EIR was required under the California Environmental Quality Act for the project. It assumes the maximum estimated soil volumes for a conservative analysis. The program EIR evaluates potential impacts from the overall cleanup project and proposes 64 mitigation measures. Important once again to realize that the final PEIR is not a decision document and does not approve any final cleanup levels. To expand on the previous slide, stringent mitigation measures are identified in the final PEIR to substantially lessen or avoid the impacts from the cleanup. 64 different measures that reduce impacts, including minimizing air quality impacts by ensuring engines and on-site equipment and on-site cleanup are required to meet specific emission standards, minimizing transportation impacts, ensuring that haul routes are to avoid direct routing through areas with residences, schools, and bike routes unless no alternative is available. From a biological perspective, before starting remediation, seed collection for native species will be conducted. As an example, last year, DOE collected the Broughton's milk veg seeds, which are shown in the diagram on the slide. Cultural is another important area where mitigation measures are required. A qualified archaeological monitor will monitor all ground disturbing activities within environmentally sensitive areas. DTSC and the responsible parties are coordinating closely with the tribal governments on this aspect and having regular meetings with participants of the Sacred Site Council. This site is very special and extremely important to the tribal government representatives. Primary updates to the EIR include updates to the US EPA guidance related to produce consumption in backyard gardens, updates based on site changes such as the DOE building demolition and the 2018 Woolsey fire, and the updated analyses performed to make sure these updates did not result in any significant new information. The 25 to 100% garden change resulted in an overall 2% increase in soil excavation volume. The percentage change for the resident with garden scenario accounts for the percentage of homegrown produce someone living on the property in a house would consume as part of their diet. All CEQA impacts evaluated in the final PEIR are within the envelope of the maximum anticipated extent of cleanup. Updated analyses were based on emerging science, models, and general updates. Now I'll identify and briefly discuss key comments on topics that were received on the draft PEIR during the public comment period. Key comments on topics received during the draft PEIR during the public comment period included cleanup levels, transportation, conservation easement, backfill soil, and exception areas. The next slides provide additional details regarding each of these comments received. This slide provides additional information regarding comments DTSC received on the draft PEIR regarding cleanup levels. There are diverse stakeholder views on appropriate cleanup levels. Some stakeholders favor cleanup levels with the most stringent possible standard, with more soil removed, and some favor a more balanced, health protective cleanup with less ecosystem and cultural resource disturbance. Both risk-based and background-based cleanups are health protective. As a reminder, DTSC is requiring Boeing to clean up soil to risk-based levels, and DTSC is requiring DOE and NASA to clean up soil to background levels. Both of these are health protective. However, substantial additional soil removal is required to achieve background levels, which may be more environmentally harmful. DTSC needs to ensure a health protective cleanup that does not unnecessarily harm the environment. I wanted to speak to some concerns expressed by stakeholders regarding the Boeing soil cleanup. Some stakeholders have expressed concerns about a large percentage of contamination from Boeing being left in place for their areas. This appears to be based on a comparison of the contaminated surface acreages requiring cleanup for the Boeing and the DOE areas. It's important to note there are stark differences in the nature, density, and frequency of operational areas between the two different areas. Stringent risk-based cleanup will be protective of human health and the environment using best available science. And DTSC will require cleanup of the areas that need to be cleaned up. We have been working to better understand stakeholder concerns regarding the Boeing soil cleanup. The statement presented on this slide appears as a comment received on the draft PEIR and appears to be the source of their concerns. Based on what is written here, stakeholders seem to assume uniform contamination levels across the entire property and exercising all possible biological and cultural exemptions. I'll speak to this more on the next couple of slides. This map, which was also shown on an earlier slide, displays the operational areas that I referred to as RFI sites for each of the three responsible parties. There is, as you can see on this map, there is more land in Boeing's areas, which are areas 1 and 3 highlighted in green, that was not impacted by operational areas than in DOE's area, which is in area 4, highlighted by brown polygons. As you can see on this map, DOE displayed in brown has a much higher density of operational areas in area 4 than Boeing, displayed in green, whose areas include areas 1 and 3. It's a very important concept in evaluating this concern. Now I wanted to go on to give a hypothetical example to further explain differences in the degree of contamination that can occur within an area. This slide illustrates the percentage of contaminated soil by volume for 3 hypothetical sites. The x-axis is the cumulative volume of soil as a percentage, while the y-axis is the contaminant concentration. The graphs show the distribution of contamination from the center of the oval shapes. So if you take a look at the hypothetical site A on the left, you'll see that all of the concentrations are just above 500 or at 500, so they would require cleanup. And that line is uniform and runs right across the 500 line. If you look at the second graph on here, you'll see that you have concentrations that start as high as 2,000 and work their way down to approximately 100 milligrams per kilogram. In the last slide, which is a log normal, and the second one was linear, first one was uniform. In the third slide, which is log normal, you'll see that the higher concentrations hover closer to the concentric center of the area of impact. So you'll see that the higher concentrations are much closer to the source itself. So Site A has a uniform distribution of contamination. Site B has a linear distribution, and Site C has a log normal distribution of contamination. The log normal distribution means that most of the contamination occurs closer to the source area. This is the most common distribution encountered in the environment. At each site, the goal is to remove contamination that is 500 milligrams per kilogram or higher. At Site A, with a uniform distribution of contamination, 100% of the site's soils would need to be remediated. At Site B, approximately 75% of the soils would require remediation. And at Site C, the contamination is restricted to a relatively small portion of the site, and the remediation would be achieved by removing less than 20% of the soils. The concern that 90 to 95% of contamination will be left in place seems to incorrectly assume that all contamination at SSFL is like Site A, uniform distribution. In reality, contamination is not evenly distributed, as SSFL has many open spaces with islands of areas that have contamination distribution similar to Site C, which was a log normal distribution. To further illustrate the differences between a background cleanup and a risk-based cleanup, the next few slides show a hypothetical cleanup for dioxins. It is important to understand that both background and risk-based cleanups are protective. The amount of soil that needs to be remediated depends greatly on the cleanup level. In this example, we are doing a cleanup to background. The background value for dioxins is 0.9 picograms per gram. In this scenario, all the areas shown on this slide with an X, that is the areas shown with red coloring, brown, yellow, and blue, would be excavated and trucked out of the site through the surrounding community and disposed of in a landfill to meet the background value. Additional truckloads of clean backfill material would also have to be brought on site for restoration. Now let's evaluate a residential, also known as an unrestricted land use cleanup for the same area. In this example, we are using a cleanup goal based on a 1 in a million cancer risk for dioxin, which is 5 picograms per gram. In this scenario, a smaller area of the site identified with X's on the slide, in other words, the brown and red areas, would need to be remediated, and there would be a reduction in the volume of soil that would need to be trucked out of the site and through the surrounding community to be disposed of in a landfill. Finally, let's look at a cleanup that is protective of recreational users of the land, which may end up being a cleanup scenario considered on a case-by-case basis for appropriate cultural or biological exception areas. In this example, we are still using a cleanup goal based on a 1 in a million cancer risk for dioxin, which is now 23 picograms per gram, based on a recreator cleanup scenario. In this scenario, only the soils with the highest levels of contamination identified by an X, in other words, the red area on the slide, would be remediated. And there would be even a further reduction in the soil volume that would need to be trucked out of the site and through the surrounding community to be disposed of in the landfill, all while maintaining the same target risk for the end user of the land. And this is a really important point. Soil volume disposal is not a good measure of protectiveness for a cleanup. Both risk-based and background-based cleanups are health protective. However, substantial additional soil removal is required to achieve background levels, which may be more environmentally harmful. Transportation was another area that DTSC received comments on for the draft PEIR. Based on the comments received, additional analyses were conducted on alternative transportation options. The PEIR evaluated transportation options for a large amount of soil movement on and off the site. For this project, it is estimated that 2.5 million cubic yards will be taken out and 1.5 million cubic yards will be brought in. The PEIR evaluated the best methods to do this, and trucking had the least environmental impacts. We evaluated a conveyor to rail, but building it would be highly destructive with a limited benefit and significant increase in environmental impacts. DTSC also received several comments regarding the conservation easement that Boeing entered into for the SSFL property it owns. As a result, Boeing proposed cleanup levels to recreational levels. However, in the DTSC Boeing settlement agreement, Boeing agreed to clean up soil to much more stringent levels. Backfill was another key area that reviewers provided comments on for the draft PEIR. When conducting a soil cleanup to background, it presents issues with backfill soil that you don't normally have. The backfill soil needs to be pristine, suitable for habitat restoration, and a large quantity is needed. DTSC is actively coordinating with the RPs to identify suitable backfill. DTSC also received several comments on the draft PEIR regarding exception areas being used to not clean up large areas of the site. It's important to understand the proposed exception areas will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and not all the areas identified will be subject to exceptions. Earlier, we talked about how cleanups that are more health protective have greater negative impacts on the environment. This is particularly challenging in potential exception areas. DTSC has an obligation to protect human health and the environment while also respecting biological and tribal cultural resources. State and federal laws require DTSC to consider exception areas. It is a tool routinely applied at cleanup sites across the country. There are a variety of cultural and biological resources at SSFL. Some include tribal areas of significance. Others include endangered plant species or animal habitats. The PEIR proposes evaluation of potential biological and cultural exceptions on a case-by-case basis. This will require difficult moral and technical trade-offs between different values for things like cultural resources protection, endangered plant protection, etc. DTSC is actively working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to evaluate potential biological resources and with tribal representatives to evaluate potential cultural resources. Regardless of any applicable exemptions granted, DTSC must ensure that all cleanup decisions are protective of human health and the environment. In the final portion of this presentation, I'm going to discuss next steps, including opportunities for public engagement during cleanup activities. This slide provides additional information regarding cleanup activities and opportunities for public engagement. Agreements with the responsible parties establish the framework for cleanup goals. The final PEIR identifies appropriate mitigation measures. We are now moving into the remedy selection phase. The next several years will be spent developing multiple documents for remediation of the site. Decision documents will all be subject to public review and comment before approval. Many upcoming opportunities for public engagement, including workshops based on stakeholder interest, will occur. As discussed on the previous slide, workshops will be conducted starting this fall to address topics of interest to stakeholders and to help them prepare for public comment periods. This slide presents anticipated timeframes for public comment periods for decision documents. I know this is something that was asked about earlier, so I think this is probably a pretty important slide. As discussed previously, the overarching PEIR was prepared to evaluate the maximum environmental impacts associated with the multiple cleanup projects. We are now ready to begin the process of planning for those cleanup projects. It is important to recognize that significant planning and public process is required prior to approving decision documents. As shown on this diagram, the slide, the first groundwater decision documents are anticipated, the public comment periods for them are anticipated in early 2024, and that will be from either the Department of Energy or NASA. The next decision document will be a soil decision document in the spring of 2025 that we anticipate coming in from Boeing. In closing, I'd like to reiterate a couple of key points from today's presentation. Number one, the volume of soil disposed of is not a good measure of protectiveness for a cleanup. That's very important to understand. We are considering everyone's concerns, and there are a lot of competing interests to consider. We are balancing our top priorities, protection of human health and protection of the environment. As we move forward into the site cleanup, we are planning a robust public process, and there will be many opportunities for public engagement as decision documents are developed. That brings me to the conclusion of our presentation. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present this information today, and we're happy to answer any questions and take any comments you may have.
Thank you so much for that. That was illuminating for sure. I want to see if board members have any questions.
I have a clarifying question first on slide 12. Go back to slide 12 that has the summary of soil and groundwater cleanup requirements.
Sure.
Just this one. Can you clarify what not applicable means?
So right now we are working with the responsible parties to determine, to work towards implementation for for NASA and DOE. So once we get that worked out, I mean, not applicable on there actually means that it doesn't have, there's no change as a result of it. So the 2022 settlement agreement did not apply to, so under 2022 settlement agreement, DOE and NASA were not subject to that. That was only a Boeing document, if that helps.
Okay,
Yeah.
so between the 2022 settlement and the 2010 agreement, we are at a place where the standard was either not changed or stronger than what was agreed to in 2007?
For the Boeing soil cleanup, which between the 2007 consent order and the 2022 settlement agreement, it increased to become a more stringent cleanup, yes. So both the soil cleanups for all parties over the course of time have become more stringent as a result of the AOCs being signed by DOE and NASA and the 2022 settlement agreement being signed by DTSC and Boeing. So they've all resulted in a more stringent cleanup level. Yes.
Right.
That's a tough slide to explain, I'm sorry.
Okay, my next question is, throughout the presentation today, I heard you talk about how, like environmental protection, you've tried to balance a trade-off between environmental protection and cleaning up the community.
Yes.
Have you done a similar analysis on the health impacts as well? That talks about what is the difference in terms of the health risk assessments for the cleanup agreement now under PIR versus 2007?
I'm not completely sure. Could you
Yes, I can clarify.
rerun your question, please?
All right.
Great.
Let's see if I can find a reference for you. I think it was, you started talking about how more cleanup can mean more environmental pollution.
Right, for a background cleanup, yes.
background.
Correct.
Have you done a similar assessment on the health risk impact for communities?
Well, so what we're looking at is, we have a band of risk assessment that we operate within that's defined by the National Contingency Plan that's, 1 in a million to, a little bit higher range. And so the risk level that we're targeting is 1 in a million cancer risk, which is kind of our bright line. So that's what's being targeted for all risk assessments that are conducted for all scenarios. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there's differences in the exposure scenarios as well. So for instance, for residential with the garden, that assumes somebody's living on the property 24/7, that they're able to consume 100% of their homegrown diet portion out of their garden that was cleaned up to a certain level. When you get to a recreator level, it assumes that somebody may traverse the property jogging, hiking, etc. It's more of an open space type scenario. And that's, so hopefully that helps explain. And
Yes.
so you look at different risk levels for those different scenarios is what you do. But each one of those is targeting the target risk level of 1 in a million for cancer risk.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
And you also have easements to require that the land be used only for recreational purposes for those areas that you're cleaning up to recreational standard.
Well, that's what the easement says, but we are requiring cleanup to what we originally were going to require. So yes, we are right. Right.
So the answer was Boeing is the only area where there's an easement. So it's the only area that this part of the conversation applies to. Am I
Yeah, when I
correct?
talked about the conservation easement, that was where I was saying that was setting the stage for using a recreator scenario to clean it up. The department said, no, we want, an appropriate cleanup based on potential future land use, which is why
They were using that to change or to have a certain standard, and you.
Right. And as a result of our negotiations, we were able to.
Can I ask a underlying which is something that probably happened quite a while ago? You refer to sites with different degrees of contamination. What was the testing process, or when did that occur, that you know that this area you'll be doing just this piece, this one? How do you?
I don't
Is
want
everything
to.
tested already?
Yes, I don't want to try and draw upon the number of samples or make reference, but suffice it to say the site has had a lot of holes put in the ground and a lot of testing done to accurately identify, starting with the areas where they knew there was operation, and they worked their way out from there into some of the areas where there weren't operational activities. They did some sampling in those. So the site at this point is well characterized and has gone through the remedial investigation stage, and all of those are approved.
You referenced in one of the slides that what was happening on the site. So that was a standard for you. If you knew there was a lot of activity on the Boeing site, on that one Boeing slide where there's stark differences in the operations in the area.
Yes.
So you had an assessment of what the operations were and testing?
Yes.
In order to confirm that the operation contaminated that area
Correct.
with certain things.
As well as some of the open space areas that were out there. So there was sampling done throughout the site to ensure that we had a good handle, or the parties had a good handle on where the contamination was located. So they, at this point, they're ready to move forward and start drawing boundaries for, excavation in their cleanup plans. That's how good the characterization is at this
So
point.
if it's 95 truckloads a day or 96 for 15 years, how many trucks have to come in, and are you replacing the same amount of soil, or do you know yet?
It's less soil. So it's 2.5 million cubic yards are anticipated to go off-site, and about 1.5 million are anticipated to come back on-site. Some areas can be
You're not restoring the
regraded.
whole hill.
Yeah, some areas can be regraded. The goal is not to leave the site as a moonscape, and to make sure that the appropriate soils are brought back in for habitat restoration and other things. So, and it's very important. That's actually a really big challenge, is the backfill, as I talked about. It's tough to find that much backfill that's clean and meets the standards. So we're working on that diligently. Yes, there is some backfill that will be available on site as well, but it certainly won't be enough to address.
Backfill meaning some of that soil was not contaminated and you can use it for backfill?
There's some from the buffer zones and that
Okay.
that is available. There's some stipulations on that, but The challenge is finding sites that are within proximity that have the same geological composition. I mean, some of these plants out there are only supported by a certain type of soil. So if you put something else out there, unless you try and add nutrients in that, so it's a real balancing act, and it's a habitat corridor as well for birds and mountain lions. And
So looking at the timeline, how long this is going to take to get started, you have to come up with the plans and then begin the work, right?
well, the plans will get started now that the PEIR is done.
Right.
The plans are in progress. They'll be started, and then we'll be reviewing drafts of them. And then when they get to a point where the department feels that it's ready for public review, we'll put it out for public review, and we'll have a public meeting in the middle of that period.
So I guess my question goes to, certainly the Woolsey fire taught us something in terms of urgency, right?
Yes.
So we can't, we have no idea what's coming next in California. We're all living that. Are there identified parts of this that are more urgent than others, where you're thinking, oh, another fire or a whatever would be an urgent issue for us? So in terms of prioritizing what you take care of first, is that a consideration?
Absolutely, absolutely. So there are two orders that we issued to Boeing. One is for the former Boeing shooting range, which is kind of off-site. It's on the perimeter of the property, but it's near the drainage areas, and that cleanup is actually going on right now. They're actually out there cleaning it up. And then the next cleanup that they'll be starting, hopefully by the end of this year, will be the Area 1 burn pit, where they'll be taking out radionuclide contamination in soils. And then we have been talking about the parties now that the EIR is certified about focused soil removal actions, because anything we do now, if it's not an IS&E, it needs to be done under the context of the PEIR. So the parties are interested, though, in trying to get in and get some of the higher levels out earlier to help prevent it.
Okay.
Meredith Williams, Director. We did take into account the climate change impacts on the site to do some actions that even predate the ones that Steve just described. So for instance, there were some standing buildings in DOE's Area 4, and we worked out an order with them to have those removed. I mean, they're very close to the location where the Woolsey fire started. So this has been an ongoing conversation about where is there a potential for wildfire impacts, where is the potential for excess flooding to move contamination, and then identify whether or not we can take some early action to address those.
And I just want to expand on that. They took out the buildings to slab on grade for the radioactive material handling facility, as well as the hazardous waste management facility. The previous fire, as I recall, had maybe kind of nipped at one of the buildings, but it didn't really burn it. It just kind of singed it on the outside a little bit on the paint, as I recall. But that was a huge effort, and DOE worked with us very cooperatively and spent a lot of money to send that material off and get it down to slab on grade to reduce the risk going forward. Now, they still have to clean up the slabs and the soil below that, but it was a preemptive strike that the department and DOE worked out to do that.
I couldn't see from the slides if there still are structures on the site. I know, or I understand that they weren't able to fight the fire on the site because there wasn't fire trucks and water tanks, but are there still things that can catch on that site?
There's still a couple structures within Area 4 that are owned by Boeing, about 5 or 6 buildings, I think, depending on what you consider a building out there. But there's 5 or 6 remaining. Other than that, I think most of the structures essentially have been taken down. There may still be a few residual ones, but they have some active buildings near the entrance that are their trailers and that. But otherwise, most of the historic buildings, to the best of my knowledge, have been taken.
Thank you. I exhausted my questions. Sushma?
I have a two-part question about community science and engagement.
Yes.
First is we've heard this theme in our board meetings that community members bring their own science. So can you speak a little bit about, first, how much of community science was incorporated, evaluated, considered as part of the process? That's my first part. Second is, what steps have you taken to help the community understand the science and the assumptions behind the BEIR?
So, when we receive any sort of community science report, we do review it, and we come to our own conclusion regarding it. And if there's something out of that that's a takeaway that we feel we need to address, we do address that. Yeah, so that's how we would address that. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question was?
What steps have you taken to help the community members understand the science and assumptions behind?
So that is one of the things, we did a community survey last January, and we received a lot of input about what was really important to the stakeholders in the community. And so our goal is to start rolling out these workshops to help prepare them for the upcoming comment period. So the first one we're planning on doing is regarding groundwater. And so it's going to help people understand, before we get to the groundwater cleanup decision document, understand the groundwater, understand what we're talking about, what the contamination is, what the proposed cleanup technologies are, how the groundwater travels on the site, and kind of the lay of the land. And then, when it comes to a point when we issue the decision document in draft form for public comment review, our hope is that people will have that knowledge and to be able to look at that, and make sense of it. And then we'll also have a meeting in the middle of those as well, where, we'll answer questions, and, we're happy to engage with people and talk to them about the science on it. We have no issue with that at all. We're happy to do that, actually. I think it's good dialogue. So we welcome that.
I think one of the things we've been encouraging is that proactive, organized, orchestrated, consistent engagement piece that is not just responding to, but proactively. So I feel definitely that there's movement in that direction, and we're here today, so thank you.
We're definitely trying to move in that direction. I think that's very important. Communication is key to any project.
Right.
You may have differing opinions, but the communication is key.
All right.
The other workshop, the risk assessment.
Right. To help people understand a little bit more about risk communication and what risk really means, because sometimes the word risk can just be alarming when it's just put, as a phrase by itself. But when you really start to understand what it is, and you compare it to other things, like your natural inherent possibility of developing cancer in a lifetime. I mean, there are things that are important to consider when you look at that. And certainly we have empathy for anybody that develops cancer of any sort. I mean, our goal is to prevent that. So, yeah.
Do we have any other questions for this segment, or are we ready for the next presentation?
So we're going to take public comment after the next presentation.
Right
after
now.
that, so right now it's just board questions.
To just see if it's time for us to move on.
Okay.
So you're not going anywhere though, right?
No, it's fine. I'll be sitting here.
Okay.
Where to find me.
All right. I think we have some additional.
And so our next presenters are Parents Against Santa Susana. And while they make their way up and while we get situated on Zoom with them, I'll go ahead and introduce our presenters for this item.
Thank you.
We have Caroline Reiser, Senior Staff Attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Daniel Hirsch, Retired Director, Program on Environmental and Nuclear Policy, UC Santa Cruz, and President, Committee to Bridge the Gap. Larry Yee, former Chair, Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. Dr. Robert Levin, the Public Health Officer for the County of Ventura. And Melissa Bumstead, founder of Parents Against Santa Susana Field Laboratory. So we'll just give Gabriella a second while we set up our next virtual presenters. We'll have some presenters virtually, and we have Melissa joining us in person. Daniel, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. You may go ahead, and Daniel's going to go ahead and share his screen.
Well, first, Carolyn is going to speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'll dive in while the rest of the team is showing up on the screen here. Good afternoon, members of the board, Director Williams, DTSC staff, and members of the public. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to speak with you today about DTSC's final programmatic environmental impact report on the soil and groundwater cleanup for Santa Susana Field Laboratory. My name is Carolyn Reiser. I'm a senior staff attorney with NRDC. I'm a Southern California native, and for the last 4 years, I've taken over NRDC's decades-long advocacy for a healthy cleanup of Santa Susana. With me today, as you heard, are Daniel Hirsch, Larry Yee, Dr. Robert Levin, and Melissa Bumstead. We as individuals and organizations advocate for a full cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab. We celebrated in 2007 and 2010 when DTSC entered into agreements with the responsible parties, setting out the requirements that such a cleanup was to be completed by 2017. But as we all know, that cleanup was not completed by 2017. Rather, in 2017, DTSC finally published its draft programmatic environmental impact report. And now, a full 6 years later, DTSC has published its final programmatic environmental impact report. So many years have passed, and unfortunately, the final PEIR is a complete disappointment. The final PEIR is a disappointment because it not only demonstrates the continuation of DTSC breaking promises it has made to the community, but the final PEIR also demonstrates that DTSC is binding itself to a maximum level of cleanup at Santa Susana that will not be sufficient to protect public health or the environment. Let me say that again. While the PEIR may not set out final cleanup levels, it does set a ceiling for the cleanup at Santa Susana that will allow a vast majority of toxic and radioactive contaminants to remain in place. Santa Susana Field Lab is one of the most contaminated sites in California. Decades of nuclear and rocket testing with lax health, safety, and environmental considerations left the site contaminated with over 300 toxic chemicals, as well as many different kinds of radionuclides. The community surrounding the site continues to be exposed to and impacted by the contamination. Yet DTSC has certified a final PEIR that downplays Santa Susana's history and impact. Simply put, the PEIR does not consider the cleanup that the community demands and deserves, that California elected officials at all levels of government support, and that DTSC has long promised. You, the board, represent the general public interest, and your duty is to protect public health and reduce risks to toxic exposure. You have a responsibility to provide guidance to DTSC. So we ask 3 things of you today. 1, that you speak out clearly against the violations of long-standing promises about the Santa Susana cleanup. 2, that you formally recognize that the final PEIR is inadequate and violates binding agreements, and thus cannot meet any of DTSC's performance metrics. And 3, that you, in your oversight capacity, provide direction to DTSC to rescind or supplement the PEIR and develop an updated version consistent with the long-promised cleanup. The final PEIR is not the work of a strong regulator. DTSC must do better, and we hope that you can help them achieve that. I will now turn the mic over to my colleague, Dr. Hirsch, to discuss the history of Santa Susana and the broken promises that led to this inadequate PEIR. Thank you.
I'm sharing screen. Could you just confirm for me that you're able to see the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So in July, the final PIR was certified. It breaches long-standing cleanup agreements. The final PIR breaks the legally binding 2007 consent order and 2010 administrative orders on consent, also known as AOCs, which require full cleanup to background. The PIR instead allows the responsible parties to walk away from cleaning up the great majority of their contaminated land. If not reversed, the site will remain polluted in perpetuity. We have 2 key points. The 2007 and 2010 cleanup agreements are now broken in the final PIR. For Boeing, at least 90% of its contaminated soil won't be cleaned up. And for the Department of Energy and NASA, at least 63% of their contaminated acreage will be exempted from cleanup. We'll discuss this as we go along. The field lab is located on the LA Ventura County border. There are more than 700,000 people living within 10 miles. At least 4 reactors suffered accidents, including the SRE partial meltdown. There were radioactive fires at the hot lab. There were releases of plutonium, arguably the most dangerous material on Earth, from the plutonium fuel fabrication facility. Numerous other toxic and radioactive spills and releases. Here's a photograph of one of the melted fuel rods from the 1959 partial meltdown. There were also tens of thousands of rocket and missile engine tests, which resulted in huge releases of toxic materials to air, soil, and water. On top of that, regulators allowed unacceptable methods of disposal of hazardous and radioactive waste, burning them in open air burn pits for decades, with the barrels ignited by shooting at the barrels. Plumes of toxic materials fell out over wide areas. Important, as you've heard, the assertion that the pollution is restricted to narrow areas where the operations occurred. Contamination by over 300 toxic chemicals such as perchlorate, PCBs, TCE, and dioxins, and dozens of radionuclides such as plutonium-239, strontium-90, and cesium-137 have been detected at elevated levels in soil, groundwater, and/or surface water. The field lab, as you can see from this picture, is located elevated on a mesa, and so gravity wants to bring that contamination down to the populated areas nearby when the wind blows and when the rain comes. Federally funded studies found off-site migration of contaminants and also elevated cancer rates associated with the site. Study by a team led by UCLA professor Yoram Cohen identified a wide range of pollutants had migrated from San Jose to off-site areas in concentrations in excess of EPA levels of concern. A second study by Professor Hal Morgenstern found a greater than 60% increased incidence of key cancers for people living within 2 miles compared to living more than 5 miles away. The 2007 consent order and 2010 administrative orders of consent are legally binding orders that require soil cleanup be completed by 2017 and the permanent groundwater remedy be in place by the same date. But the cleanup agreements have been breached. Boeing, Department of Energy, and NASA have all resisted complying with the orders they signed. The 2017 deadline for cleanup to be completed has long since come and gone, and the required cleanup has not even begun. DTSC has failed to enforce and now has itself broken those agreements. I'm going to play for you for a moment video clips of former Cal EPA Secretary Blumenfeld, speech he delivered in Simi Valley to a group of elected officials, their staffs, and the public.
So these entities, Boeing in 2007, Department of Energy and NASA in 2010, entered into agreements. Those are legally binding agreements. We will hold them to those agreements. And as I said, but I will say it again, our job is to regulate, not those agreements.
And then again.
We don't have a lot of tolerance for having a negotiation. All the meetings that I go to, like, are we opening up the consent order? The answer is no. Are we opening up the order on consent, which I'll talk through in a minute? And the answer is no.
And again.
What we have in front of us, which I'll describe, is agreements. And we're really not here to negotiate. This is not negotiation. This is about implementation. So once someone's agreed to something, a price of a house, a job contract, you kind of expect people to be good to their word and to do it.
And again.
Really, my goal has been to change and improve, I would say, the culture of the Department of Toxic Substance Control. They are the regulator. The regulator means they set the cleanup standards. This is not an ongoing negotiation with the polluters. The polluters have a role, they have to pay for it, and they have to adhere to the standards that we have.
Yet, less than a year later, after all these promises that there would be no negotiations with Boeing, DTSC initiated secret negotiations with Boeing. This was widely criticized by mayors, county supervisors, city council members, deeply concerned about the failure to enforce the existing orders and about the confidential negotiations and further delays in the EIR. A similar letter was sent in by Senator Padilla and 4 members of Congress. Months later, Director Williams wrote back committing DTSC to continuing to enforce the 2007 order and the 2010 AOCs, saying that they are legally binding and that the sole purpose in participating in this mediation was to hold Boeing accountable to the 2007 consent order. However, when they reached the agreement, 796 pages, DTSC by its own admission says that the new agreement supersedes much of the 2007 order. When the secret negotiations were revealed to the public, not by DTSC, but by public employees for environmental responsibility, DTSC issued a response claiming that any proposal, it would come out as a proposal, not a final agreement, would be done with environmental review and with significant opportunities for public input. Yet on May 9th of last year, Chief Counsel for DTSC and Boeing's official executed the agreement, saying that there is no hearing or further action required before the agreement becomes effective. No opportunity for public input, no environmental review. So the just released final PEIR after the fact incorporates the Boeing DTSC deal to release Boeing from most of its cleanup obligations, which violates the fundamental requirement of environmental review, that such review precede and inform decisions. When DTSC announced the agreement that came out of those secret negotiations, it claimed, as it has today, that the agreement strengthens the cleanup and establishes strict cleanup protocols. But in fact, the actual agreement massively weakens the cleanup requirements for soil, groundwater, and surface water. Nowhere in the agreement or the PIR is there any comparison between the new cleanup standards and the ones previously in effect in the 2007 order. You heard today a claim that, in fact, it tightens standards. The opposite is the case. When one reviews the changes, the new numbers are scores of times weaker, hundreds of times weaker, and even thousands of times weaker, depending on the toxic chemical and its location. Sorry. Back a second. So buried in that agreement are several pages of new risk-based screening levels. And when you compare those RIPSLs with the RIPSLs that were in effect until this agreement was signed, pursuant to the 2007 order, one discovers that rather than strengthening the requirements, the vast majority of the contaminants have had their standards weakened, allowing higher concentrations to be left behind. And that is not by a small amount, not by a few percent. The cleanup standards have been weakened not just by a few percent, but as you see here regarding dioxins and PCBs, by factors of about 100 to thousands. I need to also make clear, which DTSC didn't mention in its presentation, that the deal also adds an additional multiplier of 5 for parts of the site and 100 for the majority of the site, meaning risks not of 1 times 10 to the minus 6, but up to 10 to the minus 4. Resulting in a weakening of dioxin and PCB cleanup standards, for example, by factors of about 100 in some areas and 2,000 in most of the facility. The PIR limits the amount of soil to be remediated no matter how much contamination is found to a small fraction of the contaminated soil in the Boeing areas of responsibility. These charts show the estimates of how much of the Boeing contaminated soil would not get cleaned up under last year's backroom deal. Under best circumstances, 90% wouldn't get cleaned up. Under Boeing's preferred alternative, about 96% wouldn't get cleaned up. And this doesn't even count the use of the biological and cultural exemptions, which would make it more like 98%. DTSC seems very worried by these estimates shown in their presentation today. We would be pleased to respond in the Q&A to what is wrong with their claims. But for now, note that DTSC has been diligent in refusing any disclosure in the PIR as to how much of the Boeing contaminated soil would remain not cleaned up. The PIR similarly breaks the 2010 AOCs with DOE and NASA. The AOCs require cleanup to background, in other words, returning the site to the condition it was in before it was contaminated. but instead the PIR exempts huge portions of the contaminated site from cleanup in violation of the very narrow exemptions allowed in the AOCs. The PIR it gives huge exceptions that go vastly beyond the AOCs, which narrowly limit biological exceptions to situations where there's been a Section 7 consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife for cleanup to background that results in a biological opinion that finds cleaning up a specific area to background would violate either Section 7A2 or Section 9 of the Endangered Species Act. The Section 7 consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife has been completed, as admitted in the PIR, and there has been no biological opinion making the required findings. Thus, no such exemptions are allowed under the AOCs. And I need to reinforce that the pollution that they are proposing to leave behind harms the very biological features that are being used as the exhaust to now clean up. The PIR proposes exempting from cleanup the areas in this map that I'm about to show you from the PIR that are in yellow, green, or red, representing almost the entire site. The hatched areas in Area 4 and Area 2 are the areas that are to be cleaned up to background. But the colored areas, the yellow, the red, the green, are the areas that are now being proposed for exemption. The PIR states that the following table shows the preliminary estimates of where exceptions for significant cultural and biological resources would be applied for what it is calling its superior alternative, which is to break the AOC and to use these exceptions. This is a table from the PIR, which estimates 63% of the DOE and NASA contaminated acres would not be cleaned up to background, just using these two exceptions alone. For the cultural resources, they've also violated the narrow exceptions that exist within the AOC and proposed leaving many of these resources contaminated, even though they should be cleaned up. So it's not just the cleanup promises that have been broken. The timeline has also been broken consistently. In 2000, DTSC said the final EIR would be completed by the end of 2002. The 2007 consent order and 2010 AOCs required soil cleanup be completed by 2017, but they didn't even publish the draft PIR until 2017. They then claimed it would be released in final in 2018, then 2019, then 2022. And then in 2021, they promised that they would recirculate it for public comment because of all the changes that had occurred. In 2022, even more changes were made. The secret agreement gutting the 2007 order. But it took until 2023 to finally publish the PIR, and they did so without recirculation, without the opportunity for public comment. They now claim cleanup documents will be finalized and cleanup will begin some years from now. How much longer it will take is truly unknown. We haven't had time in this brief presentation to go into the extraordinary technical errors that DTSC has made, nor the serious misrepresentations made in their presentation today, but we would be pleased to do so in the Q&A. So to summarize, DTSC asserts the PIR requires a full cleanup of Santa Susana. That is false. The 2007 and 2010 agreements require such a cleanup, but the final PIR breaches those commitments regarding all three responsible parties and allows large amounts of contamination to remain not cleaned up, putting people at perpetual risk. DTSC says the final cleanup decisions haven't been made, and even if they stay on schedule, which has never happened, they are years away. But the assertion that they have made no decisions now is misleading. The PIR sets a ceiling. The cleanup can be no better than the weak level set forth therein. DTSC's final actions can and likely will still be made even worse, resulting in even less of the contamination cleaned up. So again, our recommendations to the board: one, that you speak out clearly against the violations of longstanding promises about the Santa Susana cleanup. Two, that you formally recognize that the final PIR is inadequate and violates binding agreements and thus cannot meet any DTSC performance metric. And three, that you, in your oversight capacity, provide direction to DTSC to rescind or supplement the PIR and develop an updated version consistent with the long promised cleanup to background. Thank you. I hand it over now to Larry Yee.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think there's about 10 minutes left for this segment, so I don't know how the rest of all the presenters can handle that.
We'll do the best we can, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about a matter of grave concern. My name is Larry Yee. I am the former chair of the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. I served on the water board for 10 years until I was asked to resign last year by the then Secretary of Cal EPA, Jared Blumenfeld. The circumstances around my resignation are part of the reason why I am testifying before you today. I was asked to resign in May of last year, largely because I was becoming highly critical of the closed door process employed for the Boeing DTSC agreement, which markedly weakened the cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab and the associated Boeing Regional Water Board MOU, which established a path for releasing Boeing from its NPDES permit post-cleanup. As chair, I insisted that the MOU had to be considered by the full board at a regularly scheduled meeting following its customary procedure of public review and comment. A few days thereafter, I was asked to resign. When the Water Board held the hearing to approve the MOU in August 2022, I testified as a private citizen and recommended that the MOU be rejected. If it had, then the secret deal between Boeing and DTSC would have been canceled. However, the Water Board approved the MOU, thus paving the way for the final program environmental impact report, which DTSC issued in June, certified in July, and is now the subject of today's hearing. As you've just heard from Mr. Hirsch's testimony, the DTSC Boeing agreement was negotiated after Cal EPA Secretary Jared Blumenfeld had promised the community and elected officials that he would not negotiate, but only regulate, that he would enforce the legally binding consent orders of 2007 and 2010, which called for a full cleanup to background. The egregious tragedy of what has happened with DTSC's sanctions of these cleanup deals is that 90% or more of the contaminated soil will still be left at the site whenever Boeing finishes their supposed cleanup. 90%. And about 2/3 will be left by NASA and DOE. The final program EIR is the clincher, as it binds the parties to these partial, incomplete cleanups that are woefully inadequate for the safe protection of human health and the environment. DTSC keeps declaring that there will be plenty of time and opportunity for the public to have input when the decision documents for the remediation are released. That being in 2025 for Boeing, and a date yet to be determined for NASA and DOE. And by the way, DTSC keeps pushing these dates further out. That is a red herring, because this final PEIR and the backroom deal with Boeing set the ceiling for how much or little of the contamination will be cleaned up, thus making any improved changes for a better cleanup impossible. It's like saying to the people of Lahaina, sorry, but we're only going to clean up 10% of the devastation, and that's all you can comment on. The rest we're going to leave as is. Good luck. I testified at the August Regional Water Board MOU hearing because I felt a strong moral obligation to the people most affected, especially those living in close proximity to Santa Susana, who have been in harm's way for decades and who continue to suffer. Those of you on this board who are committed to protecting the environment and the public safety should be outraged. The fact that there was no due process for the development of the DTSC Boeing agreement was a travesty of civil liberties, the people having been denied their right to be heard. You know, when Albert Einstein was being considered for citizenship in this country, he wrote that democracy is not just a form of government, but it is a way of life tied to a great tradition, the tradition of moral strength. That what's been done with Santa Susana is morally and ethically wrong. It's obvious that DTSC's allegiance lies with Boeing, a major corporate polluter. Politics have had the upper hand here, not the steadfast obligation and responsibility to protect the people and the environment. To date, in my opinion, Santa Susana demonstrates a massive failure on the part of the state executive branch. That is Cal EPA, DTSC, and the regional and state water boards. Had the cleanup been completed by 2017, as was originally ordered, we would not be here today. There would be no need to testify to ensure fairness and rightness. Instead, how do you now justify a partial, incomplete cleanup that leaves 90% of the contamination? How do you explain the years of broken promises and breached obligations? How can you in good conscience turn a blind eye to the reality of what's happening? You know, many boards and commissions that hold hearings, once done, simply check the box and go about their business as usual, despite what was said or what they heard. I sincerely hope that is not the case today. It is inconceivable how long the toxic and radioactive contamination has been left at Santa Susana with no remedy, no cleanup, and no resolution. As they say, justice delayed is justice denied. You know, the big difference between us down here testifying and you up there listening, we can only ask that you do the right thing. You, on the other hand, have the power to do the right thing. We are asking that you have the moral courage to assert your authority and that you, in your oversight capacity, provide direction to DTSC to rescind or supplement the PEIR, develop an updated version consistent with the long promised cleanup to background.
Thank you.
Justice.
I think you all have 5 minutes left, and you've got 2 speakers. And I know we had long conversations and rehearsals about this, so I'm asking you to be mindful of that. We have Q&A, and we have a time that we need to leave this building. So I just want to remind you of that. If you can wrap, I think we heard your message, sir.
We're at 2.5 minutes, Madam Chair.
Pardon?
We're at 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So.
Dr. Robert Levin is the next speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Robert Levin. I'm the Ventura County Health Officer and have been for the last 25 years. Santa Susana was pristine countryside until the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. During this time, the site was used extensively for rocket engine and nuclear reactor testing. The increased cancer rates and potentially the poisonings and birth defects that have and will continue to be seen forever are a public health issue. Politics should not drive public health policy. The health officer takes positions which protect your health and the health of your parents and your children. In 2007 and 2010, agreements were reached which would have cleaned up the Santa Susana Mesa to its original state and would have removed the threat to human health entirely. When you make a mess, you're supposed to clean it up. The County of Ventura has long supported the cleanup background. Now, a new plan has been approved by the Department of Toxic Substances Control, which would ignore what was previously agreed upon and result in a cleanup that removes only a small fraction of the contaminated soil and radionuclide waste. The DTSC is supposed to protect the public. Please demand that they require Boeing, NASA, and the Department of Energy to do a complete cleanup as long promised. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Melissa, I know you can speed wrap. I know you've got
a minute. 1 minute.
I'll give you 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate that. These are photos of my daughter, Grace Bumstead, who is a 2-time cancer survivor. We'll get her back up there. She is. In 2014, and then she relapsed in 2017 and required a bone marrow transplant to save her life. I would like to remind everyone, I was a little offended when you were saying that the community is afraid of the risk, that we might not be able to handle it. But this is to remind you that the risk is real, that we know families who have suffered. An independent study by Reuters helped verify 80 children in our community have had cancer. That is not natural, and as Dan Hirsch shared, there's a 60% cancer incidence rate, showing a direct correlation the closer you live to the site to cancer rates. So this is not just a abstract risk. We are not hysterical moms. These are real risks that our community is facing, and it is not just cancer. That's the only one that is tracked. There are autoimmune disease, there are thyroid disorders, and because Jenny and I are part of the community, we get the letters from the community. We get the emails and the texts saying, oh my God, my 16-year-old son has testicular cancer. These things are not average, and these things are not normal. Children with breast cancer, people who've never smoked having aggressive forms of lung cancer, women my age having double hysterectomies, and all kinds of problems. So I'm just trying to say that we are real people. That is my job here today, to remind you that we are real people, we are a real community, and the risks are scary. And if you were to put yourself in my shoes, what would you allow in your environment? What would you stand up and say, this is right for my people and my community? That is what I'm asking you to consider today. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, over 80 children have been found in our community with cancer. These are the kids that I know personally. These are the kids whose families said that I could share their picture here with you today. And their face is a reminder. Many of these children have passed away. Many of these children live, because the Santa Susana Field Lab is between Ventura County and LA County. They live in environmental justice communities. And last month we learned of 2 new children with cancer diagnoses in Simi Valley, even though pediatric cancer is exceptionally rare. These children are why the cleanup matters. The SSFL contamination is harming real people right now, and these delays are hurting my community. Unless all of the contamination is remediated, people in our community will continue to be at daily risk of exposure for generations. Because as we spoke today, we talked about how dangerous this contamination is, but we don't often speak about how long-lasting this contamination is. We have forever chemicals, I believe, once we do more PFAS research, we have radionuclides that have 24,000-year half-lives. So we are not just asking for you to protect our children and our community today. We are asking you to look to the future with the incredibly comprehensive cleanup that will protect generations of Californians. Thank you for listening to our presentation today. Dan Hirsch and Larry Yee are available to answer the questions you have. I know that we weren't able to get into the technical details today. We would have liked to have had that opportunity before the PEIR was finalized, because we've had these concerns for a long time. And we've been very vocal about them. We've been very present. We've jumped through every hoop. They've known where to find us. And yet we haven't been engaged in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you for organizing. I know you were key to pulling this all together, so I want to thank you for that. And having worked on the exposure to toxic chemicals and radiation in breast cancer for 20 years, I get it. And see the loss of, and young girls at the age of 7 in puberty and getting breast cancer at 12. So I think there's a sensitivity to this. This goes, I mean, I just watched Oppenheimer. So just by the way, I just felt the fury of SSFL while I was watching that. And I think we're all, there's a heightened awareness, and you've certainly brought attention to it. So I thank you all for that. I'll see if there are questions from board members for any of the presenters today. That I know we have your full presentation with all the graphs and charts. Sushma?
Thank you.
Can I just ask, since we had many presenters, if you could be as specific as possible as to who your question is addressed to?
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, a lot of information to digest. I'm going to ask one question of the community members, perhaps Dan or I think Mr. Yee might be in a good position to answer this question. The number of truckloads, the 95 truckloads per day number is very striking to me personally. So my question for you is, are the community members willing to trade cleaner soil levels for greater air pollution by way of more truckloads? If you want to, whoever feels that they...
Direct from the mic, Melissa. Why don't you direct traffic?
Obviously, I can't speak for my entire community, but I know that many of us, part of the longstanding work of Committee to Bridge the Gap with Dan Hirsch and his group, have been looking for alternatives that actually would lessen the amount of truckloads. You know, we tell everyone in the community we want the smartest, safest, most comprehensive cleanup possible. I don't believe that's what's been presented in the PEIR. There's some areas where the soil estimates have been overinflated. That needs review as much as the areas where the soil, the actual contaminated area has been completely ignored. There have been talks about things needing to go to bedrock. That's not necessary. I think there's smarter methods that are available, and Boeing is one of the most advanced technological corporations in the planet. So we believe, one, that it can be done better. But two, if we're trading air pollution over radioactive nuclides, that's a hard discussion, and yet plutonium-239, which is known to be on site, it's the next building that Boeing's going to tear down. It's the plutonium fuel facility. It has plutonium-239 has been found. To breathe 1 ounce, 1/1,000,000 of an ounce, trace amounts, is almost guaranteed statistically to give you lung cancer. So if we're talking about the risks of that versus air pollution, I guess it depends on who you ask. I know that not only do I not want to believe, I don't want to breathe air pollution. Again, I think there's smarter ways to do it, but the plutonium-239 is not only going to harm me as well, it's going to, again, harm generations. It literally has a 24,000-year half-life. So we do need to weigh the pros and cons, but again, I really wish we had had this conversation before the PEIR was finalized, because then this is the kind of discussion I think that could have made changes in the document itself. So I'm very regretful that we weren't able to do that.
But I think there's opportunities, unless I'm misunderstanding the first presentation, there is not a plan yet. There's a PEIR, and then you have all the efforts of being engaged in the plan, and if you unearth, that's interesting, new information, I can't imagine that wouldn't be well received.
I'm afraid that's
considered in the calculation.
Dan Hirsch here, may I respond?
Dan Hirsch has a point to share.
Okay, Dan?
Just two quick matters. One, it's not the case that there will be opportunities to be able to have input. The agreement that was signed last year with Boeing after the secret negotiations is there. You can't, DTSC has agreed that it will not require more cleanup of Boeing than what's in that agreement. Secondly, having to do with the transportation. We submitted a detailed set of alternatives that would reduce those air pollution impacts. And DTSC has rigorously resisted those alternatives. There is a train track right at the base of the San Jose Field Laboratory. One doesn't have to put this onto trucks. One can put it on the train with much reduced pollution that has been resisted by DTSC. So there's also in situ treatment that could take care of about 1/3 of the pollution on site. So what's been going on is an effort to scare people about the trucks in order to reduce the burden on the responsible parties in terms of the cleanup. And I'm very troubled by that.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other public comments or questions or responses or comments from DTSC?
Sorry, Board Chair, we're not doing public comments right now. We're just doing Q&A from the board to the presenters.
There you go. Thank you for keeping me on track, since somebody has to. Comments from the board? Yeah, please do.
Just on one point, because
yeah.
There was a question about a trade-off between cleaning up to background. Was, and all three responsible parties are definitely going to clean the radionuclides up to background.
Okay, that's important to understand. All right, I'm hearing no nods and yes nods, so I don't know how to reconcile that. Dr. Williams just said the Boeing nuclear.
And I know Dan would say this better, so I'll let him probably do it, but I can tell you that the exemptions, when you saw that map and you saw the areas in the red and the yellow and the darker, the green, do you recall that? Are you able to pull that slide back up? So this is saying that, yeah, we're gonna do a really thorough cleanup, but then we're not actually gonna touch the soil where the contamination is, because that exemption has been applied when the cultural and biological exemptions are being improperly applied. So that's a loophole that they've used massively to say we're going to do a great cleanup, we're just not going to actually touch the soil where the contamination is. You can see the map right here. And I believe there's a comment, I have a comment, and I'll let Dan, he brought this point up, and I'll let him say it again, is that on slide 14 of DTSC's presentation today, they said that the PIR assumes the maximum estimates of soil volume. That was on the slide today, on slide 14. It assumes the maximum. But then on page 338, or I'm sorry, page 162 of the PEIR, and we had that chart up. Are you able to find that? I'm not sure if you can show the acreage where it said 62%. That's from the PEIR. So if the PIR is saying, they're saying that the PIR assumes the maximum estimates of soil volume, and then it says, no, actually keep going. Keep going.
The other direction.
Other direction. Thank you, Dan. Here we go.
There.
This is from the PEIR. So if we're saying that this is the maximum estimated soil volume according to the PER, and then it lists out what those exemptions are. So that's out of just DOE and NASA. This is not considering Boeing's. That's a separate issue. But just DOE and NASA's soil right here, they have applied a biological exemption to the majority of it, to 65%, and the biologic exemption cannot apply because the wildlife has not made that to be a legal exemption. So this is an improper loophole, and I'll let Dan finish, but this is such a big issue to me because
I hear you.
What good is a cleanup if there's no cleanup?
Just very quickly, Director Williams indicated that the radiological contamination would be cleaned up to background, even for the Boeing part of the property. Melissa has correctly identified the huge exemptions from that, but it's not even true for the radioactivity regarding background. When you read carefully the agreement that was entered into with Boeing, again in secret, without input from the public or local officials and so on, the back section on radiological contamination actually allows them to leave contamination at levels markedly above background. So even for the radiation in the Boeing areas, we disagree strongly.
Okay, that seems to be, is there any further response to that?
But we have comments.
Yeah.
Coming, right?
Yeah, right.
We don't have public comments. Just a reminder, we are not doing public comments right now. These are only Q&A from the board to the presenters.
From the board and back, so, right. And yeah, I think this is a fair thing to answer.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say I do have a lot of respect for the parents' presentation today, and I understand and respect everything they're saying. But there are a few things that I feel that I need to clarify. One was the reference to the fact that we have not had discussions with them about the technical things. We did have several technical meetings with NRDC and Mr. Hirsch to talk about scientific changes that resulted in some of the, quote, weakening of standards. So we did have those discussions, and they ended up at, I guess I would call it an impasse. So, but nonetheless, I did want to clarify, we did have those. So we did have an attempt to reach out and have coordination. We're always happy to have more discussions, so that's not a problem. I also wanted to point out that there was the discussion of the 5 times multiplier, and there's a inaccuracy in the way that's being described. The 5 times multiplier is a screening tool that Boeing is using to develop their CMS areas. So they're going to use it to expedite the development of their areas for cleanup. It's based on the RIBSOL, and then at the end of the cleanup, they will have to do a full back-end risk assessment to demonstrate that they've got it all, as well as a hotspot analysis. So it's really not fair to say that that's changed the cleanup standard. Additionally, the 100 times multiplier that's referenced is meant to account for possible biological or cultural exceptions where you might have to allow something that's protected but at a little higher risk in certain areas. So I think it's real important to understand that those aren't really a weakening of the standards. And the SRAM itself, which is a document that's been of great concern over time, we were going to require changes to that regardless of the DTSC Boeing settlement agreement. So I just want to be upfront about that. And that also is, the settlement agreement is not a cleanup document, it's a process document. The other thing to understand is that the exceptions that are being discussed are potential exceptions. They are shown in different colors. There are different levels of prioritization for those. There's levels 1, 2, and 3 on those. And those are only biological. We can't show the cultural ones on there for privacy reasons and confidentiality. But those are only potential. Those are not set in stone. So, and as we said, we did not include those to evaluate the outer envelope of the soil volume that we would be addressing within the EIR. So I think that's an important point to make. There's been a lot of discussion like those decisions are made. Those are not made. Those will come up in the cleanup documents. Those will be open for public review and comment. One other thing, well, there's two other things. One other thing is there's no ceiling on the Boeing soil cleanup. So while Boeing agreed to clean up to and including a number that was put in the settlement agreement, the discussions with them and the agreement itself mentions that if they go out in the field and they end up cleaning up more than the 439,000 cubic yards that's referenced that they'll need to clean up, they will clean it up. It's just they don't want to see that in a document until they get to the point of actually getting to clean up. So if they go out into it, let's say they end up going from 439 to 729,000 cubic yards, they're going to clean up what they're required to clean up under their agreement. They committed to us on that. So that's important. The other thing I want to talk about is the conveyor analysis. You know, we did a pretty deep dive on this because of public concern and elected official concern, and it would take about 8 years to construct that. You would gain limited benefit from it at an extremely high cost, and you really wouldn't reduce your air emissions down. You'd get a small reduction for a very short period of time, but in essence, half of the cleanup would already be done by the time that got constructed. And it does more damage than good to put that down over the hillside. And it's not just as easy as dumping it into a train, as was referenced today. So I just want to point those out. I'm not trying to be tit for tat on things, but I do need to clarify the record a little bit to reflect those.
I appreciate that. Are there other board comments?
Board member Liz Ruiz is back.
Oh, Liz is back. Okay. Whoever she is. Hello, Liz.
Hi.
Board member
board.
Liz
Hi,
Ruiz.
hi, board. Hi, sorry. I'm here with the baby. But yeah, I just wanted clarification on whether the conveyor and the train tracks mentioned are the same.
I'm sorry, you want clarification on something regarding the conveyor?
That's what he was just addressing.
We looked at that a lot, and it would basically require you would have to bring the soil down the hill. First of all, you'd have to construct an overland conveyor system, which would be very destructive on the hillside. It would have aesthetics, biological impacts, cultural impacts. Then once you get it down there, you would have to have an area where the soil gets deposited in an area where it couldn't create dust. It would have to get loaded onto trains. Trains are not currently as clean as trucks and aren't predicted to be within the duration of the cleanup. So, you know, and the expense of it, you know, it was just the net benefit of it. We did a very detailed analysis of it and revisited it just to update numbers based on labor cost and other things, and it just doesn't pencil out simply. So I hope that
So it's
helps.
not like you can reuse. You can't reuse the tracks that are already there or any portion of it. You have to pretty much build the system from the ground up.
Yes. Yeah. You would have to construct a system. Yeah, and it would have to go through a new, it couldn't use one of the existing roads. It would have to go through a new cut area and have to have easements. There's all kind of requirements. You're going over people's properties. You're transporting hazardous waste. You can't transport rad impacted material. You can't bring backfill back onto the site. There are multiple limitations, which I don't have the time to get into, but suffice it to say, we did an exhaustive analysis on it.
And may I very quickly say we disagree with essentially everything that you've just been told. It simply is not the case.
Wait a second. We're addressing Lizette's question that is being answered, and then we're going to go to the next board question. It's just, we have to have some degree of order. So that's your response to that?
Yes.
Yeah, hang on to it. Yes. Okay. Sushma?
Earlier today, we heard questions about, not questions, but concerns about the repeated delays and frustrations in the community, understandably so. Can you speak a little bit about your authority to enforce timelines, cleanup timelines with DOE and NASA?
So,
Sorry. I just procedurally, I just want to
lost control.
Yeah. So board members are asking specific questions of specific presenters. So if they're asking a presenter a question, the specific presenter can answer. This isn't an opportunity for everybody to chime in, just so that we have some procedure here. So again, board members, if you can be as specific as possible as to who your question is directed to, then that individual can answer the question. Thank you.
My question is for you, Steve.
okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. So I'm sorry,
Your ability to enforce the timelines, cleanup timelines with DOE and NASA, given that there are other sister government agencies, what sort of authority do you have?
Well, we have authority under the AOCs, and we are currently, we have an individual within our group who is specifically working to develop schedules with them that we're going to hold them to. And we're working on those right now. We're developing those. We have somebody who's a master planner that we've hired on board who keeps track of all things, and then obviously the Boeing settlement agreement does call out a schedule which we post on our website and we update frequently based on any potential changes. But yes, we plan on moving forward, and honestly, they are interested in moving forward as well. I mean, they have the authority, they have the money, they want to move forward. Their desire is not to let time pass. So we're trying to take advantage of that.
Follow-up question, are there associated penalties for not meeting the timelines laid out by DTSC?
I don't know that in the AOC what it specifies as far as that goes. I'm not sure. I would have to check on that. But
that would be great if you could just follow
Boeing's
up.
does have something like that, yes.
I'm trying to address the concern that there have been delays in the past, and though there were no penalties, and how can we address this concern moving forward?
Sure. I don't know. I'd have to look back. There may be some provision there. I haven't looked at those in a while, so I'm sorry. It may be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a second question also for you, Steve. I'm struggling to formulate the question a little bit, but one of the things we are concerned about is equitable decision-making and cleanup. Earlier today, we heard about Exide, we heard about Zeneca site, we heard about a few other sites. Sounds like we collectively are trying to use the same risk standard and cleanup decision-making framework across these sites. Can you speak a little bit about how you're ensuring that your decisions, cleanup decisions on SSFL are equitable, given on balance with other remediation decisions?
Do you want to take that one?
Hi, my name's Todd Sachs again. I'm Deputy Director for Site Mitigation and Restoration. This is a pretty unprecedented cleanup that we're doing at Santa Susana, and I know with all due respect to Dan Hirsch and his folks that they don't agree with us, but we do see this. I mean, we are going to clean up to background or to a resident with a garden, depending on the responsible party. When you're talking about equity at most of our other sites, most of our sites that we are involved in cleanups are properties that are zoned for commercial uses. We leave materials in the ground at those sites routinely. Now, many argue that's not right, but that's what the law allows. And from a risk-based standpoint and an engineering standpoint, it's appropriate. So when you're comparing this site to other sites, especially in disadvantaged communities, there really is no comparison. This is a far more aggressive cleanup from a health-based perspective than anything we've done at sites in disadvantaged communities.
Yeah, please do.
Meredith Williams, Director. And the reason it's inequitable is because there are agreements in place, they're legally binding, 2007 and 2010. And so it's codified through those documents what this cleanup will look like. So, and that's not the case for the vast majority of our other cleanups.
Thank you.
So my follow-up question on that, just because it keeps coming up, and is it's been stated that those agreements were superseded or overturned by this settlement. And so can you speak to that? The 2007, 2010 agreements, are they a baseline for then? Just help me understand that. Great. Thank you.
So, and I'm going to be very quick, so you should just get right behind
Right
me.
up, Steve.
So nothing has been superseded when it comes to NASA and DOE. That's my first thing. And I'll say it again, the Boeing agreement is a process agreement about how the cleanup will be done. So for instance, we talked about the 5X factor. The 5X factor is how are they going, what's their first set, how do they do their first assessment of how much soil to remove? They do the 5X factor, they go in, they do the testing, they validate the results, and if they haven't met the standard, they keep digging. That's what the 5X factor does. And so what the Boeing agreement does is it lays out those process steps for how we do the cleanup.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Boeing settlement agreement, took what was the 2007 consent order. Like I said, we were going to update the SRAM regardless, so that we incorporated it in there as so the standardized risk assessment methodology. It's a document that describes the parameters that will be used to arrive at developing risk assessments. And there have been some factors in there that the parties have not agreed upon as far as changes go. But putting that aside, this DTSC Boeing settlement agreement assured that Boeing would not contest up to and including 100% resident with garden for chemicals and background for radionuclides. So it took what was kind of a gray area before because of the conservation easement, which meant they could have technically petitioned for a recreator cleanup, which would have been much less, and it solidified a much more stringent cleanup. So while I understand there are people that may want background cleanup, that solidified a more solid cleanup and something, as we've talked about, that's unprecedented. We don't normally incorporate the garden component in there. So, and it's a process document. It really was Boeing's desire to get more certainty on how to get to the end of the cleanup. And so that's what we focused on. It doesn't really supersede anything, from my opinion, that in the 2007 consent order that weakens anything. There are some scientific standards that have changed, and do they impact the RIBSLs and make them go up and down the risk-based screening levels? Sure, but that's advances in science, and we have to acknowledge that, and we have to incorporate that. And that's where some parties are not necessarily willing to acknowledge.
Okay, thank you. So that's an answer to a board question. We will have public comment in just a minute. I know the hand's up. You're going to get a chance. Pardon?
No. In my email, I was pretty clear that board members would direct questions at specific presenters, that there wouldn't be a back and forth, because then it creates the board not being able to ask their specific questions. That's exactly what I'm trying to explain, is that board will ask specific questions of presenters so that it's not an ABA.
Finally at the meet.
I hear you. I hear you.
Waiting for it,
Are there other board questions?
I have one question for DTSC, again, probably Steve or Meredith or Todd. I'm hearing, based on whatever I've heard today, there's two areas of disconnect or disagreement. One is around communications and outreach. There were some communications and outreach done by DTSC, but that was maybe inadequate on the community side. So earlier today, we spoke about having more meeting hygiene and rigor around community engagement and posting these discussions, agreements, decisions on the website. So my ask is that, is there a plan, first of all, as you roll out the PIR, will there be more concerted effort to lay out the community engagement methodologies, actions, and agreements on a website at DTSC?
So we are planning to do the workshops, which I talked about, which, we're going to start with groundwater, then we're going to have a risk assessment workshop to talk about risk assessment and what that means for people so they understand it. We have expanded our SSFL specific website to include a lot of frequently asked questions, and we do try and post information there that's relevant and FAQs that are important. We did that following the issuance of the PEIR. We did that following the issuance of the settlement agreement. So I think we have tried to be more transparent. We are posting Boeing's schedule up there for anybody to review. So I feel that we're trying to be more transparent about things. Yes.
Sorry.
Board question of Mr. Hersher.
I just want to finish my thought with Steve, which is the second area of disagreement I've heard is about the science itself. So I've heard you say earlier, Steve, that you are making yourself available to members of the community to explain the science and the assumptions behind DTSC's models. Yes. And I've also heard you say that these are the same models and assumptions you're making for other decisions, or remediation decisions across other sites. No?
Well, I mean, this is an unprecedented cleanup in that we don't normally incorporate the garden component into our risk assessments, and we don't normally do background cleanup. So other than that, I mean, the risk assessment protocols that we use to look at risk for the different exposure scenarios, yes, that is consistent with how we do our other cleanups. But the unique cleanup standards and the stringent standards here are much different than we normally work to attain.
Okay, so I just want to call out that you're making yourself available to explain the science and the assumptions behind whatever was shared today.
Okay, do we have any other board questions? Does anyone want to follow up? Yes?
Member Ruiz has her hand up again.
I can't see her, but hello, Lizette, wherever you are.
Hi. Yeah, so my question is actually similar to member Sushma, but directed at Parents Against SSFL, how they've seen communication between their folks and DTSC, whether it has improved, whether it has gotten worse, and kind of, seeing how receptive they are to meeting with DTSC, and whether there has been that extension to meet with folks to be available. I know you guys have a lot of workshops and presentations in your community. Is that something that has happened where DTSC has participated in presenting? I know that we've met with you guys, so I've definitely seen your presence at our meetings, at our events, at our toxic tours. But I'm wondering if anything like that has been happening throughout the years already.
Lizette, thank you for directing the question towards parents. We've been waiting for this opportunity to get into the weeds. We've been invited to the toxic tours. We've been invited here. But what we need to tell you is what Becker just told you about the SRAM that she acknowledged you don't know what that is, right? They're standardized risk assessment documents. And I'm going to hand it over to Dan because on page 30 of our presentation, he made a table that shows you that while he's saying those changes, that they're not a big deal, they're hundreds to thousands of times weaker than the previous SRAM. Our cleanup methods have been gutted by redefining the residential garden standard as numbers in the SRAM. I know you haven't seen it. I'm asking you to go back and look at it. Number two, you asked him, is it true that the settlement agreement supersedes the 2007? He said no. Then he just mentioned the FAQs. On our slide, in our slideshow presentation, there's a DTSC FAQ screenshot where it states, and it's highlighted, there's that DTSC blue top border of title. Then there's a yellow highlight where it says the 2007 order supersedes. Sorry, the settlement agreement will supersede the 2007. They put it in their FAQs after the settlement agreement was released. Dan, I'm going to hand it to you.
This has been a very frustrating event for me and very frustrating, I think, for the affected community. We were told that there would be questions addressed to DTSC after its presentation and then questions to us thereafter. And it wouldn't be this kind of situation where basically what we've said, DTSC is able to make what I candidly view as misrepresentations about the underlying facts. So please, if you listened at all to the presentation, you have to have come away with an understanding that there were numerous promises made by DTSC which have been broken over and over and over again. And they have made statements to you today that you yourself have seen are false. They've said that the new agreement with Boeing that they reached behind closed doors strengthens the cleanup. But we showed you the actual comparisons for the numbers, where the numbers got vastly weaker and for the great majority of the contaminants. They tell you that they're going to do a cleanup to residential with garden, but what really happened in those closed door negotiations is that Boeing wanted the numbers from its recreational standard, which assume you're exposed only a few hours a week. And what DTSC agreed to do is to weaken the residential standard to make it almost identical to the recreational. They gave Boeing what it wanted. And there's not one of you on this board who doesn't know that when you're negotiating with a polluter behind closed doors, with the public frozen out, that is not the way in which you are making scientific decisions. The public's interest was being overridden by these secret negotiations. The things that you've been told over and over again by DTSC today simply aren't correct. And you haven't even been asking any questions of us so that we'd have a chance to be able to show you what it is that's incorrect. This board was set up to deal with a dysfunctional DTSC, a DTSC that the legislature has long viewed as captured by the polluters it's supposed to regulate. And the only hope the public had was that this oversight board would act as an oversight board. But these softball questions to the very people that we're criticizing, I think undermines public trust in what you're supposed to do. So I'd be pleased to go into the details, but I'm not sure that there is interest on the part of the board of getting to the bottom of these things. You were shown numbers, hard numbers, that showed that the actual cleanup standards have weakened by large amounts. We were told by Director Williams that the factor of 5 is to determine whether the corrective measure studies areas, but then any area outside that, at 4.9, then doesn't get cleaned up. She concedes that yes, indeed, many of the areas will be 100-fold higher, which she calls a little bit higher. 100-fold higher is 10 to the minus 4. That's not a little bit higher. And that means you're not cleaning up to 1 in a million. And then with these other changes, you're actually producing orders of magnitude higher risks. And I don't know how many of you caught it, but I know you have a concern about Exide. Did you catch the revelation that they said that for most sites in the state, they do not include the garden pathway for the resident? In the Exide situation, that means that the standards there are grossly too weak for protecting people, their community gardens and gardens as well. But the bottom line is if you want to do oversight, you need to talk with us about these specifics, about the claims that were made, the claims that aren't correct. Otherwise, it just looks like you're there to provide some kind of window dressing, that you're just lumps on a log. And you heard from Larry Yee, and you should have been surprised to have heard from Dr. Levin, the Chief Health Officer for Ventura County. These are people who are willing to speak up and out. And we called on you to do the same. And I'm just, frankly, flabbergasted by what's happened over the last half hour.
Well, I'm sorry for your disappointment. We wanted to include at least a segment of today's board meeting to include this. Melissa has been asking us for some time. It's not a full-on, all-day site hearing. It's an opportunity to introduce us to this, which I think you all have. We have your documents. We have your connections. We're going to stay engaged with this, but this is not a decision-making convening. This was an opportunity. We've had presentations from SSFL, Parents Against It, just about every board meeting. We've engaged. We watched the water board hearing. We've seen your presentations multiple times. This was an opportunity to bring the whole board to have an opportunity to at least get an introduction to all of it, and that's what today was about. So it isn't about making final decisions or recommendations or tearing it apart. It's to say we wanted the introduction, and this was an opportunity. DTSC agreed to be here in full to respond. You're here in full. We have plenty of documents to study, and we will, and our staff will. So this was not a decision-making hearing. This was an informational opportunity within a board meeting with a limited amount of time. So that's what today is. Okay? And I think we want to move to
I don't
public
know if
comments.
Member Ruiz's original question was answered, so I'm just checking in. Member Ruiz, did you?
No, I really, I mean, I appreciate the insight, but I really didn't see or gather from the response. I mean, I imagine I know what the answer is, but I would really like to know what Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab would like to see changed, what their experience has been in terms of communication. And that's something that, we've pushed DTSC to be better at it, and I'm hoping to find out whether they feel like there has been that push to better to make that better.
Thank you. I appreciate that question very much. And I'll keep it short. One example that was very frustrating to my community, we actually had a petition with hundreds of signatures on it, was that the survey that was put out by DTSC about what was our biggest concern about the cleanup happened after the PEIR was finalized. That to us is that's not even being listened to. That is checking a box to say we met with the community, but it's ineffectual. And our community is really exceptional. I'm really proud of my community. They show up when we have these workshops. A lot of times when these DTSC meetings are held, they do not go into the weeds. They're an overview. We get into the meat, and we go through the hard thing. Our meetings are hours long. We bring in experts from across the nation to talk to these sites. And our people show up and they listen really well. They're very educated. We're not just a group of people who are passive about this. So we would like to have had this kind of communication where you even allowed Dan to speak again, which I am so grateful to you for. We want to be heard. Our issues are not based on fear, they're based on facts. And that is something that I'm thankful for and looking forward to working with Todd Sachs forward on, is that the science is real. The science is an independent third party that can judge between us. And I'm grateful for that. So I would have wished, to answer the question, I would have wished for these kind of deep conversations for the entire community when it mattered. Because right now, it doesn't matter. And even this right now, the board has the opportunity to make a statement that we can use forward. We can take it to our elected officials. We can say that this was seen to be wrong, and that the PER should not have been finalized before the community was able to be involved. That is a violation of CEQA, which was a law put in place for not just how the environment will be impacted, but so that way elected officials, for example, to answer your question again, I'm sorry, I'm being a little winded. A supervisor in Ventura County, when she learned that the Boeing settlement agreement was being negotiated, she specifically asked, we were told from her that she asked to be either present in those negotiations or to send a representative from her office so that way the public interest would be represented in these negotiations, and she was told no. That is the kind of frustration that we have. We can't even, the regular people can't get in, but even our elected officials aren't being invited into these important decision-making processes. So the communication is still frustrating. It is a complicated topic, but our community can take it. We're very engaged because, again, these are our kids that matter. And we're willing to let our brains be melted by this heavy science in order to make sure our kids are safe. We're willing to put that in. So we would like more of that engagement, but again, it has to come when it matters, before the decisions are made.
Quick comment, 10-second comment.
Great.
This is Larry.
Okay, so here we are now. We're on. Who? Okay. And then we're going to go to public comments because we're way over time.
Someone earlier said that communication is key, and I can't agree more. But there's no way that you can have effective communication without respect and trust between the parties, right? DTSC has lost all trust and respect amongst most of the community. So the question that DTSC has to ask itself is, how do we begin to regain trust and respect before we can have really effective communications?
Thank you for that comment. Okay, so is there any summary statement that we want to make now? So let's go to public comment. If there's any from anyone who's on Zoom or in the room who was not a presenter.
Madam Chair, since we are well over time, we wanted to just get an assessment of how many public comments there are first. So folks online can raise their hands, if folks in the room can line up, just so we can get an idea of how many public comments we're anticipating.
But I'm going to go to Zoom first because some of them have had their hands raised for a while. So for everyone on Zoom, please raise your hands if you wish to comment. I'm not going to call in anyone right now. I'm just taking a poll to see how many comments we can expect. Only seeing 4 online. Are there any in-person participants that wish to comment? Raise your hands so we can get a poll. None in person. For 2 minutes? Okay, so we're gonna take 2-minute comments. I have 6 online. Okay. All right, you all get 2 minutes each. Dr. Martinez Bravo, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dr. Martinez Bravo, and I am a council member from the city of Camarillo. Camarillo is one of 10 cities within Ventura County. And given that there is no wall that would protect us from the contamination and infiltrating our water, land, and air, I too am deeply concerned with the health impacts that the contamination of the SSFL brings to all communities surrounding the site. Furthermore, I am the only mother with young children on the council, and I think I agree with the running joke that concerned mothers do a better investigative work than the FBI at times. As representatives of governing bodies, it is crucial to always do the right thing and to lead not only by example, but with integrity as we serve our community. I am deeply troubled with the actions of DTSC as they have broken promises for the complete cleanup of the SSFL, which is what our community has consistently communicated. I am also deeply disturbed that DTSC is now arguing against legal binding documents for the cleanup agreements that they signed 13 years ago. They agreed to a background cleanup, and now they're opposing arguments against it. The fact that the PEIR will leave the majority of the contamination on site is not only irresponsible, but it will have an impact that will only lead to more deaths of our children and families. Additionally, I am concerned with the lack of transparency and the process, given that the public did not have an opportunity to review and comment on the PEIR before DTSC finalized the agreement with Boeing. So at this point, I ask you once again to please do what is right. I ask that as policymakers, you all make this personal, and that you all imagine that this is your child, that this is your grandchild, that this is your spouse and your loved one who is dying of cancer or severely ill due to the contamination of the SSFL. And I ask, what would you do differently if you could put yourself in this situation? I can assure you that politics will not drive your decision. These deaths and illnesses are preventable, and saving lives is in your hands. I stand with Dr. Levin, with our physicians and our community. I fully support the full cleanup of the SSFL. I strongly ask that you do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Luvanos, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Ruth Luavanos. I was a Simi Valley City Councilwoman for 4 years. I am a mother and I am a cancer survivor. And I have lived in Simi Valley for over 20 years. So let me quote some numbers for you. Boeing made an annual gross profit so far in 2023, made $4.9 billion, a 190% increase over the prior year. NASA's budget was $24 billion, and the Department of Energy had a budget of $48 billion. So please do not tell me ever that they do not have the money, that it is too expensive to clean up the mess that they made. I'm a teacher, I am a mother, I'm a cancer survivor. I have paid thousands of dollars when my 6-year-old daughter almost lost all of her molars. I have paid thousands of dollars in money for allergy medicine, in experts, in cancer treatments. I have been to numerous funerals of young children who have died, of parents who have lost their 5-year-old children who didn't even make it to 6 years old. I had to move from my school where I taught in Reseda. I'm commuting over an hour to North Hollywood so I can get away from the contamination that I was being exposed to, not only as a resident of Simi Valley, but also as a teacher in Reseda in the San Fernando Valley. I cannot afford, our families cannot afford to pay for cancer treatments and funerals and dental treatments and replacing molars and thyroid treatments, all the things that Boeing and NASA and the Department of Energy have the money and the capacity to pay for with multi-billion-dollar profits and budgets. Do your jobs and protect the people of the United States of America, of Simi Valley, of Ventura County. We do not have the money to pay for this. The Constitution says we the people, because as elected officials, as appointed officials, it is your responsibility to protect the people, not corporate profits, but multi-billion-dollar budgets. Protect the people. Do what's right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Robin Gilbert, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
I live in Granada Hills. I've lived in the San Fernando Valley since 1956, and I remember very well the testing from the Santa Susana Field Lab. My grandchildren play at Chatsworth Park, and their friends play in Chatsworth Park. I'm so afraid of them being exposed to toxic substances. I would like a full cleanup that was originally agreed upon, a full cleanup to background. That's what this earth deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for being willing to share your emotion with us. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Carolyn, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, this is Carolyn Graves. I live in Richmond, California, but many of the issues that I hear raised about Santa Susana, I have also seen happen with DTSC up in Northern California. So my first concern is about public participation. This is a key part of their mission statement, and yet in the last 10 years, DTSC has done probably more effort in trying to suppress true public participation than it has actually done to encourage true public participation. As an example, I want to refer to the DTSC speakers' reference of what they would do for Santa Susana, which included workshops and such. Those are usually done via webinars where speaking by the public is strictly controlled via muting and unmuting, and written comments are often, well, for my current site, the Zeneca site, they want us to submit a survey of questions, where we can click radio buttons. We can't do free-form text. Rather than the prior public comment where we write letters to DTSC as a designated mailbox. So I just want to point out there are clear activities by DTSC to suppress public participation. Second, background calculations can be manipulated. We've had it done at the Zeneca site where they choose sites that are contaminated and try to claim that as background. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Marissa Lopez, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation. Marissa,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. My name is Marissa Lopez, and I'm a parent volunteer with the Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. And I thought that in your comments by the board and what I've heard from the DTSC today, I've heard many numbers regarding the cost of the cleanup. I've heard numbers regarding time, and in the past, I've heard about wanting to avoid a lawsuit with Boeing, but I thought I would give you a new number today. That number is $2,153,000. That's the cost of treatment so far for my daughter, who is currently fighting glioblastoma. That's her cancer treatment cost. It's not all of the other costs associated with, psychologists and other things that we've had to deal with. That's direct healthcare costs. Now, that's just one child that's been affected by these broken promises that DTSC, Boeing, and all other community partners that have promised to clean up the land have not done. I just hear that number, $2,153,000. Now multiply that by, hundreds of people. She's still alive. These numbers are still ticking up. Maybe they would prefer for those numbers to stay down. It would save them some money if she would die. That's what I feel when I hear the numbers that they're talking about when the comments are made that that it might not be worth it, that we're doing more than we have in other locations. Follow the science. If the science says it's not safe, keep our families safe. That's what we ask. Look at and see it. Would you want to drink water from this land? If there was a fire nearby and the land burned up and you were there, would you leave to keep your family safe? Because I sure wish I had.
Thank you.
So I ask that you take these numbers into account and then look past the numbers and try to feel what it does to a family to have your child or your loved ones go through that. And I surely hope you never have to.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Do we have other public comments?
Yes, and 2 additional hands have been raised since I gave you the full allotted number.
We need to close it then. It's 20 till 5.
Tiffany Ruiz, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Ruiz, and I am a resident of Simi Valley. Oh, I can't show my video. Okay, no problem. Hi, may I speak? You guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I will just start off by saying I'm a speech language pathologist. I worked when I was in the state of New York, outside New York City. I worked at the only at the time private children's hospital in the state of New York, and I would see children come in who had different type of cancers, and along with the other types of illnesses, accidents, things of that nature. It was a medical setting. And when I moved back to California, I no longer worked in the medical setting. I worked still as a speech pathologist in the community, publicly and privately, and just, lived here, and I have a son. And you would think it'd be very rare that I would have kids on my caseload who had cancer. Or you would think it'd be rare that there'd be a child at my son's preschool who had cancer, or that I met a family at the park and then a year later saw them and their child died. It should be very rare, and it's not very rare. Okay. So keeping that in mind, I've been very frustrated watching the cleanup for years because there hasn't been a cleanup. Not only have the timelines been totally ignored, now the cleanup will not be comprehensive enough to protect my family. We don't want any contamination left in our environment. We live here. We want a full cleanup. I want the PEIR to be redone to be consistent with the long promised cleanup to background. DTSC should stop dragging their feet to do the right thing. Also, I think it was Steve Beckner mentioned about 20, 30 minutes ago that some of the cleanup standards in the original agreement were not worth it. And sorry if I'm misquoting you, but you mentioned that some things in a cleanup were not worth it. And I disagree with his opinion. It's an opinion. When speaking of forever chemicals in our soil that will impact generations and generations, it's worth it.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Denise Duffield?
Thank you. We have one more?
I'm calling on our next one. After this, we'll have 2 additional ones.
Okay, we've run out of our public comment period, so we're going to ask the final 2 to submit them in the chat or by email. We have to be out of here at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Denise Duffield will be the last public comment that we take for this agenda item. Dory and Janet Murphy, if you can please email us your comments at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. I will ask Evelyn to go ahead and message you both privately to give you that email address as well. So Denise Duffield, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
My name is Denise Duffield. I am the Associate Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. As a physician and health professional organization, we are deeply concerned about the vast quantities of dangerous chemicals and radionuclides at SSFL that migrate off-site and risk the health and well-being of nearby communities and have for decades. We've been I hear somebody talking. I hope I'm being listened to. PSRLA has been involved since 1979 when the partial nuclear meltdown that released radioactive gases into the environment was first brought to public attention after being kept secret for 20 years. But unfortunately, this pattern of secrecy and disinformation has plagued the cleanup ever since, continuing right up to DTSC's secret settlement agreement with Boeing, which shut out all public input, including local elected officials. That should be a full stop right there. But that secret settlement agreement guts the cleanup, and that gutted cleanup is what is now baked into the PEIR. So to say that there's still room for meaningful public input, such as demanding that the 2010 cleanup agreements be upheld, is disingenuous at best. We can't comment on something that isn't there, which is the true background standard. For there to be any meaningful public input, DTSC must redo the PEIR to reflect the true background cleanup standard that we were promised over a decade ago. As you can see, the devil is in the details. It's in the weeds, and DTSC counts on folks like you to be overwhelmed about technical aspects of the cleanup standards and just defer to them and discount the community. I've seen it over and over for years and years. The board should listen to the community, listen to the experts that represent us, not DTSC, because DTSC has let Boeing, the polluter, call the shots. I don't know if it's stock imagery or not, but I was outraged to see DTSC's first slide showing beautiful trees and lawn as SSFL is a beautiful, pristine site instead of the grossly polluted site that it is. But that's on par with Boeing's greenwashing campaign, which DTSC now mirrors. DTSC has repeatedly broken its promises. There's no public confidence in DTSC, but not just from the SSFL community, but from communities throughout the state who are suffering by its failure to protect them. Listen to us. Take the time to get into the weeds. Please learn about and study the information the communities put forth. This effort that everybody has put in is, we don't do it because it's fun. We do it because lives are at stake. Stop shutting out the public, revise the PIR to the true cleanup background standard.
Thank you. I'm sure there's much more time and discussion that we could have on this. I certainly appreciate, this has been a tough one for everybody. I appreciate that we had the opportunity to hear it out. My recommendation to our board is that just as we have an excise subcommittee, that we need to consider a board subcommittee to follow this along with 1 or 2 staff. That said, that's not an immediate action that we can take given our capacity at the moment. But I think that we need to do that. So I think we need to track this and figure out how to do that. And we'll spend some time on that. We're not at full steam at the moment. And hopefully our hires, our new hire over there and our EPM1 and our other postings will give us the staffing that we need to, because we do want to follow this. We do want to follow what happens with the decision documents and understand that better. So I think we got a a robust understanding of this today, and I know we could have spent the whole day on it, and I'm sure you wished for that. And it wasn't easy. So I think that's what we can, we'll explore as with our executive officer and vice chair offline, and then come back at the next board meeting with some recommendations of how to proceed. Does that make sense to the board? Good. Okay. Take a deep breath. We're not going to have a bio break because there's not time. So anyone that has to is free to get up and go take care of that. But we do have to approve the minutes of the last meeting, June 15th, which I'm sure all board members have judiciously read the minutes. And if that's the case, can I have a motion?
Madam Chair, we have judiciously reviewed the minutes, and I move that we approve the June 15th board minutes.
Do I have a second?
I second.
I think is Liz still here?
She's not part of our quorum.
Just parachuting in, huh? Okay. She's off with baby Linda.
That's
right. All right. So there's 3 of us to vote. Do you want to?
You can just do it by hand.
Let's do a hand vote on that.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
Great. Aye. So I think
That passes unanimously.
Right. Let's see.
I can
And then the last action that we will take, and I want to be sure that I've expressed my gratitude to everybody from DTSC and Parents Against and your other speakers who represent a variety for digging in on this today. So I thank you for that. Action items,
All
Vice
right.
Chair.
If folks would bear with me, we'll have a good record of this online quite soon. In our roll call, we confirmed that we had established a quorum with 4 of 5 members. In the chair's remarks, she invited public comment on the legislative oversight hearing recently held with her and Director Williams, and you will find that material on our website. In the fee setting agenda item, we are going to report on this in every board meeting, which will ideally, with DTSC, lead to a public workshop or more, and to be supplemented by more detailed DTSC input. We're going to, over the coming year, so that we don't have to rush into the situation that we found ourselves in this year, we're going to explore the questions that exist around penalty structure, exemptions, and the like. DTSC is going to staff up, and so we're going to ask DTSC for the staffing and revenue updates at our board meetings, including any available information on exemptions and penalties. And as a board, we're going to establish our own timeline for the year ahead. We passed a motion 4-0 to adopt the no change fee motion. Right. Next, after the break, the quorum was confirmed, and we began our lively discussion around the status of our permit appeals, our hazardous waste facility permit appeals. We heard first from our attorney, Greg, around the lighting resources appeal, and we confirmed that 30 days prior to our hearing on October 26th is the deadline for any procedural motions from outside parties, which will be decided by the chair and me. We had suggestions, but this is not an action item, on how we might consider in the future decoupling our regular board meetings from appeal hearings. We then turned to the ECOBAT matter, and I don't have any specific details I'm going to get into. Suffice to say that we are going to bring the ECOBAT matter back to our next board meeting with any proposed action to be posted per our established requirements. In the DTSC leadership report, Director Williams noted that the Exide contract award is going to be made quite soon, and that DTSC is considering restructuring the ETAG and developing new materials to inform residents of cleanup. We're going to follow up and try and understand together what has already
Tratar de
changed.
entender qué es lo que ha cambiado.
And that's our translator. I hope I'm speaking at the right pace. And then with regard to metal shredders, Director Williams noted DTSC is working to strengthen its regulations and would like to present this to us as a board at an upcoming meeting. Switching then to the public forum, Carolyn Graves noted a concern for financial assurance compliance, and we agreed as a board to ask DTSC to give us an update as soon as possible, perhaps at our next meeting, because this issue has come up before. We agreed, moreover, with regard to the, again, Zeneca-related site and Prop 65 signage and waivers, that Board Member Bhatia would follow up with OEHA and report back at the next board meeting. And lastly, with regard to the 5-year review of the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard, that we would check in with our DTSC colleagues in the new year around the timing of that 5-year review. Madam Chair, those are the action items.
The last one, the sub.
I didn't capture that as being that definitive, but that we would stay in touch.
Yeah, we're going to figure out how to do that. Okay. Okay. Gee, another Board of Environmental Safety meeting. It's just, you all look so chipper. Could we just like all have something? Shall we adjourn this meeting?
You have any closing remarks?
My closing remarks are thank you, and there's other words that probably I shouldn't put in the microphone, but again, a very jam-packed, I wouldn't say fun-filled, but jam-packed meeting with a lot of content that we have to absorb, all of us, those. So I definitely appreciate the level of engagement that we have for all of these board meetings. And so thank you very much. And we stand adjourned. Thank you.
And for the record, the time is 4:53. Thank you, Madam Chair.